guys, welcome. Uh, having really bad technical difficulties tonight. Sorry about that. I didn't get pulled into Fromville. I'm here. This is the latest I've ever been to a live that I scheduled, and it's the latest I've ever started a live. But thank you for being here. I'm probably going to make this a two-parter since it's so late and I don't feel well at all. Probably going to do less time tonight than usual and do another live on Friday to finish because there's a lot to say about this episode. We're going to go scene by scene and we're going to go through season 1, episode 2 of From. And these first 2 episodes of the series, I think, are the most important for understanding the show and have the most clues, foreshadowing, whatnot. So I'm going to try to take better care of myself tonight than usual, get off, not make it a marathon, but then continue it on Friday because there's too much to say. There's just way too much to say. But I'm not doing well. My treadmill is finally going to be fixed tomorrow, so there's a light at the end of the tunnel. But it's been a long, difficult time without it, and it's pouring rain today, so I barely got to walk at all. I just spent half an hour pacing back and forth on the deck outside. That's fun. So 3,000 steps pacing back and forth on the deck. So
oh, nice. Yeah, I turned to ice in a sudden snowstorm with whiteout conditions.
Oh God, yeah, you're getting snow there, right? It's pouring rain here.
All I wanted to do was walk about a mile, walk a half mile, realize that when I walked back to my car, I was be total ice. I was covered with 2 inches of snow.
Jesus. Ugh.
I was a snow person.
We both got lousy weather today, and I tried. My Chromebook was too slow. It took too long to upload the photos, so that took forever. I have to get my laptop fixed. This is a serious problem. I can't keep doing this. And then my cat knocked out the Wi-Fi for like 20 minutes. So sorry about that, guys.
So
hey,
do you have a Cash App that you can market yourself with?
I do. I keep forgetting to put my banner up. Yeah, I do. I do have a Cash App. I'm gonna have to pay somebody to fix my laptop because I can't keep using this Chromebook. It's not working.
We are in need of Cash Apps, chat.
Well,
laptop.
Well, I would never.
You want this to happen on time? Cash App laptop.
Oh, I would
never, laptop.
I would never expect that from anybody, but yeah, some people have donated before, and I appreciate that. And Joshua Waterman is donating a webcam to me, which is really extremely kind. I really appreciate that. And he's donating a microphone and a webcam. Incredibly generous. I appreciate that. So yeah, it's looking like I am going to be able to interview Simon Webster. Hopefully, we had to he had to reschedule. So I've been kind of quiet about it. Not really sure if it was going to actually happen at all. But we've got a new date for next week. Hopefully this time it sticks. Fingers crossed. Because you never know. By the time I do the interview, hopefully I'll have the webcam and I'll have a more professional setup because I'm going to be on camera for that one.
Yeah.
But Simon Webster plays Ethan, in case you guys weren't aware. That's the name of that. I mean,
it's the holidays, so people might just be busy, you know?
Yeah, it's holiday season.
Stuff, yeah.
And he's a busy little kid, you know, he does other projects. He's a great little actor. So I really hope I do get a chance to talk to him. Right now, the date is December 17th. Fingers crossed that it actually happens. And I'll be excited to ask him some stuff. I want to ask him about the story walking stuff. I'm adding some questions to the list that I already made because of the finale. I made the list before the finale, and now definitely going to ask him about time paradoxes if I get to talk to him, because apparently that brilliant little kid
knows all about that.
He's got some ideas about time paradoxes. I'm going to pick his brain. He's as smart as Ethan. Actually, smarter than Ethan, because I doubt he'd run outside at night with monsters running around for a goat. So I think he's smarter. But anyway, hey, Diceman 2003, welcome. Hey, David and Jill, it's a beautiful summer day here, and I just bought some peaches in honor of Victor. I am so jealous. We're heading into the dead of winter in Rhode Island, and it sucks.
Happy surfing Santas.
I hate winter.
Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah, it must be. God, lucky. I hate it. It's not the most wonderful time of the year for me. The most wonderful time of the year. Yeah, right. Okay.
Oh, I love wintertime.
I don't. I
I
hate it.
love it. I don't like ice shards in my face and turning into an ice person all of a sudden without knowing this and having the wrong coat.
It's awful. I don't like it. Well, it's a good thing you like it because where you are, you get some pretty harsh
Oh,
winters.
I
But
like the marshmallow world. I'm all into it.
I liked it when I was a kid, and I couldn't understand what was wrong with adults. Like, why are you complaining so much about the snow? The snow is wonderful. I loved the snow. Yeah, when you become an adult, a lot of times it's not so nice anymore. It's cold and miserable, and I can't enjoy the outdoors, which is therapeutic for me. It sucks.
Yes.
Hate it. Anyway, just me.
But
Hey.
but I've been there and I've been in the desert, and I honestly would rather be in a winter day in Michigan than any kind of 115-degree day in Arizona.
Mm,
So
yeah.
when it comes to extremes,
Yeah, I mean,
more of a snow bunny I am.
yeah, I don't know. I used to feel that way, and now I think I'd rather have heat, as long as it's dry heat. I hate humidity.
Arizona, go there. Go there
Yeah,
eventually. I wish this upon
um,
you.
it might be good for me for my pain conditions. I've heard,
Yeah, yeah.
and yeah, like I knew somebody who moved to Las Vegas, and it's like there's dry heat there, and she felt
Hmm.
better there. She had
Yeah.
chronic illnesses. So anyway, hello, just me. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Hey, Dieter. So nice to see you as always. Yeah. Thanks for holding it down for me here while my cat had me offline. Um,
Well, you know,
like,
cats control the internet.
yes, yeah, like cat controls everything. The cat's in charge of everything. I mean, cats feel like they own the place. So yeah, why shouldn't she control the internet? Yeah, she'll take me offline whenever she wants. One time it was right during a live stream. I left
Hmm.
you alone with
Yeah,
a guest just here
yeah,
talking without me for 15 minutes or so.
yeah. We handled it, motored through it.
You held it down. You held it
Yeah,
down. It was inevitable. It was going to happen eventually, and I'm sure that's not going to be the last time it happens either.
yeah.
It's just the way it's like it's just the life with cats. And
And
I don't
I have a questionable cord, so you know, you never know.
I I have questionable outlets. They get knocked out easily. The
Yeah,
cords, like
yeah.
you
Those suck.
loosen it even a little, it goes out. And I don't have
Yeah.
a wired internet connection either. I don't have another
Mm,
option, just
mm,
Wi-Fi. But
yeah.
anyway, hey, Golden Child, 16 degrees in Chicago.
Yeah, it's
Shit.
about the same in Michigan. Woo, 20
Ooh,
degrees. Yeah. It was
ooh,
50. Okay, get this, because we were talking about this before, Golden Child. It was like 2 degrees. Then it was 50 for a couple of days. And now it's back to 20.
wow.
That's the way Michigan is. That's the way we rock around the Great Lakes.
Yeah, it swings back and forth here too. New
Yeah.
England weather is extremely unpredictable, so it'll just go back and forth. Ridiculous. Hold on, I'm making a post here. Uh, I want to let people know that I actually am live because I was extremely late.
Yes.
So I made a Discord post. Okay, there. Anyway,
Well,
let's.
I was reading the Lake of Tears while you were doing that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a bunch of
Like,
puzzles in it. Like every chapter has a puzzle, so it's kind of interesting. It's kind of like a game, so that kind of makes
right,
sense to me.
right. Interesting. Yeah. Well, I'll be interested to hear about that for sure. I love that there's a book, The Lake of Tears. That's fascinating. It's such a specific phrase. I doubt it's a coincidence. They probably got inspiration from it. I mean, I
Yeah, or
guess
when their kids read it, you know, a lot of times people get inspiration from their kids, what their kids are reading.
right. Yeah, could be. Could be. Yeah, we measure in Fahrenheit, Dieter. So yeah, Belgium it's 0 Celsius. Yeah, I have no clue about Celsius. Like I always have to Google it and to have any idea for a frame of reference. But yeah, we're weird in the U.S. We use like we don't use the metric system, like, which would make more sense. We measure things in inches and feet, which are like it's completely nonsensical, and we should have switched. And we tried, but Americans are stubborn. So, and we have our Fahrenheit.
Julie, have you ever seen the show Peep Show? It's a comedy, British comedy.
No, I haven't.
See, the only reason I know that 28 degrees is hot is because the one roommate sets the thermostat to that, and the other one's dying of heat. So I know 28's hot.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, no, yeah, I haven't watched a lot of like British shows. Yeah, I will watch out for the copyright police, Dieter. Yeah, I'm not gonna like if it, what happened last week in my second live, I showed clips, which is something that a lot of people do. Other people do it every single week and don't have an issue, but maybe I showed some that were just slightly too long, so it got pulled, and then I had to trim it, and the stupid YouTube told me that it was only going to trim a minute and 13 seconds. So I said, okay. I didn't dispute it. I was like, fine, no big deal, minute 13 seconds. So I said, okay. And then it cut an hour out of my video.
Maybe they meant an hour and 13 minutes.
I don't think so. No, it said 1
No?
minute. It specifically said 1 minute. I have the screenshot, 1 minute, 13 seconds. So I did it. I never would have agreed to it if I knew what it was going to do. I would have disputed it because every single time I showed a clip, the video stops. So they're on the replay, people watching the replay, like, every single time. It must have been kind of comical because we would just stop mid-sentence then. It just like, yeah. So it took away every clip I showed, even though some of them were short. So I'm going to be extremely careful going forward until I figure out a way around it. Dieter and Joshua in the Discord are trying to like figure out a way. Like there are ways to get around those kinds of things and still use clips. So they're looking into that for me, and I appreciate it.
Parkland Media was just using stills with the sound, and that's how he was trying to get around it. Kind of like a slideshow, but with the sound that he wanted.
Right. Stills with the sound. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't mind it because I'm usually just listening to it anyway, so it doesn't really bother me.
I've got to find a workaround like that.
Originally I was going to do a From with finger puppets, which is weird because there's finger puppets. I was going to make my own puppets on like tongue depressors and run them around, so I could reenact scenes.
Yeah, that would be a creative way to do it. Hi, Wolf Spear. Thanks for coming. Hi, Crom and Uncle Fletch. Yeah, you probably were wondering if I got sucked into Fromville or something, but everything's fine now. It's good. Yeah, Chromebook problems. Typical. Yeah. Cat knocked out the Wi-Fi. Yeah. I tried to get on YouTube using my data connection, but it's not slow enough. That's the other thing. I used up all my high-speed data for the month, so I couldn't get on StreamYard or YouTube or anything to even tell you guys what was going on. It wouldn't even load anything except for Discord. I was able to get a message to Discord to Dieter. So, yeah, technology hates
it was me. Like you weren't from. You're just trying to get to the radio tower.
Yeah, I couldn't get anything to connect. My new month starts tomorrow for high-speed data, so that figures. I could have logged into StreamYard on my phone otherwise. Anyway, the cat being controlled by the entity, yeah, maybe. My cat threw up on the keyboard a few days ago. She climbs the closet next to the PC, and now she threw up from above there.
That's so gross. Cats are gross.
Cats throw up a lot, all the time. Our cats, my mom has 2. I have 1. They throw up everywhere all the time. I don't know what it is.
Mine doesn't. Mine doesn't. Mine kind of does hairball thing, but I brush her. Every once in a while, but I mean, sometimes if they throw up all the time, it's a sign of something bigger.
Well, I mean, we've told the vet about it, and they haven't really found anything wrong. They say the cats are in good health. They go to the vet once a year. So, yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on with that. It's annoying and it's gross, and you step in it. Yeah, like always stepping in it, and it's not hairable. Like they throw up their food. They eat too fast, I think. Hey, Des Guy Explorers, nice to see you. Hey,
like to give the audience what it wants, which is cat throw up.
Yeah. Gross. Hey, Vanessa Wicked. So nice to see you as always. And hello, Zaptic Kaboom. Nice to see you. Hey, Cassie. Nice to see you. I am so sorry, Cassie. I am going to get back to your DMs. I've been really overwhelmed with
Oh,
trying to.
I friended you on Discord. I didn't know who you were, but I friended you.
Oh, okay. Well, she's an extremely nice person, and I was talking to her I was DMing her on Discord, and she got back to me, but I got so overwhelmed with working on a video this week that I barely even had enough time to prepare for this live. I was right up until the minute I was trying to get on when my Wi-Fi went out. I was still preparing for this live, so I will definitely get back to your very kind DMs, Cassie. Such a nice person. And I've been working on a theory video that's kind of ambitious. It's taken me a long time. I've been working on it for days on the boy in white versus the man in yellow, really diving into everything we know about both characters and my theories on them. So it's been a pain, but the script is finally done. Now I'm just getting the images together and I'm going to release it tomorrow. So finally it's going to be done. Hey, Kaiju Labs. I from Fall River? Fall River where? Not Fall River, Massachusetts, is it? Because that's really close to me if that's the case. I don't know. Like in the US, there are many city names and town names that are repeated in different places. So that would be cool. Yeah, I'm in Rhode Island. Fall River, Massachusetts is like very short drive away. I've gone through there many times visiting family in Massachusetts. Like my grandma lived in New Bedford. Oh, thanks, Dieter. Yeah. Yeah, thank God my treadmill is getting fixed tomorrow. I've been going through hell without it. But thank you for the kind words, Dieter. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Cassie. Yeah, I really appreciate it. You're so sweet. And I do. I got it. I did read through your message, and I just didn't get a chance to write back yet. But it was very kind. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, yeah. That's so cool. Yeah, you're my neighbor then. You're right nearby. That's like half an hour away. I'm in Rhode Island, not far from Providence. So that's so cool. It's weird because you meet people online that are from all over the world doing this, and then it's so strange when you actually find one that's actually within driving distance close by. Like Jeremy Ice and Fire lives in Massachusetts, not far from Boston. And I think Rick Costa, hello there. I think you said you're in Connecticut, so another neighbor, if I remember correctly. I believe that was you. I talked to so many people in these chats and in these lives, but yeah, I have a bad back too, Rick. I feel you. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. If you guys could hit the like, that would really help me with the algorithm, help people find me, especially being late. People don't even know I'm live. People probably gave up and just left. Yes, dry heat is better than the humidity. Oh, yeah, I'm half Portuguese. I'm not surprised you're in Fall River if you're Portuguese. That's very common. There are loads of Portuguese people in Fall River and New Bedford, where my dad came from. It's where my dad was born. My dad is 100% Portuguese, and I'm half, so that's cool. You're from Little Portugal. They have the best sweetbread there. Nobody does sweetbread like Fall River and New Bedford. That's a Portuguese thing. We love sweetbread. Dieter said maybe today fly through the comments at light speed if you want a deep dive. Yeah, I don't think I'll have to do that much flying through because I think a lot of people gave up and left. But yeah, they're trickling in. Some more people are trickling in. So I'll do a part 2 on Friday. Make a 2-parter.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of From stuff going on too, interviews and stuff. So there's
Right.
a lot of lives going on today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. My family is from the Azores. My family came from the Azores too. My dad's family. That's cool. First generation. My parents didn't speak it in the house, says Doc. Oh wow, that's cool. Yeah, my great grandma came here from the Azores, settled in Massachusetts and New Bedford, and she came in like the early 20th century when she was a young girl, and she spoke Portuguese. I And then like my grandma spoke a good bit of Portuguese, but she wasn't like fluent in it. Like I don't think she could Well, actually, I don't know. She might have. She wasn't as proficient in Portuguese as her mother because she grew up here. And then my dad only just knows random Portuguese words, and I know like literally nothing. So like as the generations went down, the knowledge of the language dropped
Yeah,
because
I wish that wouldn't have, happened in my family because I had an Italian side that really thought that they needed to assimilate. So
oh,
never really got to learn Italian industry. Like Scottish people, same thing.
that happens a lot with immigrant families over the years. That happened a lot in
Hmm.
the past where they assimilated instead of maintaining their culture and their
Yeah.
language. In the past, that was very common.
And now it's different. I wish it was. I wish I would have been able to learn Italian, and Gaelic.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, me too.
So
I
and it was interesting that we're having this conversation about from, to, and origins. I think it fits.
yeah, yeah, it does fit with origins. Um, Hi Johnny Utah. I hate rain. I am so glad that I've been in a terrible drought. I know it's bad for it's not a good thing to have a drought and you can have fires break out and stuff. I've had like fire
Mhm.
warnings all the time in my area for months, but there haven't been any fires, so I don't care. I'm happy that there's been very little rain. I hate it.
I love rain.
Um,
I love snow. I'm kind of an all weather person, except for the extremes. I don't like 20 below, and I don't like 115 degrees.
ah.
Most of the rest, I'm happy in between those two. I don't like extremes.
Yeah, I don't either. Oh, and I didn't even notice Fletch said something in Portuguese. I wonder what he said. I'm curious now. Because he's in Portugal. That's where he lives. Don't
Mm.
make me start in Dutch. Dieter's first language is Dutch. So it's so cool. I love that we bring people together from all over the world in this community. That's the coolest thing to me. I love it. Like people in Australia, Portugal, Belgium, the UK, like all over. It's so cool to me, especially when I see people in my chat like that. That's amazing. I love that. I love talking to people from all over. I haven't been all over, unfortunately. I've never had the opportunity to leave the country, and I don't know if I ever will. I would love to. I hope
Hmm.
so. I hope I will. Especially now, I would really like to, but someday maybe. And in the meantime, it's just nice to connect with people from around the world. If I have to be stuck in this place, then at least I can I can connect with you guys online. Turd Ferguson, that is such a funny name. Howdy from St. Louis. Nice to see you. Oh, okay. I wish I knew the island that my family came from in the Azores. I don't remember. But I don't think it's that one. Um, that's awesome, Kaiju. I think Julia's family. Yeah, that's right. I was just saying that. That's where my dad's family came from. I just got the message you were live. 40 minutes late is a write-up. Hey,
Oh,
Samuel.
oh.
It would have been 20 minutes if my internet hadn't gone out.
Hey,
Stupid.
I was here on time.
Yeah, you were sitting here the whole time. I'm
I
sorry.
was sitting here the whole time reading Legateers, let me tell you.
Oh, wow. Wait, your family came from the Azores, Rick? Is that what that's what it looks like. That's so cool.
High water.
Um, Agua. Yeah, agua it means water in
Well, high
Portuguese.
water is like Agua de Alta.
Yeah, Portuguese is not that different from Spanish, actually. So
But
agua,
just different enough to be annoying.
yeah, and it's very
I,
odd, huh?
I took Spanish and French. I took 4 years of Spanish in high school and decided I turn it around and take French in college. And they're so similar yet so different. It drove me crazy. I only took one semester.
Yeah, they're very similar. All the Romance languages are very similar. I only took French, which I loved, but I've seen words in Spanish, and I can guess what some of them mean because of the
Mhm.
French that I took. So,
Yeah,
but
but
yeah,
pronunciation is so different. There's so much of it. There's just enough difference for it being annoying if you already know the one.
right. It helps though if you're just looking at it in writing like that, you can kind of
Mm,
guess what certain things mean. But with Spanish and Portuguese, they're surprisingly similar, um, and yet Portuguese people are not Latino, which is interesting. It's like
mhm.
we're considered Caucasian, but the language
Yeah.
is so similar to Spanish, so it's interesting.
Mhm.
But anyway, um, And yeah, I wish I could have. I've heard the Azores are beautiful. I've never been there, but Julius nearest me. Oh yeah, yeah, very very nearby, and there are lots of Portuguese people here too. I thought you said Connecticut. That's right. Well, I'm actually remembering stuff about people. I talk to so many people that it's hard for things to stick in my head, but my memory's been better lately. Hey, Infinite Umbra, nice to see you.
Hello.
Oh yeah, I have the images. I can use. I'm gonna have. Believe me, I have over 400 images to look through. I've got images. Trust me. Were you gonna say something? Did I cut you off?
Oh no. I mean, you can use those images. We don't have to have like a flip book.
Yeah, I just like to have a lot of images.
Yeah.
I'm a little obsessive with that.
Yeah.
Um, oh, 28 degrees Celsius is a
Hmm.
perfect day in Australia. Hot is 40, which is 104 degrees. Jeez. It gets that hot there? Wow. Yikes. Yeah, no worries, Dieter. I appreciate you being here and relaying that message for me. So I was like, I was freaking out. I couldn't even tell anybody what was happening. My phone wouldn't even let me go on YouTube to tell you guys. Hey, CT5V, nice to see you. Thanks for coming. Let's see. I'm trying to get this thing to load. Okay, it's being a little slow. Sorry. Okay, scrolling down. My cat usually throws up when she eats too much grass. Yeah.
Yeah.
um, hey, Cal. Glad I got the notification about time that Jordan Bell worked. Yeah, sometimes I've heard people say they don't get the notifications for my lives, and I don't know why.
I just
I,
spelled.
I don't know why. That Bell. Um, I
You know,
I
I'm
don't
still
know.
upset that they made up the word anchovy. Okay, I'm a little bitter.
Yeah, I know, right? They just made it up. They they just said that in an interview too. Like they just made it up.
Wah
I
wah.
was a little I was a little distracted in the chat at the time, but I did hear them answering that question. The
Yeah.
writers, the creators, Jack Bender and John Griffin and Jeff Pinkner. Yeah, I'm mad that I myself because I didn't get. I should have sent Jamie from Sci-Fi
Yeah.
Vision. I should have just sent her a question or two
Hmm.
in a DM before the live because I didn't
Hmm.
like. I figured that I could get my questions read by just showing up because she doesn't
Hmm.
normally have that many people in the chat, but there were a lot more than usual and they were
Hmm.
very active, so she couldn't find my questions.
Yeah.
So it sucked. I should have just DM'd her a couple questions because we do have a podcast together, so I kind of have
Yeah.
little bit of an advantage
An
there.
edge, maybe.
It gives me an edge. I put in a lot of time with her as a guest
Yeah.
on her show, and I know she wanted to read my questions and felt bad, but it's
Hmm.
okay. Yeah, she was looking, she was trying to find my questions, but she
Hmm.
couldn't find them because the chat was so busy. So,
Yeah.
but no worries, it's okay. To be honest with you, honestly, I get a little nervous when they interview the showrunners. When I see an interview
Hmm.
of the showrunners, I get a little nervous about what their answers are going to be. I know they're not going to reveal too much, but sometimes
Yeah.
the things they say worry me.
Hmm.
Like they when they say things like I missed the first half of the interview. I have to watch it later, but
Hmm.
when they say stuff like it's not about the mystery,
Hmm.
it worries me that it's more about the character drama. That worries me. One time they said there isn't going to be a big reveal at the end of the series. It's not about the mystery, and I was like, "Oh my god, that's not what the fans want to hear at all." Do you know who you're talking to here?
See, in my question, which they answer, confirmed the fact that they like Eugene O'Neill and character-based drama. So it's
Okay,
character-based.
it's character based,
It's
yeah.
character.
So I honestly don't want to know that much. I'd rather them not reveal much, and I want to just keep enjoying theory crafting, even
Yeah.
if it turns out we're overthinking it.
But
But
you can still
somebody,
theorize. You can theorize about the characters. I just don't think there's this
yeah,
big, overwhelming, like mythological thing where somebody is
no,
finding artifacts throughout time or
no.
eggs or anything like that.
Yeah, I really don't think eggs have any significance to the show at all, and clearly they had that they basically they didn't know what that was about when that question was asked. So stuff
Mhm.
like that, I think we're reading too much into it sometimes.
I guess symbolism and metaphor,
Yeah,
and like literature references. I don't think there's much like Lovecraft stuff going on that everybody wants. Everybody wants it. We all want it. Yes and
right.
no, but we're not gonna get it.
And the thing of it is, yes, there are undeniable mythological references in this show. They are there. They're present. Like
Mhm,
the stuff that Michael, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but
mhm.
Michael.
Yeah, Gherkin, or whatever his name is.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm butchering your last name.
yeah, we don't know how to say your last name if you listen to this at all. Sorry for butchering it,
Michael G.
um, but Michael comes on panels sometimes and he talks about his theories, and they're very fascinating theories. And honestly, I think that what he's saying makes perfect sense. Like that, like maybe like that what the root of the word Ankui
Mhm,
could be, and the Inuit mythology that he sees in the show. And I think what he's saying about the Inuksuks is
mhm,
undeniable. Like I mean, it just makes perfect sense. There, that's a legit thing that's tied to Inuit mythology,
mhm,
and the way that the Ankui kids are summoned
mhm,
by when Tabitha's building it in season 2,
mhm,
that is undeniable. Now, what we were talking about when he came on the panel on Sunday with Jamie was like they're never going to spell out like, oh yeah, this is Inuit mythology in the end, like this is what
mhm,
this means. No, they're not going to tell us that. That's just the esoteric meaning behind the show. That's for the
mhm,
viewers to analyze if we so choose, if
mhm,
you're into that kind of thing. If not, yeah, whatever, like you can still enjoy the show, but it's there. The mythological references are there. The Japanese kimono lady,
mhm,
there are definitely ties to possible mythological figures. There are several different ones. Um, so they're pulling from mythology. They're just not going to come out and tell the masses
mhm,
that, because this is a show made for mass consumption. And most
mhm.
people are, I mean, let's face it, like most people are not going to like deep dive like we are. Like the vast majority of people that watch it are probably just, in it for the blood and the gore and the excitement
The character development.
and the character development.
Like
So
this episode has so many monologues. It's theater.
it is. So anyway, yeah, that was a long
But I
sidetrack.
also want to know how Ankui has 11 letters. Anybody in the chat figured that out? Unless we were putting extra O's or extra Y's in there.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but Chris Smalls, hey, what's up? Says, can't you add a fair usage disclaimer to avoid that issue? Um,
Mm.
I should do that. I've seen other channels do that. Maybe it might help. Um, you're welcome, Cassie, and thank you for your understanding. I can get behind on my DMs sometimes, but I always appreciate them, and I do eventually respond. Anybody that's in my Discord, if you want to DM me anytime, send me a friend request. I'm happy to make friends and chat with you. I just might be a little slow sometimes when I get overwhelmed to get back to people. Give the cats less per time and more times per day. Don't let them eat together. Yeah, absolutely. Um, Julie, after what the writers said on E-Man's interview, I'm thinking Man in White is future Boy in White, or Man in Yellow is future Boy in White, and it's funny that you're making that video. I gotta watch that interview then
Mm.
before I mean, the script of my video is done, but I might have to make some revisions. I better watch that. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm gonna star this so I don't forget. That's
So Man
interesting.
in Yellow is future Boy in White.
Now, there's something else I was going to say before, though, that I forgot. Wait a minute. Let me say this before I forget again. It was something Scott McCord said in the interview. Oh, what was it? What were we talking about? It was Scott McCord was interviewed on Tony Teflon's live the other night,
Mm.
and he said, oh, what the hell? What was it we were talking about? Damn, I forget now. Um, he was talking about. It was something you said, Scarlett, that made me think of this too.
Hmm.
Oh, what was it? It was something related to the interview tonight, and it was about. Oh God, this is gonna drive me crazy.
It wasn't about Victor.
Oh, wait, no, it's coming back to me. Yeah, yeah,
Oh.
it's the King in Yellow. Somebody asked him
Okay.
about the King in Yellow. But you were talking about Lovecraft, how it's probably not going to be Lovecraft like a lot of people think. It's not going to be a big Lovecraft influence. However, somebody asked him, asked Scott. No, not Scott. What am I saying? It wasn't Scott. What am I talking about? I'm so tired. I
don't know what's happening.
It wasn't Scott who was interviewed. It was Doug Hughes. God, forgive my brain. It's scrambled right now. It was Doug Hughes, the man in yellow, who was interviewed, and he was asked about, like, what does the King in Yellow mean to you? And he said it means something else from my reading list. It means something that's on my reading list, is what he said. Those were his words. Something that's on my reading list. And then he said, I have a lot of prep work to do before next season. Now, what does that mean? That to me sounds like maybe it is an influence on the show. I mean, the writers.
It could be Tuck Everlasting, Julie.
It could be a mixture of both. To be honest, it could be a mixture.
It could be anything. It's so vague.
Like what you heard in that interview about how they just said it again tonight. The showrunners, they were talking about how they saw a guy on the street wearing a yellow suit, and so we thought, okay, well, maybe we're reading too much into this, and it's not going to have anything to do with the King in Yellow. But I mean, the guy who plays the man in yellow did say it's something that's on my reading list. I have a lot of prep work to do before next season. So he didn't say like.
He did also quote Frankenstein, so that could be on the reading list.
He did. He did. He said such a beautiful quote from Mary Wollstonecraft, Shelley, who wrote Frankenstein, all about how villains are created, which was really fascinating. This was a great interview, guys. If you haven't checked it out, watch Tony Teflon's replay of the Man in Yellow interview, Doug Hughes. What a nice guy. I'm so happy I got a call into him. I was so excited because, first of all, this was a surprise to everybody. Nobody knew this was happening. Tony just popped up out of nowhere. He had been gone for like 11 days since his last live, and then all of a sudden he pops up. I got a notification, thankfully, and I happened to see it and click on it. I missed just the beginning, but I caught the rest live, and I wasn't expecting him. Like, he got some interesting stuff out of the guy, first of all, and I wasn't expecting him to take calls. So some of the interesting stuff was like, he said that he was originally going to do a Zoom interview or like audition for the show, and they changed their minds and said and apologized for this, but had him fly in and do it because they said, while this is only going to be a very small part in season 2, he'll have a very significant role in season 4. So that was a really interesting and important piece of information. That means we're probably going to see a lot more Man in Yellow, which I'm very excited about. And
I wonder if he auditioned for the priest, because the priest was originally supposed to be Irish.
I bet. Oh, that's good, because he was talking about how he was originally, he wasn't auditioning. Like, actually, he originally auditioned for the show for the beginning. It wasn't just for the Man in Yellow. In the very beginning, he auditioned, and he wouldn't say what roles he auditioned for. He auditioned for 2 different roles. I'm guessing one of them is probably Victor, because he's, somewhere in that age range. I mean, maybe they were going to have Victor be older. He's 69, I think. I looked at his age. And the actor is 69, and he probably interviewed for that. And I would think probably Kotri. I was trying to think of who the other one.
He looks very priest-like, Doug Hughes.
He does. Yeah.
And then when he said, "Oh, they wanted to do a little thing, change that character a little bit," I thought, okay, then they definitely changed it from Irish to something else.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah, that was interesting. How he talked about that. He talked about like, what was the other thing he said? I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, management. Yeah, and you said he said that in another interview too. Somebody mentioned how his
he had 2 pretty cool interviews with What Is From cast. One of them with Bob Munn, who played Frank Pratt, and they're all 4 of them are at the same time: Lizzie, Alex, and Doug Hughes and Bob Mont, and they're really cool because they know each other and they talk about the Canadian theater scene and everything. They're really fun interviews.
Yeah, well, he said the thing that really interested me was that somebody asked him, like, Tony actually pointed out how the monsters'
Mhm.
clothes are so clean, or
Mhm.
Phil did. Said the monsters' clothes are so clean, they look like they do their laundry, and the man in yellow is all dirty. And Doug said, well, it's upper management. So he said, like,
Mhm.
oh well, it's management, so it's a rough time
Yeah.
being in management. So that's that means, like, he is saying that he thinks that the man in yellow controls the monsters, which really, we pretty much assumed, but
Mhm.
it's nice to hear him say it. He says that he doesn't know anything about the man in yellow, but he's getting the sense that he's in control of the monsters. And he noted that the guy can come out in the daytime, so that's a
Mhm.
clue that he's management over the monsters.
Yeah. Yeah.
um he may not be the final boss, like the
Mhm.
ultimate big bad, but he's definitely management. He may be kind of just under the big bad. Maybe
Mhm.
he's the one who, like, what do you guys think in the chat before we're going to get into the rewatch, but, like, what do you guys think? Like, is he the big bad? Is he just management? I'm curious to know what you guys think on that. And when I called in, I didn't know what really to ask, because they already asked him, like, most of the things
Mhm.
I would have, but I did say, what an amazing job he did with the short time that he had, and how
Mhm.
he seems like the nicest guy, and yet I told him, you played pure evil to absolute perfection. And even though you seem like the nicest guy, and he laughed, yeah, he had a big smile on his face. What a nice, personable guy. What a nice smile. Brilliant guy. Listening to him speak, he is
He's big
so
in Poland.
he is so smart, and he's a playwright. He's
Yeah,
written
big in
many
Poland.
he's written many plays. He's a veteran actor.
Very big in Poland.
He's absolutely brilliant. What are you saying? Poland or
He's big in Poland. All his plays are big in Poland, and he had a
Oh,
shirt on that
okay.
said "I'm big in Poland."
Oh, all right.
He went on a little bit about it in the "What Is From" interview, but I thought it was funny. He was wearing a T-shirt that said "I'm big in Poland."
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have
And I
to.
was only saying that because I do write books, and I was at a con once, and there was a person from Germany in the con, and all suddenly all our like books with them, the group of people I was writing with, they all suddenly got like about 300 more copies, and we're like, oh, good, we're big in Germany.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, this guy is so amazing. He should be more well known everywhere because he's phenomenal. He was describing, like, some of his plays, and he
Mm-hmm.
has a book that he wrote that's never been published. Damn, like somebody published this guy's book. He is absolutely brilliant. I loved listening to him speak, and it was just so intellectually interesting
Mm-hmm.
listening to him. He talked about a play that sounds like so freaking amazing,
Mm-hmm.
and yet nobody can go see it. Tony was like, "Well, where can we see this thing? Where can we
He's
see
in
this thing?
Poland.
This sounds amazing." And he said, "Oh, sorry, it closed a long time ago." And
Oh.
but you can buy the script, apparently, or, like, you
Mm-hmm.
can find it on. You can, like, maybe find it online. I don't think you have to even necessarily pay for it, but
Mm-hmm.
it's about these people who are writing. They're hired to finish ghost writing a
Mm-hmm.
mystery novel, and then
Mm-hmm.
they find themselves sucked into it. And as they read it, everything in the novel starts appearing around them. And then, like, once they get to the point where they're supposed to finish writing it, they're out of their own world, and they're stuck in the world of the novel, and they have to
Mm-hmm.
write their way out of it, and they're trapped in there. So it has parallels to From.
And that's how season 5 of From is.
Yeah, like, a lot of
Thank you,
creative.
Doug Hughes.
I'd go see that play. Anyway, the quote that he said was so fitting too. Let me see if I can find it, because it was absolutely beautiful about the way that villains are created.
Mm-hmm.
And it might have a lot of significance to From. And then I'll get back to the chat and we can get into our breakdown. But I think it might really connect to the way villains are made in From. It's not just black and white, good and evil. it's a lot more complicated than that. Like, we're not just talking about like I mean, even the people that sacrifice their kids. Now, there's no justifying that, but they weren't. The point of it is they weren't born evil.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no one is born evil. There's a concept called tabula rasa in
Mm-hmm.
philosophy that says
Yeah.
that people are born blank slates. It means tabula rasa means blank slate. And people are not born evil, that they are influenced by their upbringing, their surroundings, the people around them, and they turn it like we like to kind of, it's kind of scary for us to think that literally anybody could become a monster of a person,
Mm-hmm.
figuratively, because no one is born evil. And when someone does something horrific, we kind of like to comfort ourselves by saying, oh, they're just a maniac, they're just evil. But literally, like, under the right circumstances, any one of us could be a villain, could become a villain. Here's the quote. This is beautiful. I'm just going to read the quote because I think it's so relevant to the show. He said, the story of villains, this is from Shelley. This is from
Yeah. Frankenstein.
Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. The story of villains is much more entertaining than the story of heroes, because monsters are not born, they are made. They do not emerge from the void or darkness by themselves, but they are shaped by circumstances, by the wounds of the world around them. They reflect the deepest of human pain, rejection, loneliness, misunderstanding. A hero is defined by his acts of bravery, but a villain is the result of a heart that was once pure and ended up corrupted. The monsters in their tragedy show us what could happen to us all if the world turned its back on us. What a quote. Wow. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, and he just sat there and read it from memory. He wasn't even reading it off of a
Mm-hmm.
paper. What a
And,
brilliant
and this is from a woman who penned a book when she was still a teenager and made the whole sci-fi genre on herself here.
Yeah. Oh my God. Like, wow. Now, I don't know if that quote was literally in Frankenstein or if that was a
I
quote
don't think
from
so. She
Shelley.
does a lot of writings. Unbeknownst to people, she's done more writings than Frankenstein. So,
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that is so relevant to what we're seeing in From, and
mhm,
like even the worst villains on the show, they weren't born that way. So I think it would be interesting to see a little of the backstory of the people who sacrificed
mhm,
their kids.
mhm,
What made them become that way? What made them so ghoulish that they could do the most unthinkable act, commit the most unthinkable act imaginable, and they
mhm,
literally became monsters. They weren't born
mhm,
that way. So
mhm,
what's happening is what he was saying, what that quote was saying, what Shelley
mhm,
said in the quote.
mhm,
Something like that happened to them, and they literally became monsters in the world of the show. But it's so relevant to real life, the way that
mhm,
human beings are not born evil. They're not born killers. They're not born,
mhm,
people who do horrific crimes. Something happens to them over time to corrupt them. And I
mhm,
think the man in yellow, he's a representation of that too. We don't know much about him yet,
mhm,
but like, I think the fact that his suit is yellow and it's dirty,
mhm,
the fact that I think yellow symbolizes hope in this show, I think that
mhm,
that's the fact that it's dirty, it's symbolic of hope that has been corrupted, goodness that has been
mhm,
corrupted, tarnished. That's why it's dirty. It's symbolic. Um, it's the only way that I can explain the fact that his
mhm,
suit is yellow, and yet are all of Boyd's shirts and Fatima's favorite sweater, and their figures of hope.
mhm.
His suit is filthy. It's dirty. So that's why I think that they did that. Anyway, that's my
Yeah,
long.
I still think the man in yellow is the guy under the rock that can throw his voice.
Oh,
I think he was cursed and locked in there somehow, like the tones locked in the skull guy, and the music brought him out of that situation. That's why his clothes are dirty.
yeah, yeah. It's possible,
I mean, it
right?
doesn't line up exactly, but Doug Hughes said he was the voice. You know, he's the voice anyway, even though they had a voice from the first season saying,
Right.
your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. He is the voice, and he is talking through the REV radio too, I'm sure. And he's also probably the Jasper scream.
Probably. Yeah, he confirmed. That's the other thing. Doug Hughes confirmed that the man in yellow is the voice on the radio, and he tried to imitate the tone of the voice on the radio as
Mm-hmm.
best he could. They used a different voice at the time, of
Mm-hmm.
course, but he was trying to imitate that tone. Now, it didn't have a southern twang, so it
Mm-hmm.
sounds different, but it is him. That's the voice
Mm-hmm.
on the radio. I think the man in yellow probably created the fake Thomas voice too. He could just
Mm-hmm.
change his voice on the
But
phone.
he but he would have to work with voices because he's trapped in some way. Now he may not be trapped in a boulder, but that's my best guess. But he might be
Right.
trapped some other way where he has to use his voice, and he only became corporeal in the finale.
Yeah, maybe. I've been thinking that myself, like he couldn't come into the physical world yet. So he was using things like, voices.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, as far as the man in yellow being future boy in white, the thing that makes me question that though is
Crazy.
we have a man in white though. We have a
Yeah.
man in white painting that we've been shown in the opening credits from the very first episode.
Mm-hmm.
So we got that. So that's why I don't know. I just don't see that because I think the boy in white is really the man in white. He just makes himself appear as a boy so that people
Mm-hmm.
will trust him more easily. I think he's the one that's trying to help as
Mm-hmm.
best he can, bringing people in who might be able to help. I'll get into that in
Mm-hmm.
my video that I'm putting out. But
Yeah, and then
yeah,
with
I think they're two separate
mm-hmm.
beings. You know.
Yeah, but then when Sarah points out, I don't really think he's a boy. He could be a man. He could be something else.
Yeah, yeah, he could be, but I think it makes the most sense for him to be that. That man in white is wearing the same clothes as the boy in white,
Mm-hmm.
so I think it's got to be him. Fletch
But
said they.
he could still be represented metaphorically as something else.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like a fear not angel that has a bunch of eyes and stuff. He could have that form, but then take a form of a human to deal with people that won't freak out when they see him.
Right. Yeah, that's possible. Absolutely. Yeah, he could still be that could still be an avatar for something else.
Mm-hmm.
Fletch said they said the man in yellow was someone that was on a quest but failed it. I guess that could be the boy in white having the quest of helping them save the kids but failed over and over, or turning him into the man in yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then what about the man in white? Why have we been shown the man in white painting in every single opening credit
Mm-hmm.
sequence from the beginning? And then in season 3, we found out Miranda painted that. They
Mm-hmm.
showed it to us. So I can't really see it. I mean, why would, if they're just going to throw that away, then why would they show us that? Why is he dressed the same way? I think it's got to be two different people. Hey CT5V, I think I said hi to you, but yes, everything is okay. Thank you for asking. Hey, Still the Sage, welcome. Lloyd's of Portuguese in Newark, New Jersey. Yeah, it's a lot in the New England area. Julie equals Julia is a Portuguese name. Yes, it is. That's right. Yes, it is. My mom just happened to love that name. She always wanted a daughter named Julie, even before she met my dad. So that was just a coincidence. Did I say hi, Aunt? Sorry, I meant to say hi. Hey, Aunt. Nice to see you. Hey, Sonic. Thanks for checking in. Great to see you. Tusby says Italian was never spoken in my grandfather's
Mm-hmm.
house. Yeah. Funny to see Portuguese influence in the US. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm scrolling down. Awesome, and everybody is so cool and kind and very respectful. Oh, absolutely, Aunt. I love this community so much. So much. Oh, now Dieter's speaking Dutch. We're just gonna start speaking all different languages in here, like it's 1899. Everyone just starts speaking all different languages, and
Guten Morgen.
we can't understand each other,
Bye-bye.
just like the characters on 1899. They were all speaking different languages, and
Oh, I've never seen it. Is it good?
it's one of my all-time favorite shows, and I'm still furious. I'll always be furious that they canceled it after one season. It was amazing. The same creators of Dark made 1899.
So it's like a Tower of Babel?
What do you mean, the Tower of Babel?
Well, like Tower of Babel in the Bible, where everybody's speaking different languages.
Oh, right, yeah.
I didn't know
like
that's what they were referencing in the show.
they complicated things a lot by having people speak different languages, and it made things very interesting. It was a lot more difficult for them to deal with all the issues that would come up because they were all different languages, including Portuguese. That was one of them.
Did they have to draw pictures and make gestures with their hands?
I think they did make gestures with their hands, but a lot of times they just tried talking to each other anyway. It made no sense. It's like, they can't understand you, right? Doc says, "What about our Fremily meetup in Providence? My coworker Diane watches it too. It could be fun." Yeah, I'm down. I'm down. If there are Fremily that want to meet up in Providence sometime, we could set something up for sure. Yeah, I know there are some in the Massachusetts area and in Connecticut. So absolutely, Doc. I don't know if you're in the Discord, but if you join my Discord, we can plan something up. We can plan something sometime to meet up. And speaking of which, I should get my Discord link and put it in the chat. My Chromebook is slow. I have to delete all the photos off of it. Okay, there's the link. That would be fun. I've never met anybody from the From community before. Okay. Yeah, it sucks being so spread out, all different places, and not being able to ever meet up in person with most of these awesome people that you meet in this community. Like, I hate that part. It's awesome getting to hang out online and making friends and doing watch parties, but sometimes it sucks. Like, you'd like to get together and hang out and stuff.
Yeah.
I know Tony's doing a from con at some point, but I won't be able to fly anywhere and do that. I would if I could, but traveling is difficult for me. But if people come here, I'm always down for sure. Sorry, this is being really, really slow. Okay, sorry. This stupid window is going so slow. I took so many notes. We got to get into the episode because I took so many notes, and I know you've got a lot to say on that, and there's just so much looking back on episode 2 that you noticed that didn't jump out the first time. Now that we've seen how things played out in season 3, there's so much. I found more foreshadowing. I think there was a little foreshadowing of Jim's death in this one also. And okay, finally it loaded. There's my Discord link in the chat. Let me see if I can pin it. We're doing, by the way, speaking of Discord, we're starting the watch parties for Severance season 1 tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. So if you'd like to join that, the link is pinned to the top. Everybody's welcome. We're going to do that at 10 p.m. Eastern. I think we're going to start with episodes 1 and 2. So, and then we can discuss. And yeah, if anybody is in the Rhode Island area and want to meet up, just DM me on Discord. Maybe we can plan a From meetup. That would be super fun. Okay, let me get back to where I was at. Let's see. Chris Walls is speaking. What is this now? Speaking French now. Now we're speaking. We're speaking all different languages now. Bonjour à tous. Yes, bonjour, Chris. Yeah, bonjour, Chris. Comment ça va? And I see Fletcher is saying ça va bien. Yeah, there's I love the opportunity to speak a little French. I've never really had the chance. I want to visit Quebec sometime. Let's see now. I've never gotten to use any of the French that I learned, which is a shame. French is so hard. I loved learning French. I didn't find it that hard because I was like, oh my God, a language that actually makes sense and has consistent rules, grammatical rules that are consistent. English is crazy. English has a million different exceptions to every grammatical rule. I was like, wow, French actually makes sense. So I was like, okay, this isn't so bad. But I'm not great at speaking it because they didn't teach us enough speaking skills. It was mostly writing and reading it. They didn't focus enough on the speaking part. So I'm nowhere near fluent, unfortunately. And I have another chance to use it. And if you don't use it, you lose it. Um, we're still speaking French. C'est vrai. That means that's true. Yeah. Um, après, après le français au lycée, after French in high school. Yeah. Or learned French. Sorry, not after. Après is spelled differently when it means after. Learned French in high school. Cool. Very cool. Uh, j'ai étudié le français dans le lycée pour 2 ans. I studied French in high school for 2 years. Cool, just me. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I studied French in high school for 4 years. And I blame my school system for not making me fluent in it because all we did was focus on reading and writing it. So I took honors French for 4 years and got straight A's. I took 2 semesters of French in college. My French professor wanted me to major in it, but I was like, this is all just reading and writing it. I want to actually learn more speaking skills, and they didn't do that in college either. So I stopped taking it. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna scroll down. Hey, Football Infinity, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Oh, still the Sage. Do you know your way around Rhode Island? Yeah, you'd be welcome too. I know you're in the Discord. Um, or is it Tennessee that you're talking about? I don't know what state you're talking about, but yeah, there is going to be some kind of convention that Tony is doing. I don't know where he's doing it though. David Agile says, let me see. Ultimately, the boy in white and man in yellow are the same, the yin and yang. Oh yeah, like I think they are the yin and yang. They're the opposing forces, I believe. That's going to be the subject of my video. The King in Yellow is also just another retelling, not the original story. Yes. The writers didn't say that Man in Yellow was the boy in white. They just said he was on a quest but failed it. That connected me to think it's the boy in white after failing and failing, trying to help them break the cycle. Hey, you never know.
Can I say something about the King in Yellow?
Sure. Hey, with Alice, welcome.
The King
Go
in
ahead.
Yellow is basically like a play, but it's just people reacting to the play that have read the play.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah, I tried
it's
to,
a yeah.
yeah, it's very confusing. I tried to read about it. That makes it very confusing.
I've read the first 2 stories, so the first one kind of fits with From. The second one doesn't, but it's amusing anyway, and it has to do with water. So there you go. If we hit on it, we hit on it.
Okay. Yeah. Um David says he saw a man in a new suit. 5 years later, he saw the man disheveled. Yeah, like this showrunner saw this guy on the street in a yellow suit. He said he must have went on a journey and failed. Failed, unfulfilled desires are just a part of the shadow self. Interesting. Fletch said it could be anything. Yeah, sadly, the writers didn't show him any confidence about the direction or ending, character development, drama. We're here for the plot twists, mystery unveiled. I know I am. And in yellow is Big Baddie, says Wolf Spear. I think he originally auditioned for Victor and Dale, Doc said. Yeah, maybe. Could be. He auditioned for Henry. I would say that too, except he auditioned before season 1 and they didn't have a Henry yet. Hey, Jake Palino, by the way. Welcome. Oh. The man in a new suit is that drawing in Miranda's drawing, and then wait, it went away. Sorry. Oh, the stupid thing. And the man in yellow is a man that failed that quest. Yeah, maybe. That could be.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe he was good at one time.
I think he probably was.
Pure
Faith and repentance. Yeah, maybe he was corrupted. Hi, Faith and repentance. Hope well is all well with all. Sitting here with my old dog. I'm so sorry. He's I expect he'll go at any time. When it got worse today, my first thought was Fromily and searched for alive. I'm so sorry to hear
It
that.
is.
That's really hard. Losing pets has been absolutely brutal for me. They're a part of my family, so I'm so sorry. I hope we can distract you, and we're here
Yeah,
for
that's what
you,
I'm
Faith
saying.
and
I hope
Repentance.
we can make you laugh a little, you know.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. That's just brutal. I lost dogs. I lost cats. I lost a parrot. Every time it just ripped my heart out.
I
So
lost my
I feel.
parents.
Oh my God. Yeah. Well,
And
I mean,
my
yeah. I mean,
cats and my cat. Like my really close cat just died not too long ago. My black cat.
yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's really brutal. Um,
Oh, and a friend of
the
mine too. A lot of death in the last couple of years.
Oh my God, all that just in the last couple years? I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
Kat, one of my close friends at steampunk scene, and who had a workshop right before mine, and then we went back to the hotel, and he apparently died in the hotel room, which was crazy. My parent, one of my parents died when I was a teenager, but the other one died like 2 years ago until my cat died. It's been
Oh
a
my
lot.
God, I'm so sorry.
It's
I
been a
can't
lot.
even, it's a lot of loss. That's brutal. Wow. Yeah, sorry to hear that. Um, this community is a good therapy though. Tony is dealing with a loss right now, and he said that his channel is good therapy for him. It's a good distraction for him, and so that's great that this community can be that for people. Can give people something to smile about, something to distract us from our problems and everything that we're going through, and my pain and all of that stuff.
Mhm.
Um, David said that the boy in white is like the totality of the soul and is personifying the place
Mm.
from. Yeah, interesting. That's an interesting thought, David. I like that. If anyone is not, please take a moment to hit the like. That is a lot of thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you, Faith and Repentance. I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much. Oh, that was very kind of you. Everyone's being very kind to the chat, to Faith and Repentance, of course. Very nice of you guys. Um, Fletch said I would try to interview Pinkner. He seemed like he could easily leak something under pressure. Oh yeah, let's shine a bright light on it in his eyes and see what we can get out of him. Let's interrogate him.
That's not cool, man. I mean, I heard another story about somebody just like trying to get something out of an actor by saying somebody was dead or something. Let's not do that.
Yeah, let's
We
not do
want more
that.
interviews. We don't MGM to put the kibosh on everything.
No, no, we don't want to do that. They're very tight-lipped. They won't reveal much of anything at all. Who was it that like never is I think John Griffin. You can't get anything out of John Griffin.
Mm.
He won't give an inch.
Mm-hmm.
Fletch said Man in Yellow is a broken hero turned into villain. The Man in Yellow is future boy in white after failing his quest. Could be. Yeah.
I
Um,
can't wrap my head around this.
I don't know. David said
He
I'm pretty.
dies and is reborn as boy in white.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But David said I'm pretty sure they let it slip that the father is Boyd's conscience or inner guidance, unless I heard it wrong. So
Mhm.
Ghost Country. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch
Yeah,
the part of the interview that I missed.
I always thought that. That's not a popular opinion.
I mean it is, but it's debated though. I've said I think that he's
Uh,
an entity. A lot of people have
I
said it.
always thought it was a projection of Boyd's mind.
Yeah, I did at first, but then I thought he was an entity. So now
Huh.
I'm questioning it though. I've been questioning it more.
Yeah.
He's super sus. There have been some really sus things about him, but yeah. Um, okay. Oh, I'm so sorry you're going through that, Faith and Repentance. Sorry about that. Muncher Luncher says I'm not going to read his play. He's the reason Jim is no longer with us. Oh, he took your Jim from you. Sorry about that. Don't hold it
But
against the
it
man.
isn't like Doug Hughes wrote that scene.
I know, right? David said that The failed journey disheveled man in a yellow suit is also a repressed man. Hey, Amy Cinnamon Sweet. So you didn't miss anything. We're just getting started. You didn't miss it. We're still going. Welcome. I was really late. Technical difficulties. David said they also said there's no such thing as a straightforward show
Mm-hmm.
because these mysterious elements and archetypes are always there in every story.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. I like that. That makes me feel better. So like the mysterious elements and archetypes and all of it does mean something. Like they're when we're seeing foreshadowing, symbolism, we're not just reading too much into everything. I mean, yeah, maybe sometimes we are, but yeah, like this stuff matters. Like it's not like just keep it simple, stupid, and only look at the surface level stuff and the character drama. So um and they're wildly careful of every aspect within the frame and how they frame shots. They are. I've noticed that on Rewatch. Wow. I've noticed the way they frame shots. They put
Mm-hmm.
certain colors in there, they put certain items in the shots. It's so deliberate and so intelligent the way they do it. It's thoughtfully done. And I've noticed something about the way they frame shots. They don't center people very much in the
Mm-hmm.
shots. I've noticed this because I make so many videos and thumbnails. Everyone is usually if you're looking at a scene of somebody talking, they're
Mm-hmm.
off to the left or they're off to the right. The one person, if there's one person in frame talking, they're always off to one side. They're never framed in the center. It's like they want you to look at what's next to them in addition to
Mm-hmm.
them. They're never just in the center, which makes it nice and easy for me to make thumbnails because I can like
Yeah.
put all stuff to the side of them. I can like put in text and
That,
little
that
bubbles,
that's
but
what
yeah.
that's why I wish you watched Mr. Robot, because Mr. Robot has some crazy angles when dealing with people. The shots are just crazy.
Yeah.
If
It's
you watched it, you'd be like, "Damn, these shots are just like mad."
yeah. Yeah.
But
I'll
see,
have to check it
that's
out.
why I want to talk about this episode, because I feel like it's the only episode that's bookended
Oh, okay. Um,
in the whole
I
series.
yeah. Yeah, I gotta watch that. What is it, Mr. Robot?
Oh yeah.
Dieter
That's the
said
way they do angles. They do angles like really low or really to the right or really up.
right, right. Yeah, it's interesting stuff.
Designed to make you feel unsettled, and it does. It does in its unsettliness.
Dieter said, "Wow, Shuli, you really need to do audiobooks." That was amazing. Well, thanks. I was trying to read it very, carefully and take
Yeah.
my time and not rush through it because you need to let it sink in.
Hmm.
It's a very deep quote. So you gotta sink, like let yourself really let every word sink into your mind as you're listening to that. Like as you're reading it, it's dripping with meaning that Shelley quote. So
Hmm.
Cassie said, "As a mother, couldn't even imagine anything that would make me do that to them. I couldn't either, but I don't think these people were born evil. I don't think anybody is
Hmm.
born evil. So something made them like that. There's no excuse for it, but it's just fascinating. It'll be fascinating to find out what caused that.
Yeah, I feel
Um,
like that's more like a curse
yeah,
that might be broken.
I think so too. Chris Smalls said everyone Jane sees that's dead is him in previous cycles. That's what I believe. All of them. The
I
Puritan
can
man,
debate it.
the,
I
the
may
Civil War.
debate it with the one that he tried to strangle,
I
and
well, I
the guy under the
disagree.
rock. I don't think the guy under the rock is him.
I think they're all him. I think that's why he's seeing them all, and I think that's why it looks like they're all from different time periods. It makes sense.
But he saw a whole bunch of Civil War
Wait,
showers
can
too,
I just?
including.
All right, can I just let me finish?
Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just trying to finish what I was saying.
Well,
It
so am
starts
I.
with, but I was talking first, and okay.
Hmm. Well,
It's
I barely get to talk.
well, I'm just trying. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get through these comments so that we can catch up. That's all. We're
Mhm.
behind. Once we get into the scenes, we both talk and whatever. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to rush you, but yeah, I'm like so far behind the chat. We're still not getting into the breakdown, which is you know I go off on tangents all the time, so that's a lot of that is my fault. Anyway, uh, I was just gonna say because it starts with the Puritan man and then the Civil War soldier. The man under the boulder looks like he could be from any time, so that could be early 20th century. And then there's Christopher. The fact that they look like they're all from different time periods to me is a clue that they could be him. That's all I was gonna say. That they could be him. And the fact that one of them is choking him, the Puritan, the Civil War soldier is trying to stab him. I looked at it as they're blaming him, aka they're blaming themselves for failing over and over again. And Miranda said that she saw all the chosen ones before her and how they failed. Maybe it's something like this. He's seeing how they failed. He's seeing her awful fates. One of them is crushed under a boulder. One of them is uh, has his eye gouged out. Another one is has a disfigured face. The Civil War soldier. So that's what I think. But what now? Now, what do you think? Now, I want to hear what you were gonna say.
Well, you've seen more than one Civil War soldier. You saw a black Civil War soldier. Is that also him?
He's only seen one.
I think he's
The
seen more than one, hasn't he?
Not him, Victor. I mean, Victor drew some Civil War soldiers, but Jade's only seen one.
I think he's seen more than that one. And then he saw the people hanging in the tree.
Well, yeah, I mean, he saw the dead ones hanging in the tree, but he only saw one that was alive. The one under the rock. I know Parkland Media was saying that's a Civil War soldier, but I don't think so. I think that's just a guy. Right? Don't you agree? Like that, the guy under the boulder is not a Civil War soldier.
I guess we'll have to do more on the rewatch because I'm really going to take a note on how many people Jade sees.
Right, right, right. But so yeah, you think the guy under the boulder is what like I forget. You said you think he's
I think
the
he's a man in
original.
white. I mean, men in yellow. I'm sorry. Man in white, boy in white, blah, blah, blah.
You
Man
think
in yellow.
you think he's the man in yellow?
He's
Gotcha.
the man in yellow, and I think he was trapped, and therefore the music made him untrapped, much like the skull guy got untrapped by Jade. Jade untraps people.
Oh, okay.
By
Okay.
urinating on things and taking things apart and playing music. I think he might be a key on like getting spirits out of things because he's done it twice now.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, it does seem like what he did kind of when he took apart that totem statue, it seemed like he could have freed that Puritan guy's spirit because then he saw him again freed from the tree where he was stuck. So
Mm-hmm.
I can see that. And I could also see, an argument for how, maybe these are different people that are not him. He says that his visions feel different, that he doesn't feel like he was in the Civil War when he sees the vision. Um, I think that's probably because he didn't drop acid and his visions are more confusing and he doesn't have some relative of Christopher to connect with and jog his memory strongly like uh like Tabitha did with Victor. But
Mm-hmm.
that's just my opinion. Like that's completely debatable. Like we don't know that. We just know he was reincarnated. We don't know if he's seen any of. I mean, we know we saw Christopher. That's the thing. One of his visions was his a former self. So the others could be, maybe not. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, totally up for debate. Though I'm glad that they didn't spell that out clearly. Yeah, I like that things aren't completely clear. We can still have theories because I like hearing everybody's theories. Um, yeah, like welcome. And like Wolf Spear here disagrees. Yeah, I think Manager Boulder is one of Jade's reincarnations. Yeah, I think so too. But yeah, you never know. Some people think the Puritan guy could have been Elgin because he has a missing eye. Um, the directors mentioned something about the music and their grief as well. Yes, David. I'm gonna try to. I'm close to catching up with you guys. I'm gonna try to catch up quickly so we can go through the episode. We have a man in white. I'm telling y'all, man in yellow is a future boy in white. Okay, yeah, that's still up for debate too, 100%. Um, man in yellow, Ethan. Boy in white, Victor. Oh, Chris, so you're in that camp where you think the man in yellow is Ethan. Scarlett, did you see the interview yet? Did you have a chance to watch it with Tony?
Which one?
Did you see the one yet? Did you have a chance to watch the interview with Tony Teflon and Doug Hughes?
Yeah, I watched like half of it.
Did you see the part where they asked him if he had heard fan theories before, and he said, "Well, I sure have now. I've got people saying, 'Are you Randall? Are you Ethan?'" And he's like, "You think I know?"
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
Hannah does a lot of interviews too. Like she's like, I have no idea, kind of a thing.
yeah. He was
Your guess is
so
as good as mine.
yeah, he was so funny about it. He's like, he said that he was actually getting so frustrated with being asked the same question over and over again. Like he said, he was asked so many times, "Why did you kill Jim? Why did you kill Jim?" And he finally just said, "Because the fucker owed me money. That's why I had to get like." And he was like laughing about it. He's such a funny guy, and he's brilliant too. And Twin said it's possible he becomes the man in yellow after he becomes the man in white. Yeah, maybe. That's another possibility, Ant Win. I guess you're two different ants that have been in the chat. It's turning to be just like Dark, says Fletch. With Jonas being the boy in white slash man in yellow. Oh, that's interesting,
Okay, I'm
Fletch.
gonna plug my ears. Plug my ears.
If no, I'm not gonna say anything more. If you know, you know. It could be.
I'm
You
on
never know.
episode 4, and I accidentally left it at the library because I put it in the case of. I put it in the DVD case of Tuck Everlasting. So now I have the DVD of Tuck Everlasting, but now my Dark DVD is in the library, and I got to exchange it.
Oh, okay. Well,
So I can't
yeah.
even watch episode 5 right now because it's kind of like kidnapped by, well, not kidnapped by the library, but in the Tuck Everlasting DVD case.
Oh, shoot. I'm glad you're finally watching it. I'll be really interested to hear your thoughts when you're done, and we can look at the parallels to From. So
I
I'm
should
glad.
have it already done. I bought them like a year ago. I just have never watched them until now.
Oh, I'll be interested to hear what you think when you finish, and then we can finally talk parallels. Doc Kaiju says, Julie P, are you really Julie Matthews all grown up? Did you story walk? No, I'm not. I wish, yeah, honestly. Like it seems like I don't know. I wouldn't want to be in Fromville, but it just seems like it'd be cool, especially if I escaped. Then it would be worth it. Gone on an adventure like that. CT5V says 1899 was fire, 100%. Glad to see some people agree with me and didn't hate the ending. It's like 1899 deserved that second season. It did. So, the ending was polarizing, but I believe they were going to do something creative with it. It was by the team behind Dark, and they planned 3 seasons that were supposed to be. It was all mapped out, just like Dark, and they got the plug pulled on them by Netflix. I have no idea why. Just me agrees. Dieter says there's a website where you can learn how to speak it, like Dieter. Some people say like die hard, like yeah, like Dieter. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I've got to show that at some point. Yeah, Chloe Dieter got me a couple more cameos, which is incredibly generous of Dieter. He got me a cameo from Scarlett. I mean, not Scarlett, from Sarah, and she said hi to me and Scarlett. That's what I was trying to say. But my
Scarlet of Many Names, which I thought was so cute. Let me
Scarlett
tell you,
mini me. That was
very
cute.
cute.
Yes, that was awesome, and then there's a cameo from Chloe too. So now I've got all four. I got a I got a collection now. All four of the cast members who are currently on Cameo. So that was neat. There are only four right now: David Alpay, Chloe, who plays Christy, um, Avery, who plays Sarah, and Hannah, who plays Julie. So, yeah, once I catch up with the chat, we get into the breakdown at some point. I'll definitely show that to you guys. So kind and generous of Dieter. Let's see. Um, oh, okay. We're just talking about. I'm so sorry you're dealing with that, Faith. With your sweet little fur baby. I laughed when I heard Chloe saying your name because I knew it wasn't that way to pronounce it. Yeah, she said Dieter. I got it right on the first try. I always said Dieter. I don't know why. Oh, good, Doc. Yeah, yeah. Hop in the Discord. Maybe we could get Jeremy Ice and Fire too, and some other locals. Maybe David Buster's or Cheesecake Factory. That would be super fun, Doc. I would love that. Maybe we could. That would be awesome. We could do a meetup. That would be a lot of fun. Yeah, let's see if we can make that happen. Let's see if we can make that happen. Um, oh, I'm glad the chat is being there for you. I'm glad we can be there for you, Faith and Repentance. I'm so sorry you're having to go through this. Um, David says the main characters are the main villains for killing their children. Um, but it's the monsters, though, right? The monsters did it. Like I think the characters in the show are like they're innocent. Like and Tabitha and Jay just failed to save the kids. Good night, Disc Guy Explores. Um, let's see. Hey, Mrs. Odie, I got a minor in French in college and I never get to speak it. I my professor was begging me to major in it, and I did it just because I wanted to learn more speaking skills, and all they did was French literature. I teach English, and I don't know how anybody learns it. Yeah, English is crazy to learn as an adult for people. Doc said Real is supposed to be in Rhode Island soon for the H.P. Lovecraft documentary he is making. Maybe he could join us. I can ask. Yeah, if you want. I didn't know that actually. Yeah, they were in Rhode Island. He and Taryn were in Rhode Island in October, and I wasn't able to join, unfortunately. Il faut imaginer Sisyphus. I don't know how to say that part. Error. Yeah, you have to imagine. I don't know how.
Sisyphus?
I don't. Yeah, it says like you have to. I believe that means you have to know how to imagine
Sisyphus is a hero?
Sisyphus happy. That means
Oh,
happy.
happy. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know French.
L'homme dans blanc et boyd sont la même chose. The man in black or boyd are the same thing, is what she said. Um, yeah, my pronunciation is not great, but I can read it. I love looking at from a Jungian perspective. Oh yeah, yeah. You can really analyze it deeply with young. Favorite French movie, mine's The Crimson Rivers. Oh, I'm not really sure. I'd have to think about it.
Yeah.
There was one. Oh, I know. What would you have one? I'm trying to think of what the title of
Yeah, I
mine.
had one, but I didn't know if I was allowed to speak.
Yes, you're allowed to speak. I don't have to call on
Well,
you before you
it
speak.
hurts my feelings when I don't get to talk.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
City of Lost Children, probably one of my
City of
favorite French films.
City of Lost Children. I've never heard of that one. Interesting. Okay.
It's kind of
Um,
steampunky.
okay, cool. Mine was I can't remember the name of it now. They made a Steve Carell did a remake of it, an American remake of it, and it was nowhere near as good as the French
Oh, I
version.
know. The Dinner for Idiots or whatever that is. Dinner for
Yep.
that's what the American one was called, but the French one isn't called that. And
Yeah,
I didn't see the American one because I saw the French one. I like the French one.
the French one was way better.
Yeah,
What the hell was it called? Le Dîner de Con, the dinner for idiots. Yeah,
Dinner for
it's
Idiots.
literally
Yeah.
the dinner of idiots. That's my favorite French film. I haven't seen a lot of French films, but I watched that one in college. I enjoyed that. It's hilarious. Peaches have a deeper meaning. Ancient Chinese believed in the garden of the Queen Mother of Western Paradise. In that garden, peaches of immortality are grown. We see a lot of peaches in From. I've always wondered about that. If the peaches have a deeper meaning, have you heard of that, Scarlett? Have you heard of that?
You know, okay, this episode, and we're going to probably get into it shortly, but
Yeah, we're almost
fruits,
there.
but people like Fatima in this episode with the apple and Victor with the peaches. We might have to do some deep diving here about fruits and vegetables with certain people.
Yeah, I noticed the apples too.
Mhm,
Fatima biting into the apple. She's literally she's biting the. It's like she's
mhm,
biting the forbidden fruit, and we know that she symbolizes Eve in the show. Like we're
mhm.
supposed to kind of look at Ellis and Fatima as Adam and Eve, and she's standing there. And I never would have noticed that on the first watch, but This is something you noticed on rewatches as she's talking to Julie. She bites into the apple or the forbidden fruit, and she offers us a piece to Julie, and Julie declines it. And then you see a big bowl of apples on the table, right? Like as they go by. So it's like it's interesting because we talk about that theme of knowledge coming with a cost. It's not just. I think that theme is broader than just Jim, having losing his life because of Tabitha's newfound knowledge of her origins. I think that you can look at it in other ways too. In the same episode, Fatima learns the revelation that the monsters were human, that they sacrificed their children because they were promised immortality. What was the price of that knowledge? She had to basically give birth to a nightmare creature, which forced her to murder somebody and will forever haunt her for the rest of her life. So she had to pay dearly for that knowledge, for that revelation that she was able to give people. And so it's like you look at her biting into the apple, and it seems like foreshadowing of the forbidden fruit of knowledge that she's going to gain. I freaking love this show. This show is so deep with that. And yeah, we should look into like different fruit symbolism. The peaches, that's something I've never really looked into myself, but it's got to mean something. 40 minutes into Last Tango in Paris as of last week. Does that count? I wouldn't know. I guess that means no. Amelie might be the only one I've seen. I've never seen Amelie.
Oh yeah, Amelie's good too.
Fletch said, I was just saying that about Pinkner because he was smirking on Robert Saunders' question. Oh, okay. Yeah, he was smirking. Robert asked him something, and he was smirking. Like, I forget. I think it was about the order of, was it about the order of people dying, or I can't remember, but he was smirking about something, and he said, next question, which was interesting. Fletch said he doesn't die and get reborn as Boy in Yellow. The man in yellow is a future version of the boy in white. The boy in white himself said he was changing, growing. It's like Julie, that was a future version of her. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that could be. Did you see someone posted in Discord a pic of a can of peaches? Yes, in the cellar room where Elgin stashed Fatima. Wonder what it means and how long after Donna told Victor they were all gone. Yeah, I wonder about that too. Oh yeah, Kravenockel was the one who posted it. Yeah, someone said the corpse might belong to the owner of the peach truck. Yeah. They start the frame with the character in the center, and then by the end of the conversation, they're off center to show something happened inside the character at that moment. Well, that's interesting, David. Yeah. Maybe that's why they frame it that way. If sharks count as kaiju, then yeah, there was in that movie Under Paris that came out last year. Monsters are made, not born, usually via radiation, although my experiments putting eggs in the microwave continuously result in failure and mess. Football Infinity agrees James hit himself. Okay. What were you going to say?
Oh, you can't make a Frankenstein's monster in your microwave.
Yeah, I guess not. David says all the failed past lives made it to a point, then died. Each time Jane made it past the point they did. Like Tabitha, Miranda made it to the tree. Tabitha made it past the tree. Oh, interesting. So like they each got a little further than the last one. I like that idea. Yeah, Tabitha made it into the tree. I think the first is the one-eyed dude drinking blood, maybe OG timeline, then maybe Civil War soldier, then guy crushed by rock, and finally Christopher. That's what I think. But there could be even others. Like let's say that's true. There might even be others in between that we haven't even seen. But those are just the ones we've seen. If that's even Jade, who knows? It's like Miranda. Jade has been seeing all his previous roles. Yeah, that's what I think. Jade only saw the black soldier. That doesn't mean he's not Jade. I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter what race you are. You could even be reincarnated as a bug. Um, so when Jade and
Yeah,
Tabitha,
I thought there were two Civil War soldiers, but I'll have to watch it. It's been a
yeah,
while.
yeah. I know there was more than one drawing of Civil War soldiers of what I think Eloise drew, what Victor drew.
Mm.
Um, David said when Jade and Tabitha reach the point their past life failed, they see an image of that, like the energy lingering, and they tune into it at that moment. Oh, yeah, I like that. Like, yeah, they had that, yeah, like they had that revelation at the tree where Miranda died. So that's fitting. Wasn't there a black guy with a musket? That was the Civil War soldier. Yes, indeed. Guy under Boulder was not a soldier. I don't think so either. Parkland Media was saying he was a Union soldier, but I don't think so. Just me said Civil War soldier was missing an eye, so I thought Elgin, the man drinking from the skull, I don't think is Jade because Jade refused to sacrifice. Man under the boulder is connected to Jasper somehow. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like when I made that theory, when I came up with the theory, I put it in a video. I was thinking that the Jade in his past lives was involved in the sacrifice, but Jade did not. So that is a point against the skull guy from being Jade. Either that or he's seeing a projection of his former self trying to convince him this is what you need to do. But maybe he didn't really do it in his past life. You never know with this show. They're trying to trick us in so many misleading ways. So you never know. Like that guy might have been part of the sacrifice, maybe not, but I don't know. We'll see. If the man in yellow, would it make sense for him to wake up after Jane's song? If that's the man in yellow, would it make sense for him to wake up after Jane's song in the cellar where his spirit was trapped? Um, yeah, I don't know. I think it was just I don't know, like that one. I think the song just probably released the man in yellow um, from wherever he was. Anything Jasper is unreliable if from Victor. Yeah. Just said man under the boulder made the Jasper sound, but Jasper came with Christopher later. Um, yeah, I think it doesn't matter that it's not chronological because that was just a vision Jade was having. I think the scream the scream from Jasper, I think that was the voice of the original voice of the man under the boulder. And Jade
Mm.
was seeing a vision of Jasper screaming the same scream as that man. And Scarlet, you think that guy was probably like he probably had the dummy first, so that would make sense
Yeah, I
too.
think so. I think it's just a scream. The scream is like the telltale sign, or else it wouldn't be connected.
Right?
Why would it be the same noise?
Yeah. I think yeah I think it's because maybe he uh I always thought it was maybe because this place wants to make Jade its puppet, so it's using one of his past lives as a scream. I think it was
Mm-hmm.
like I think it was one of his past lives. So I've always thought maybe that's why the puppet screamed like that because it's symbolically it's Jade. It's one of his past lives screaming out of the puppet. It's you know
Mm-hmm.
the place using him as a puppet. That's how I looked at it, but who knows? Honestly, Fletch said, "You think Jade refused the sacrifice? We don't know that for sure. We don't know that for sure. I mean, Jade did say we tried to save them, though. He said at the tree, we tried to save them once he had that epiphany. Hey, Thomas, welcome. Dark is the best show ever made. Yes, I think it might be. Get ready to get your brain fucked with dark twists and turns. Yeah, prepare yourself for sure. I'm jealous of you that you get to experience it for the first time.
Well, one thing I like about it is its lack of exposition.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
shows, it doesn't tell, and I really appreciate it, especially with the split screens around episode 3.
yep,
Beautiful. Just
yeah. You're
beautiful.
then you're gonna love this series because the whole thing is like that, and it does show not tell.
Mm.
So sometimes you have to really work to understand what's going on, and I like that. Jesse, I'm always awake at this time anyway. This isn't unusual for me. So I'd be awake regardless of whether I'm on here or not. Yeah, definitely Doc. Definitely watch Dark. Everybody watch Dark. Okay, I'm almost caught up with you guys, and then I'm gonna get into the breakdown. Doc says I messaged Real. I'm inexperienced with Discord. Can we do group conversations? Then maybe the streamers can
Mhm.
coordinate a date and place, and then folks can promote in their streams. Yeah, on Discord you can do group voice chats, so that is possible, Doc. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. DM me. We can talk. Have you talked about some theories about the talismans yet? How they have an effect on the monsters, and why it seems that the monsters don't want to kill some people like Boyd and Victor. Oh yeah, I personally think the talismans are just part of the game, and they're not actually magic. That's my opinion, but maybe they're magic. Um, we've talked a lot about that on here, and yeah, I think that Victor is protected up until now because he's buried his memories and yeah he's so traumatized that he's tried to convince everybody to not go look for answers. So the big bad had, and protected him as a useful tool, I think. And what was it that I heard that made me think that there was something in this episode that made me think that in every cycle there's a sole survivor. We'll get to that. We'll get to that, but I think that the sole survivor thing is a useful tool, and that's why they don't kill Victor and Boyd. Um, Boyd is just he's their hope. So they're dragging out breaking him to slowly drag out everyone's suffering. That's just part of the game, I think. It's not just about killing everybody. They want to make everyone suffer. Boyd not functioning well makes everyone suffer more. Um yeah, let's see. Yeah, Doc, those are good ideas. Yeah, definitely DM me in the Discord, and we can talk about trying to do a meetup. Is there a connection with Lost and From? Because I heard recently there's not. Where'd you hear that, Amy? Um, I mean, I don't think that they're directly connected or anything, but I do think there are parallels. Johnny Utah says there's a French horror movie called High Tension that is the dumbest twist ending. Okay. Amy says I saw a Coke in the cellar. I didn't see that. Wait, bedside nightstand? There's a Coke? Really? I gotta take a look at that again. A lot
Sure.
of Easter eggs in the show. Did you see
What
that?
the Coke, the branded Coke that's in
Yeah,
the
did you see them?
Kegelmans? Is it Kegelmans? Is that the thing? They're all over the place.
I mean, they have like fake Creelman's cola.
Yeah,
All of
Kegelmans.
that might be what we saw. I think
Those are
Tabitha and
all.
Jade are
I'm
gonna
sorry.
win. No, no, go ahead.
I mean, they're just all over the place. Those bottles. I mean, there's even one on Boyd's desk on this
Yeah,
episode. If
yeah.
that's what they're saying.
Okay. I think okay. I'm caught up with you guys. Now we can get into it. Oh, finally. All right. I love reading your comments, and then I get off track, and I don't want you guys to get impatient. So we can get into the episode. Amy said, I think it was on Sci-Fi Vision with the creators. Someone, I think Kiwi says the creators said there's no connection between Lost and From. Oh, I go, okay. I'm gonna have to take a look at that interview. Interesting. Okay. Oh no, Faith. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My heart goes out to you. I'm so sorry that you lost your little fur baby. I hope we can give you some comfort and distraction. We're gonna break down the episode, and we're all here for you. The Frumily is all here for you. So yeah, uh, yeah. You take your time. We'll be here. We'll be here. Okay. That's just brutal. I've been through hell losing dogs and cats, and when I lost my last cat, it was absolutely devastating beyond belief. She was my baby. Um, I'm gonna open up my photos now so we can go through the episode. let's see, where are they? Here we go. There's that. Okay. Okay. Sorry, it's being slow. Yeah, thanks, Amy. I lost my cat to cancer a couple years ago, and it happened very suddenly. She started sleeping a lot more. I didn't know what was wrong with her, and I finally took her to the vet because like she was just not herself. She wasn't playing much. She was sleeping a lot. I took her to the vet, found out she had an aggressive form of bladder cancer, brought her to the emergency vet. There was nothing they could do. I mean, she was there for days. They originally said, "Oh, she'll definitely go home with you tomorrow," which they shouldn't have said. Nobody should ever promise that. And I spent thousands of dollars. She was there for days, and then they said there's nothing they could do, and they, you know, um, they had to euthanize her. It was absolutely gut wrenching, and I held her the whole time. I've never been through anything like that. My mom always handled it when we lost our dogs, so that was absolute hell. I never had to actually hold my pet while she
Mm.
passed away. Um, and I was going through hell at the time with a pain crisis too. So that was brutal. So I understand, Faith, what you're going through. I completely understand. Sometimes you have to actually make the decision because they're suffering too much and there's nothing you can do. Other times
Mm.
you know that they're going, but I'm trying to delete. Okay, hopefully this will be
Yeah,
okay.
but I'm gonna say at least like your animal was with somebody that and was loved.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, when I had to put my
um,
black cat down, I had to hand it over to a vet.
yeah. They let me hold her, so I just held her the whole time.
Yeah, they
Hopefully
didn't
this
give
will
us
work
the
okay.
they didn't give us the option. That was weird. They didn't give us the option to do that.
That's bizarre. I mean, they can easily do that. They can easily give them the injection, the IV or whatever it is, and you hold them. So that's crazy to me that they wouldn't let you do that. Okay, getting back to From. So I was trying to delete some stuff off of this because I'm worried it's gonna be slow, but it's not working. So I'm just gonna try to delete stuff is even that is taking too long. So Kenny starts out the episode chopping down a tree, which to me at the time of the first watch, it seems completely random. Why is he chopping down a tree? And even at the end, you wonder why was this move? But now looking back at the symbolism of it, it seems like an absolute reference to family trees. He's just lost a major part of his family tree. He even talked about family trees in episode 1. He said, "Denial is a major branch of my family tree." And he's cutting down the tree. He doesn't even take off the bloody clothes before he does it. He just goes right out there and chops the tree to make another chess piece, to make more chess pieces. Um, which is kind of interesting, really, now that I think about it. If you think about it this way, um, the chess pieces kind of represent people. If this
Hmm.
is a chess game, and he compares it to a chess game, so it's like it's interesting because a few people just died, and he's cutting down a tree to make more chess pieces. Anyway,
Hmm.
what did you think about this scene? Did you have any thoughts?
Well, it's interesting to me because do you know any other episodes of From that bookend themselves like this?
No, I don't.
And
I
especially
don't.
with Kenny, of all the
It's
characters,
unusual.
yeah, it's really unusual. It's a very unusual style.
It is. Yeah, yeah. They've never done that before. It's an unusual non-linear style of
Mm.
storytelling, showing us the end at the beginning. I remember being confused when I first watched it. What is going on here? Why is Why are we
Yeah.
cutting to this? And then it jumps back to the night. Yeah. But what a metaphor, though. I mean, we'll come back to it at the end when he's talking to Boyd, but really interesting how they did that. And let me know if it's coming through okay. If the images are loading properly as I'm doing this, because hopefully it'll be all right. And of course we're back to the night where we left off with Ethan having the seizure, prominently displaying the three main colors of the show right there with this overhead shot, blue, yellow, and red. They're so deliberate with their framing with the shots that they choose to show us. He did a great job. He did a really great job with that. Oh, okay. The monsters. So the monsters are knocking on the RV and like everybody okay in there or something like that.
My
Yeah,
notes are
that was funny.
no, my note is no wonder they tie people up the first night because Jim keeps on saying, "Are you gonna let them in?"
Yep. Yeah. Aren't you gonna let him in? And Boyd literally has to put him in a chokehold here
Yeah.
to calm down, to stop him. And what happens to Jim later? He gets his throat ripped open and dies. Like it's I think it's more clear foreshadowing. Like
Yeah.
this place was always coming for his throat. Like it's funny. Looking back now, like, is this how they planned it originally? He was gonna have his throat ripped open. I think so. Like you pointed out in the first episode when Ethan was saying the monster's claws, or Julie said the monster's claws went too deep, and you pointed out that it cut to Jim's face and the sun shining on his neck.
Well, I
It's
even
genius.
think the dream Christy has later on where he takes the talisman is just telling, like, okay, he's gonna get whacked by some monster.
Yeah. Yep. It is. Oh my God. Yeah, that's more foreshadowing. Yeah, she dreams that he takes the talisman um and a monster busts through. Yeah. Yeah, we'll come to that scene. But yeah, that does seem like more foreshadowing because yeah, Jim is in peril there too. Um okay, let's see. So yeah, he actually puts Jim in a freaking chokehold. More foreshadowing that he's gonna die for sure. Yeah. And I love this. I love this. So the rest of them are running up to Colony House looking for safety, obviously, and Jade falls, hits his head on a rock, and they actually. So I absolutely love this looking back. There's his head laying on a rock, unconscious. So this is so genius. This show, they knew exactly what they were doing. Both Tabitha and Jade wound up unconscious when they first arrived in town. And unconsciously, they are reincarnated from all of their past selves that keep coming back here and dying and then coming back again. He looks dead, like Uncle Fletch was saying before. He looks dead, and so did Tabitha. It's because they did die many times over. And this was foreshadowing that revelation that they did both die over and over again. They showed us Tabitha looking dead in her seat. They show us Jade looking dead. They're both knocked unconscious. This is why I love this show so much. I mean, what else can you say? Like the foreshadowing is so obvious now; it hits us right in the face. Absolutely amazing. Anybody that thinks they didn't plan this wrong. Go ahead.
Well, this is the one place I will cite the King in Yellow is that in the first story in the King of Yellow called The Repairer of Reputations, there is a character who is like stricken, I shouldn't say stricken or more, has a personality change when their head hits a rock. I think they fell off a horse or something, their head hits a rock and then they're unconscious, and then when they wake up, they're kind of a different personality, and they descend into madness.
Okay.
And that's one of the few things I could see from reading The King of Yellow that might apply to Jade. Like he hits his head, and then he might succumb to madness, kind of a deal.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see. I see Lovecraftian influences in the show. I mean, like even if they didn't even intentionally do it, they
Mm-hmm.
could have been influenced by Lovecraftian things. A lot of times that happens with creating any kind of art. You don't even realize, you might not even realize what your influences are, but I definitely think there are Lovecraftian influences in this show.
Well, I'm also grabbing at straws because people want The King in Yellow to be such an influence. I'm literally trying to grab anything in these stories that actually are, equate to From at all.
Right. Yeah, I know.
I
Like,
mean, there's a moon the moon that's in Carcosa is relates to Taurus, and apparently Jim's a Taurus because I never knew his birth date. So that's a connection, but it's real loose.
it's loose, but it's there.
Yeah, it's a yoga stretch, as I think Parkland Media calls it.
Right. And it's like, I mean, no matter what, there isn't going to be any one book that's going to explain From to you. And if this were literally The King in Yellow in this show, then they would have just plagiarized from someone else's work. So, I mean, we can't expect it to literally be The King in Yellow, but it could have an influence on the show, and so could Tuck Everlasting. Like Infinite Umbra brought
Mm-hmm.
up, Tuck Everlasting
Mm-hmm.
definitely seems to be a potential influence on the show, I think.
Well, I think
Um,
the writers lean more towards drama and theater, so I would think Tuck Everlasting would be a little bit more of an influence.
right, and the fact that it's children's literature.
Mm-hmm. And character development,
You,
very character development heavy.
um, you cut out for a second. You said character development, right?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay.
Um, okay, yeah. But yeah, like there seems to be children's literature that's an influence, but nothing is going to be like an exact one for one. We're not getting like a ripoff of The King in Yellow or a ripoff of The Man in the Yellow Suit from Tuck Everlasting, but I think that there could be influences of both
Yeah, yeah.
there. Anyway, yeah, Jade, it just blew me away though, looking back at this. They did this for a reason. They both went unconscious when they came into town. They both looked dead. And because they died over and over again. In a sense, they're both dead and alive. It's kind of like Schrodinger's cat. It's like
Mm-hmm.
their old selves died. Oh, and this shot right here, this
Mm-hmm.
is exactly what they had to do for Tabitha. She was still unconscious when they pulled Tabitha's body out of the
Mm-hmm.
RV. She wasn't even awake yet. It was the same. I think it was it the same two people? It was Kenny and Ellis.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this was Cotry and Kenny, but Ellis and Kenny took Tabitha out of the RV. She wasn't conscious yet, and she was in the same position as Jade, as you see right now.
Mm-hmm.
They brought her over to Julie, and then she woke up at that point. It's like, yeah, she didn't wake up until she was over there with Julie. So they definitely wanted us to draw a parallel between the two. But no one
Mm-hmm.
would have thought of that at the time. On the
Mm-hmm.
first watch, you would never make that connection. But you see the parallels now. They both arrived here in the same way. They both were in the car accidents. They both wound up unconscious. They both had to be dragged out like this. And then we find out they were both reincarnated and they're at the center of it all.
Mm-hmm.
They died many times over. This is why I love this genius show. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah,
Absolutely brilliant.
I have another note that says the music is crazy during Jade hitting his head. I'm
Oh,
gonna have to
really?
analyze the soundtrack. I'll have to analyze the soundtrack more now. I know that Chris was it Tifton, right? He's got a good website with all the From songs, and I'm gonna listen to all the From songs, and I'm gonna put them in appropriately when we do episodic watch parties. Hopefully, we'll eventually do a watch
Oh,
party.
yeah. 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 Like you mean for this show?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I want to do watch parties. I want to start doing watch parties for this
Hmm.
for season 1. Definitely. It'll be fun. I like to watch it by myself to take notes, but
Hmm.
it'll be fun to watch it with other people.
But I've
So we
never
got
listened. I've
was
never
that all
played
you
it loud.
had? Sorry, what?
I never played it loud
You
enough to
cut out.
actually enjoy. I've never read it loud enough. I've
Okay.
never. Ugh, this is exhausting. I've never really listened to it with the sound up to hear the soundtrack.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah.
it just got really frantic around the time that Jade hit his head, but in a way that I hadn't heard before. So I'm hoping that those are one of the isolated tracks on Chris Tiflin's website
Right.
because he does music.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Hmm.
Yeah. Um the music stuff, yeah, like I didn't really catch that either. Even on this watch, so I'll have to go back and
Hmm.
listen to that. But this is an even better shot of Tabitha, I mean, Tabitha, of Jade, just like
Hmm.
Tabitha being carried unconscious between two people.
Hmm.
So direct comparison, and of course, yeah, they bring him up there, and they were not letting them in at first. They were not going to let them in. The monsters show up, and you know, Donna, Donna intervenes and gets them to let them in. But before that happens, of course, we have this very memorable scene that now a lot of people are pointing to and reading stuff into even more now, where Julie sees the teen boy monster
Oh,
with
I have
the
something to say.
sweater
I
that.
had. Oh, never mind.
No, no, go ahead. I was just gonna say he's wearing the Jamestown sweat, high school sweater, just like that cheerleader. But go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I had something to say before that with the woman playing the organ. I didn't know what song that was. I was trying to do the
Right? Yeah, she was
music, and she
playing.
was playing a song of that organ.
Yeah, okay. I thought about that too. Like, I wonder if that means
So if anybody in the
anything.
chat knows that song, I
Um,
don't. I mean, I know there's software you can put a music thing into, and it might tell you what it is. But I'm kind of curious to what that song is, or if it's just done for the show.
yeah, yeah. I don't know, but yeah. If I go past something that you wanted to discuss, just stop me. Just
Well, I'm
stop
kind of
me where
going
I'm
in
at.
between my notes on
Um,
Discord, and I can't see the pictures you have up when I'm out of Discord because I can't have multiple tabs open up on the iPad.
Okay, I'll try to describe them better if I'm I didn't describe that because I tend to not mention the red shirts, but that's why I didn't mention that one because she's a red shirt. But
I'm the red
sometimes
shirt
the red shirts come
representative.
up.
I see you. I
I know
see your red shirts.
you're like the cheerleader for the red shirts. You're their
I
advocate.
see you all. I see you
You see?
all. No matter no lines or one line or playing Oregon. I see you.
Uh
Because I feel like there's one girl that's supposed to be like Clara. She's like the
yeah.
stand-in Clara, the one in the handkerchief.
Yeah,
But she
yeah.
isn't the same actress, but I feel like she's the stand-in.
Yeah, there was no Clara yet. Clara didn't show up yet.
Yeah.
So let me just quickly check in with the
This
chat
is funny.
here. What?
No, the donating to we have to come up with a question.
Oh, wow. Yeah, $100. Gosh, oh my goodness. Yeah, Robert Saunders did too. Just me, you got to come up with something long because the more money that you pay for a super chat, the longer the thing that you get to write. I'm not sure how long it is. You'd have to check. Like when you're about to try to do a super chat and you click on the amount that you pay, it tells you how many characters that you can write. Make sure you get your money's worth. Make it long. Make it long. I told that to Robert too. So yeah, we'll have to talk in the Discord if you need help brainstorming an idea. But yeah, make it long and get your money's worth for sure. And that's okay. Let me just quickly check in with you guys. Thank you, Amy. Yeah, very, very painful. That loss, absolutely. Yeah. Let me see. Still, the sage said, the chess pieces references to kings, knights, heroes, and stories. Um,
Well,
and you've
we'll
got
get to the rook. We'll get to the rook because I think the rook represents void, but that's later.
yes, we'll get to that. You've got chess pieces as your avatar tonight too. Um,
Yes.
I think it's definitely important. Fletch said was Ethan's story walking when he had that seizure. Well, we're gonna get to that scene, and I think
We
it's
gotta
possible.
star it. We gotta star these.
I'll
Star
star that.
'em!
I'll star that because he's gonna talk about what he saw. So we'll talk about whether that could mean it was story walking. He gets all those death foreshadowing inside the RV, and he ends up dying outside the RV. Yes, Fletch. Yes, right? That's exactly it. Like, so much death foreshadowing with Jim and the RV. And also, when he's in Tabitha's premonition dream and he screams, hanging upside down, the RV horn comes out of his mouth. Like, it just hits you right in the head.
Well,
Fletch,
another thing too is if you
yeah.
want any of these monologues for me to say them, I have them in my notes. Like Donna's, like Kenny's, you know,
Yes.
Ethan. I wrote them all down word for word.
I
Sarah's long monologue.
I typed all of that word for word.
Oh, I
I
did too.
would
I did
I
too.
I typed it all. I would never write it by hand though, because that's just a pain. But typing it was not fun either. Well, I can type pretty fast, but
Well,
Fletch Fletch said Jade and Tabitha are the only ones that look dead, and both are the ones that are reincarnated later. Yeah, Fletch, you were spot on with that. I completely agree. That was such a great observation. Um, Jade woke up like only in the middle of the night. Yes. It's like they're getting the chosen one soul updated, right? That's what it's like. It's crazy. Are they respawning? It's yeah, yeah. Hey Matt Gilbert, can't stay long, just stopping by to say hey. Thanks for stopping by. Discord watch party with running commentary. Yeah, that would be fun, David. We could do that. We could that could be arranged. Um, Tabitha later dreams of that night creature with the wedding dress. I also think that's the same dress that's in the tunnels when she's there with Victor. Oh, I like that idea. Don't you recognize me, creature, was one of the creatures watching Smiley's rebirth. So does that mean he's an important one? That's right. He popped up again, watching Smiley be reborn. Okay, so now we're getting into this.
let me know when you want to talk about this.
Yeah, because David is saying what I was gonna say that I know some fans are saying. I think that monster is Thomas, and he was the one on the phone to
Mm.
Jim. I know that that's a popular theory. I don't know. I personally think he's just a monster, but he says, "Julie, don't you recognize me?" And so some people are saying maybe that means he's someone she knows, maybe someone she met when she was story walking. It's possible though that he's just getting in her head, like Granny Monster was saying to Megan. Uh, I'm so lonely, and Megan said, "You don't look like my grandma," but she opened the window anyway. All the monsters know all their names. So the fact that he knows her name doesn't mean that she's met him before. Maybe, but it doesn't mean that for sure. Jasmine said to Kevin, "We know all your names." So he doesn't have to have known her from somewhere, but who knows? Maybe she was story walking and met him before her future self, and so she met him in Fromville. What do you think about this scene, Scarlett?
So, upon rewatching, within the context of the episode itself, he comes up and says, "Julie, do you recognize me?" But later on, Fatima kind of explains the whole thing,
Yeah,
if you know what I mean. If I could
yeah.
actually find a picture. She's like, say that they, like, what was it here? I'm trying to go through things. It's not easy doing this.
Was
Let's
that
see.
where she said they get into your head and they try to trick you? She said she was
Yeah, hold on for a second here. I took a picture of it, but of course it's like, trying to get through anything in here. Let's see. Well, anyway, she was saying that she was like, they get in your head, and I feel like that's the writers telling us that they're setting it up. You know, I don't think
Right.
that he's like Thomas or anybody. I think it was just a setup to say, hey, they mess with your mind, and it's the way to
Right.
show people that are watching like us that they mess with your mind.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
so I don't think it's really anything. I kind of agree with like Jasmine from Cyber Queen Media that it's not anything. That people are making a
I
lot out of
agree.
it.
I
But
agree. I've always just thought that especially when we found out from Jasmine Monster that the monsters know all their names. They know how to get into
mhm,
their heads. They know how to manipulate them. Fatima says that in this episode. We saw Granny do it with Megan. So I think
mhm,
that's all this is. But who knows? Maybe it's a fake out. I those theories are totally valid that he could be someone Julie knows. I think if we start introducing alternate timelines where Thomas exists, it's
mhm,
going to get way too complicated, and it's already so complicated.
mhm,
Personally, I'd be worried if they're going to go that route. But who
mhm,
knows? I personally say he just gets in her head.
mhm,
Um, but yeah, Elizabeth says, I wonder if part of why they weren't willing to let them in right away, despite one of their own being out there, is because it was Alice out there. That could be. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some lingering resentment toward him from some
mhm.
colony residents than just Dale. Oh yeah, I could see that.
You wonder why they would have a protocol in place like that. Like in
Right?
the pilot, Ellis doesn't seem to really care that Lauren and Megan died.
Um. Oh
Like
yeah.
Boyd is like, you should pay your respects. It just seems like in the beginning, and it's weird because it doesn't seem like it's that way later. There's like a lot of like not a whole lot of respect for human life.
No, there isn't.
And it seems
Yeah.
weird because I've got 96 days about an incident. You would think they would be more like trying to help people there was an incident than not. It's just kind of
Yeah.
confusing.
I thought that was odd too, yeah. And they don't make a big deal out of it. Even when Cautry dies, you don't see a funeral for him. We don't
Mm-hmm.
see a funeral until Tan Chen dies. So I
Mm-hmm.
thought that was odd. And thank you, theater. If you guys could hit the like button, I would really appreciate it. Help me out. Thank you. Um, we are starting Severance Thursday. It's already Thursday for me. So Thursday night at so technically tonight, Thursday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, we're gonna watch episodes 1 and 2. Kind of over from said everything I have to say. Not me, Matt. Not me, but thank you for popping in. But yeah, we're gonna talk a lot of Severance too. This isn't just a From channel. I'm gonna like make videos on Severance. We're gonna do Severance lives, and I'm gonna do scripted videos on Severance as soon as I can too. Um, so yeah, it's not gonna just be From, but I'm gonna also cover From year round. Make theory videos, continue with the rewatch every week. Doc said I only read that one, and it was a decade ago. Any connections between Neuromancer and Severance besides the mind shutting down and lending the body thing for some workers? Um, oh, okay. So yeah, you're talking about this thing that Matt read. Yeah, interesting. I'm gonna have to look into those things. Anyway, Fletch said I don't think it's Thomas. Maybe she just met him when she was story walking. Maybe he was the one that made that scratch on Julie's face. Doesn't mean it's Thomas, a dead person in the real world. Yeah, he died in the real world. So I don't know how he could be alive somewhere else. Like,
Unless
um,
there's some alternative universe where he's living kind of like Fringe, but I hope it doesn't go that way.
yeah, that would be too much for this show. We've already got enough complexity.
And,
David said the huh?
okay, let me know when we're back to talking about Colony House.
Almost. David said if the monsters know everything, they could be manifesting the characters' fears and grief, like the fear of cicadas and Thomas being the grief on the Matthews family. Yeah, yeah, I can see that absolutely. So it's possible. It could be like manifesting like whoever Thomas would have grown up to be if if he had lived. Yeah, no problem, Matt. No problem. Okay, back to the episode. So,
So there's a guy with a rifle.
oh, okay, we're not inside Colony House yet.
Oh, we're
Almost. I'll
not
tell you what
yet?
we're in.
Oh my god. Okay.
Not yet, not yet. So Julie
Okay.
gets mesmerized and she walks toward the monster. Kenny has to pull him back. And you can see on her face she looks mesmerized. It's like I think they have a kind of a glamour effect, right? So
that's what I thought happened to Lauren too. I thought maybe she got glamored a little bit.
maybe that's why she didn't grab Megan. That would explain it.
But I have something to say about this too.
Yeah.
I have something to say.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Because everybody's getting down on Acosta having her gun and shooting monsters. Because I remember on some live that I was listening to, they were like, she should have just shot one of the monsters once and then knew a bullet when it hurt them. But Kenny's shooting a monster here.
Right, but
it might be showing Julie that they are not human. But a lot of people, Boyd has his gun when he goes down the caves, and I think and this guy at Colony House has a rifle. You know?
I get what you're saying, but he's not the monster he's shooting at is not in front of a window where someone else can get hurt. Like there's nobody.
No, I meant just shooting them in general. It's not going to hurt them.
Right. I mean,
so he's just showing Julie and the viewer that a bullet's not going to hurt them.
Yeah, I think people just don't like Acosta because she shouldn't have been shooting at the monster in front of a window. But
no, I'm just saying the whole point that they were trying to make on the live was that she should have put her gun down as soon as she noticed that a bullet wouldn't go in the monsters. But Kenny shot one. He knows that bullet's not going to hurt that monster. It's the same thing, really.
Oh yeah, I mean that didn't make any sense that Boyd took the gun
down
with him. Yeah, I agree with you. That
I feel like it's just old habits die hard.
Yeah, old habits. Sorry for the noise. And yeah, the guy with the shotgun. That's a good point. Like, why is there a guy with a shotgun who's stationed out at the Colony House door?
So that's just for people then. It's just to shoot people.
Apparently. And it's like, it's not like they have a crime rate here where they're like, nobody commits crimes. So that's a good point. Why do they have a guy with a shotgun stationed at the door?
Unless it's just like my notes, because the guy says, you said not to let anybody in here. Never open the door after dark. They must be taking that in a very serious way.
Yeah.
Because she said it was part of protocol, but Donna's like, let the people in, you know?
Yeah. Like, she literally does immediately tell them, like, she doesn't even think about it. Yeah. She literally tells them to let them in right away. So it's a good point. I think, though, I don't know. I think him shooting the monster, at least it seems to break Julie out of the spell that she's under. As soon as he does that, like, I love that shot of him just kind of flinching and then nothing happens. That was the first time we saw someone shoot at a monster and nothing happens. It was kind of more for our benefit, I think.
Yeah.
He smiles. He smiles after he gets shot.
And the crew behind him is like the milkman, the bride, the guy that dresses like it's 1963, and then the swing purse lady. Is that Beth Rogers back there?
I think it was so dark that I had trouble seeing who it was, but I think it was her. And yeah, there's a guy dressed in a suit that I didn't recognize. The monster in the suit. But where is he?
I just call him 1963 guy because TV Theories had a video where she was comparing the outfits of the creatures to the Stephen King short story that's like, it's like a date, it's like 11/20/63 or something like that. I've got it totally wrong. Check and correct me.
Has that guy in the suit shown up elsewhere? Because I don't remember him. I
don't know, but there was a guy in the Stephen King story because they adapted it into a miniseries or something like that, and they looked so similar in dress, and the milkman looked so similar in dress, and I was like, this has got to be an influence.
Oh, definitely. Hold on one second. I'll be back in 1 minute. Okay.
Okay, I'll look at the picture and say stuff. Okay. Well, anyway, what do you guys have opinions of the monsters? And also, why do people have guns if they know they can't shoot a monster? Is it old habits, or is it just, that they want to show people that these like monsters can't die?
Oh, that's a good point,
Are,
though, that Kenny does that in front of them. I mean, Kenny looks frantic as if he thinks it's going to do something, but maybe it is also going to. It does demonstrate to these new people that the monsters are bulletproof, makes them more willing to believe their story. So maybe that's why. It also seems to break the spell. Julie snaps out of it and runs away.
Yeah.
I'm actually eating a bowl of cereal for once. I'm going to take care of myself. I didn't eat anything since yesterday. I didn't eat anything since yesterday morning, so that's why I left. But you know what else? The last thing I'll say about this before we move into the house. Yeah, I noticed in the closed captions that Tabitha says, "Don't look at that." Before Kenny shoots at the monster, as Julie starts to walk in that direction, she says, "Don't look at that." She doesn't say, "Don't look at him." She says, "Don't look at that." And no one told Tabitha anything about the monsters yet. I found it interesting that she said, "Don't look at that." No, if you saw a random guy standing on the porch there, would you say, "Don't look at that"? Or would you say, "Don't look at him"? I would say, "Don't look at him." But the other thing is, how does she know that she shouldn't look at them? They don't know anything about this. Keep in mind, Tabitha and Julie, they've come straight from the RV. They haven't been told anything, but except Kenny just told them, no matter what you see or hear, don't stop, keep running. And they just accept it so easily. They don't question it. They don't ask anything. And then Tabitha says, "Don't look at that." I think unconsciously she remembers, instinctively she remembers that it's a thing and not a person. Just kind of a residual effect of her past life. Yeah.
Kind of like what the chat was saying before about the unconscious rebooting when they go unconscious.
Yes. Well, that's what I think about that. But they go in, and once again, another shot of Jade looking dead, as Fletch has pointed out. He just collapses on the stairs, and they deliberately show us this shot of him looking dead with his head like that. They planned this from the beginning, obviously. Like, they planned to have them, the two of these characters, be reincarnated. So I love how they foreshadowed it with the way they shot this episode and the first episode. Honestly, I don't understand why so many people are just like giving up on the show and hating on it after season 3. I love it more than ever because of what we learned. Looking back at this now, I love it. I think it's more genius than ever. I mean, like, my enthusiasm has gone up, not down. What about you?
I don't know. I never had a problem with the reincarnation thing anyway. I mean, Cyber Queen Media, like, before the season even began, they were like, oh, they were theorizing this, and everybody hated on them because of it, but I didn't. I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of reincarnation haters out there, I guess.
I don't know why.
I don't know. Maybe they just thought it was stupid.
They said it was stupid. A couple of people in my comments said it was boring. Oh my God. I did see one comment that says they still think Tabitha is somehow Eloise reincarnated. Even after what we were told. And I didn't even know what to say. Like, in the way that they explained it, look, all theories are valid, and I'm not dismissing anything, but the way that they tried to tap dance around to explain how Tabitha could somehow be Eloise reincarnated, it made my head hurt trying to even follow it. It was like, what is going on here? But Hey, all theories are welcome. Uh, but yeah, I'm pretty sure Tabitha is Miranda. That's what we were told. If they change it now,
Yeah.
then that was going to be a problem. But anyway, Cocoa Puffs, no, boring Cheerios, Lisa. Boring.
Okay.
I eat boring Cheerios. How to make sure you're fed. Yeah, I'm trying. Um, guns do delay the monsters for a moment. They
Yeah.
do, and they snapped Julie out of her kind of mesmerized state. Hey, Jackie C, nice to see you. Always great to see you. I was so sad. I had to miss Tony's live earlier because I didn't realize how long it was going to take me to rewatch this episode and write notes. So I missed Tony's live completely. I was bummed about that. I like to be in his chat. CT5 said they got the guns in case things may change. I'd rather have one than not. You never know. Yeah, you never know.
The whole thing
But
is that they're going to use them on people, though. Well, I mean, the tires. They use them on tires occasionally to stop cars, I guess.
right, that's true.
But it seems just like it's just accidents waiting to happen. Like with Nikki, it's just an accident waiting to happen when there's a gun.
In the town, they're not allowed to
Yeah.
have guns unless you're the sheriff or the deputy. Or in
Hmm.
Kenny's case, when he's an ex-deputy, he's still allowed to have his gun for some reason.
Yeah.
You know what's weird? Well, in Colony House, no one is allowed to have the guns though, except for guards. They take
Yeah.
Randall's guns away. So,
Yeah,
um,
I don't think that's Dale.
I did hear something about how Dale was somebody else in the first
Oh.
episode, though.
So
So,
it might be the same thing with like Clara too. Because
right.
there's an actress that looks just like her, but it isn't her, and there's an actor that looks like Dale, but isn't him.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Because
Interesting.
I did hear that somebody else played Dale at first. I didn't know who though. Still,
Hmm.
the stage said the guns are merely decorative and for a sense of security. I'd damn near try a sword at this point. Yeah, I could see that.
I mean,
No. So,
decapitation probably would work better than anything else with the monsters.
yeah. Decapitation could work. Who knows? They cut off Michael Myers' head, and he somehow came back for more Halloween movies. But and he
Well, yeah.
also, huh?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I don't know if fire would work because he came walking right out of a blazing fire too. What were you gonna say?
Well, I like with vampires, the main thing is you cut off their head and then you like separate it so it can't fuse back together. You know, what if they took a monster, cut its head off, and then took the different pieces away?
Yeah,
You know,
they
maybe
should
two
really.
women would get pregnant, and then they would have two pods, and they merge into one pod. I don't
And
know.
we're gonna get to Donna's scene, but just a quick
Hmm.
side note. I don't understand why Donna ran off instead of driving around in the car and running over the monsters. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why would you run off and jump in a bush when you still have a car right there? And the sister was the one who got out of the car and
Hmm.
got killed by the monsters. Why the hell wouldn't you get in the driver's seat and start driving around? Even if you're driving in circles, the monsters can't do anything to you if you're driving. We've never seen a
Well,
monster attack while driving.
well, when Boyd and all of them are there, they say that's how they hid. They hid. So something about the monsters and you hiding, they avoid you, I guess. Do you hide in the forest? Because it seems like it comes over again and again that you could just go hide in the forest.
Mm, yeah,
It seems
I don't know.
weird, but I mean, nobody else is driving around in a car either.
Back then, though, she didn't know. She was her first night there, so like logic would tell me just drive, run these things over. Um, that's what they were saying Boyd should have done. People thought Boyd should have run over the monsters with the ambulance. He would have run over Randall too, so
Hmm.
that wouldn't have worked. David said, "I think the curse with the monsters being trapped in from works with the monsters being trapped in from while they're archetypes." The main characters are reborn in the real world. Oh, okay.
Mm.
Until they're dragged back to from, like the monsters are them. That's an interesting theory, David. I understand now what you were talking about. That's interesting. That could be. That could be. Okay, you guys are talking Severance. Oh, I'm glad that people are into Severance. Maybe you guys will want to watch our lives when we're gonna talk Severance live also. Okay, let me get back down here and we can continue. Um, oh, I'm glad you're pumped for season 4 too. Yeah, I love this show more than ever now. Um, well, Matt, yes, I know some theories are just wrong at this point, but I'm not. As long as we're not dicks about it, though. Yes,
I'll just say art's subjective. All art is subjective.
yes,
Believe what you want.
Matt,
Don't judge.
you're so funny, Matt. All hail Julie B, the From Queen. No, I'm not the From Queen, but thank you for that. I
Do I get to at least be from Princess?
yeah, we're both from Queens. We're the From.
Oh,
We can share the crown together. The
okay.
first dual royal. What do you call it? I don't even know what you would call it. Um, Hey, Jackie. Yeah, saying hi to Jackie. They could run out in front of the cars, though, right? Yeah, they could, but you could run them over. Michael Myers. Yeah, I know. They just. I know. I was just making a joke. I know he didn't really survive decapitation. I was kidding. They just retconned it over and over again. They retconned what happened to Michael Myers several times over, so it was like that didn't even happen. But I'm kidding. Um, but he did walk out of a burning. I think that fire wasn't retconned. Maybe, if I remember correctly.
That's because he's supposed to be the personification of evil that never dies. He just keeps coming back because he's the evil that men do.
Right, right. Fletch, I know. I thought about this too. Jade's watch looked broken. I
Mm.
wonder if Jade's broken watch is foreshadowing something. Yes, you're right. Trudy mentions the
Mm.
watch. She said it's
We'll get to
pretty.
that.
We'll get to that. We're almost to that point, I think. The hard level of From is no electricity. Victor is king. He already played nightmare level, right? Can you imagine if they don't have electricity or you know, heat or something? Well, I don't know if they have heat. Actually, probably don't. Yes, the fire was not retconned. I thought it was not. All right, back to what we're getting into here. So we get a lot of shots of this shirt that Julie is wearing in this
Hmm.
episode. It's much more prominently featured than it was in the first one, and
Hmm.
it's very important in that it it represents a lot of what we're going to see in the show, which is illusions, which it says on the shirt. I've talked about this a lot before. Um, there are a lot of illusions in the show that Tabitha and Jade need to kind of get past. I mean, there's so much that is not how it seems. The monsters are illusions. They look like smiling, happy humans until they transform and rip you apart. Like the the buildings are all repurposed from other different types of buildings. So nothing is really as it seems on the surface level with this place. And so Tabitha and Jade, I think, have to kind of see through the illusions. Jade has to figure out what what part of his visions could be illusion, what part is a warning. And yeah, like I think the key is going to be opening their third eye, being enlightened, which this goat has on the front of its face. It's got a third eye representing enlightenment, perception beyond ordinary sight. And that's key. And what just happened, they got an epiphany at the end of season 3 that they were reincarnated. Their third eye has now been opened, I would say, which is going to be key to breaking the cycle. And they put it right on Julie's shirt. The showrunners, like a huge clue, but on the first watch, it wouldn't mean anything to us. Looking back, it's definitely important. I think it's one of the major things. They said they planted several things in the first couple episodes. Wasn't it the first 3? I think it was like the first 3
Hmm.
episodes they said.
Allegedly.
Oh,
I don't know the actual interview, so you know.
we got to find it. I got to ask. Robert is the one who told me that originally.
Mm.
I got to ask Robert. All right. So they tie them up.
Yeah, I felt like the writers and showrunners are still trying to do a culty vibe here.
Right.
To make it feel like it's culty and weird and like, oh, why are they tying them up? But you kind of know why.
Right. Right. Um, and the way they do it is just so scary too. Donna's like, get on the ground, get on the ground.
Yeah.
And they point guns at them. They point
Mhm.
guns at them. That's crazy.
Mhm.
And they abandoned that protocol now. They don't, like, if anybody should have been tied up, it was Acosta. She was so
Mhm.
hysterical and terrified that she shot all over the place. She was shooting at monsters that she couldn't even
Mhm.
have known for sure if they were monsters. They hadn't even transformed yet. She could
Mhm.
have hurt somebody.
Mhm.
She should have been tied up, and they shouldn't have broken protocol for her.
Mhm.
Now, Henry, I could maybe see, I don't know, but a
The
lot of
old
people
dude.
think they shouldn't break protocol for anybody, but
It's like the old dudes, like Henry and like Tilly, the old people. Don't tie them up; it might hurt them. It might break their wrists.
yeah, I
But
mean,
everybody else, it's like the people that boss, they didn't really do any protocol with either.
that's true. The people, I think it's just Colony House though, because like the people in the
Yeah.
bus, they all stayed in the diner, so that's probably why. In town, they don't do that. In town, they think that's barbaric. Kenny was furious that they did that to Julie and Tabitha.
Mhm.
Um, okay, so moving on. So we're back to the RV, and Jim is basically saying like, what happens if they get in? What happens if the monsters get in? He doesn't know they're monsters, but
Mhm.
um, and Boyd's like, he's like, he doesn't say. And then Jim says, "What are they?" Boyd says, we don't know, but these, we hang up these talismans, and they they can't get in. You keep the doors and windows shut. They can't get in. We just didn't know if it would work in a vehicle. Um,
Mhm.
and Jim just kind of has to accept that. He doesn't even have time to digest it before Ethan, Ethan is, I think, wait, why is Ethan screaming at this point? They weren't pulling that thing out of his leg. I don't know. I don't remember why he's screaming.
Well, it's
But
just a pain, isn't that when they give him the shot to
yeah, I think that's what it
for the
is.
pain?
That's what it is. Oh, and here we have another shot of Jade looking dead. An overhead an overhead shot of him looking dead. It couldn't be more obvious what they're trying to do with this now, and there's no way that it was an accident. That's because he died and came back, and this is foreshadowing that revelation, that he died many times over. Trudy
Oh
comes
yeah,
in.
and I
Yep.
do have another. I do have another comment about Donna because she's always brandishing this knife too. And you don't see this later. She's got this
Uh-huh.
like knife right on her belt, like she's super threatening.
Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't even catch that. That's interesting. Okay.
Sorry,
Um,
that was a little backwards. That was a little backwards. I'm sorry.
no, don't be sorry if there's something you missed. Just jump in wherever. Just jump in wherever. If I'm going
What was
by,
the picture before this one? Okay, so he's in bed. Okay.
they're tying him to the bed. The
Is this
what
is okay? My notes here said, is this a sex room? Because they
is
had that sex room
is
with
this the
the
sex room?
because then they have Mari, and Mari was like, "Oh, you can take her into that room. It's like the sex room or something." And they have
Yeah, yeah.
because the things for the arms and legs have the little flowers on them, like some artisan made them.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Interesting. It's
They have
how do
little
you
flowers.
how can you see that? I don't see anything there.
It's a close up on his wrist when they put it around his wrist, and it has like little flowers on it, like
Oh,
somebody somebody tooled the leather.
okay. Yeah.
That's why I thought
Yeah.
it was a sex room because I thought, okay, they want something special for the sex room.
Yeah, so some people have some kinky fetishes here in Colony House, I guess.
Yeah.
Um, um, maybe, yeah, but yeah, Jade is still looking dead once again, with blood coming down his head. And then, oh yeah, there it
See,
is.
look at
Flowers,
it.
flowers. There, I see it
Yeah.
now. I never noticed that before.
So is that watch broken?
It looks like it may be broken to me.
It doesn't look broken to me because it
I
looks as good as has little dials.
yeah, it at first I thought it looked cracked, but I don't think it's cracked. However, it looks like one of those watches that should have a second hand that's moving. And when I was watching the episode, there's no movement. So I thought the watch may have stopped.
Hmm.
Yeah. It's like it's one of those old-fashioned watches that I believe should have a second hand that's moving. I
Hmm.
think it may have stopped, and so that may be, a hint to something. And Trudy says, I think it was Fletch who was asking about this. Trudy says, like, what? It's not going to do him any good here. She wants to take it, and Ellis says, leave it alone. He says it's not going to do you any good either. So yeah, it's like time is kind of, maybe it's like a reference to time in a way. We know time travel
Yeah,
is
yeah.
part of.
In my notes, I say
Yep. Go ahead. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
oh, because I kind of wrote down on my notes. I have to go to my notes every single time and go back up to the top. So that's always fun.
Oh, jeez.
So we'll go back. Here's Trudy. There she is. Yeah, I put the time won't do him any good here was my note.
Mm-hmm. Right.
This time won't do him any good here. And yeah, Trudy. Love her.
Yep. And that's so fitting because yeah, coming here time after time after time, spending time here hasn't done any good. So
Mhm.
very fitting line. Yeah, I love Trudy. R.I.P. Trudy. She was so fun and quirky. I
She
liked
just
her.
wants to watch him sleep.
Oh, I would
I just
too.
want to watch him for a while. He's so handsome, even with the blood.
Even with all the blood and everything. Yeah. That's what she said. I would want to sit there and watch him sleep too. Season 1 Jade? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, bring it on. I miss season 1 Jade. But I don't think we're ever getting him back at this point. By the end of the series, he's going to be just like full mountain man. He'll look like Martin but younger. Like, beard down to his knees or something at this rate. My mom's cat just came in here. What the heck do you want? He never comes in here. Hi, Henry.
His name's Henry.
Yeah, his name is Henry, and he answers to it too. He always looks when you say his name. He just
Hey,
came in.
Henry.
He just popped in to say hi, and he left again. He's
Hi, Henry.
welcome in here. I think he's scared to come in here because my cat's turf in my room, and he knows it. And everyone is afraid of my 6-pound little cat. That all the other animals are afraid of Boo. She's terrorized all of them.
I have something to say. Go back, picture.
Okay, well, Tabitha is tied up here.
Guess what Donna says? Guess what Donna says there?
What does she say here?
You need some water. You need some water.
Oh, the water.
So the LSD water begins.
The LSD water. Yes. Yes.
They've been doing it since season 1. They've been talking about water. Everybody gets water.
I noticed people drinking water in this episode in the kitchen too. They were drinking water. Was it the kitchen? Or
No, that
I know
was booze. It wasn't more Father Pot blah 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 blah. Father K and Kenny were drinking that booze that Els had, and it was clear. It was like moonshine.
they were. But somebody was drinking water in this episode. Maybe it was, I forget. Maybe it was Tabitha, but someone was drinking water. Yeah, that was booze. Let me see what you guys are saying here. Okay. Still, the sage said the amount of side eye Tabby would have been getting from me all the time with her Jade interactions. Yeah, right. Enlightenment, Samsara. Yeah, enlightenment. Amy says, "Is the white rabbit an illusion? Probably what if everything that happens here happened for a reason? What if person you're chasing is really here? What happens when you catch him? But I've looked into the eye of the island, and what I saw was beautiful."
What is this?
This is fascinating stuff, but I'm not following. Explain.
Because I have some stuff about like falling down the rabbit hole, but that's later when Tabby digs a hole.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's fascinating, Amy. What is that? Is that a quote from something? Because it sounds like a quote from something. Like how I looked into the eye of the island thing. That's yeah. Explain what you mean, if you wouldn't mind. Still, the sage said the cycle equals samsara. Yeah, yeah. I thought it was a rabbit duck, but then somebody told me it was a goat.
I thought it was a goat.
Yeah, I thought it was a rabbit at first because the ears kind of look like rabbit-ish, but not quite. And then someone said goat, and I was like, okay, yeah, that looks a little more like a goat. Not a very well drawn goat, but
Oh,
yeah.
oh, I was gonna say it looks like goats that I've drawn, but not a very well drawn goat.
Oh no,
Burn.
you draw way better than that, Scarlett. No
What a
way.
burn.
You draw amazingly well. Like, no, you would draw go way the hell better than that. Are you kidding? No.
But I always thought it was a goat, and then when like Elma was around, I thought, oh, that's cool. They have a goat.
Yeah. Yeah, right. The goat, and then the goat was on the
I think
poster.
somebody wants to tie up Acosta in the sex room.
I know. That's why I highlighted that. That was funny, Matt. Let's tie up Acosta.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought it was. Amy's kind of right. I thought it was just the angsty shirt that Julie was wearing.
At the time, yeah. But now we know that it matters more.
Mhm.
And the goat, there's a goat on the poster for season 3 too. So there's all kinds of goat symbolism and what that could mean. And Alma, didn't you say Alma means something? The name Alma means something else. I don't remember.
I can't remember either.
I thought you said something about Alma meaning hope, maybe, or I don't know if it was something else, but I have to look it up.
I know Alma means something. I could go look at it right now, but I'd probably kicked out of StreamYard.
No, 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 don't do that. Don't do that then. No sex in the champagne room.
What? Is KP
Zip
here?
oh, yeah. God. Yeah.
KP, where are
KP
you?
gets a little crazy. Yeah. I I had to like I put some rules and guidelines in the Discord, and I one of them I included was no pornography just in case, because there was
I like
that
that.
time that was
I
for
like that there was
him.
a I like that there was a last rule. I thought it was funny. I started laughing.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of put that in there specifically with him in mind. Not that he showed pornography in my Discord, he didn't. However, he was at a strip club one time and started sharing random videos from the strip club, and just in the From channel in my Discord. And I was like, oh my God, I was watching them like, okay, I really hope there's not nudity. Like, please no porn in the Discord. Thank you.
You
But
gotta
it was
just keep it classy, okay? Just keep it classy.
Yeah, he was good. He didn't post any nudity in there, but just in case, I threw that rule in there. No
Yes,
pornography in my
it's
Discord.
good. It's good. A good rule to have.
I've never seen that in anyone else's rules, but no, not everybody has KP in there, so you never know.
Yeah, yeah. You gotta set it straight with everyone.
You just never know. And he was good. He didn't post anything like that, but
Yeah.
zip ties are for counter terrorists and women who always get fender benders, and it's never their fault. Yeah.
That sounds
Hi,
sexist.
um, yeah, there are plenty of terrible male drivers, believe me. That stereotype of women drivers. Actually, if you want to get technical, young teenage boys have to pay more for car insurance than girls because
Mhm.
statistically, boys get into more accidents than girls. So
Mhm.
boys are actually worse drivers than girls when you're
And they get into more fatalities because of the speed.
yes. So that stereotype is not true.
The more you
Uh,
know.
the more you know. Catherine Brown, welcome. So Julie threw the rope. She probably left the talismans for Boyd. Never know. Maybe 16 girl. Like maybe she put them back. Like maybe she collected them all from some cycle and put them back for him to find. That could be.
She's kind of like had to become an adult at 15. Now she's like storytelling at like 17 or story walking.
Right, right. You know,
She's got a lot on her plate.
a lot on her plate. Probably maybe used medical restraints and or sex purposes. Oh, thanks for being here, Matt. Belated thanks. You're probably already gone. And yes, see you at the Severance stream.
I'm just saying they're very beautifully made. The
Yes,
restraints.
they are beautifully made.
They're
I will say.
artisan restraints.
Catherine says, "Watch isn't moving, but clocks are running." In so okay, clocks in this show are running. Have you noticed that?
Have you ever watched Geek Academy's stuff about the clocks? because he goes through on every single clock and takes the time and when it's changed and everything.
I saw that in his videos. So he showed how the clocks did change, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Like some were at 10 o'clock and then they changed and they were like on 1 or something like that, but they don't move like regular clocks.
Yes. I love how detail oriented he is. I'm still going to have him on as a guest when I got to reach out to him and see if things have settled down enough. He's a new dad. So on the night that he was supposed to be my guest is the day that his baby was born. So he obviously couldn't make it.
Yes.
Because he's not a Jim, and
because he's not a Jim that will go to a bar and stare at his phone
for hours.
hours.
Yeah, Jim was the weirdest new dad ever, going across the street, sitting at a bar, staring at a drink of alcohol for hours, as when his child was just born. Geek Academy is not a Jim, so I will definitely have him as a guest on here. I'd have to reach out and see when he's able to do it. He did say that sleep is just not a thing for him anymore, so he'll be able to do it. He's a new dad, so no sleep.
That's true. True that.
CT5V said, so Victor's dad's your mom's cat this whole time.
What a twist.
What a twist. Yeah. Let's see here. Can fate and reincarnation coexist, said Still the Sage. I would say yes. Doc said, I suppose if you consider the spiritual journey as a process. I could see that. Oh, soul.
Oh, soul. Yeah, okay.
That's what it was.
Salinas Gomez at work. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah. Hey, nice to see you. Alma means soul. Thank you for that. I couldn't remember.
Thank you.
Well, that's fitting because we know the souls of Tabitha and Jade are reincarnated, so that was a hint. God, I love this show so much. Alma means soul in Spanish, little girl in Hebrew, and apple in Hungarian, but can also be found in collections of Celtic names. Interesting stuff. I like it a lot.
Because I have a city by me named Alma, but I know it's Celtic because it's supposed to be basically the little Scotland of Michigan.
Oh, okay. Cool.
It probably means apple.
Yeah. Interesting. All right. So let's see. Donna unties Tabitha. She tries to run immediately. Yeah. Now this was stupid. Okay. I understand that they tie them up. I understand the protocol, but they shouldn't have separated her from her daughter. Of course they're going to freak out.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I feel really weird that they took the teenage girl and just plopped her in the kitchen without anybody around.
I know. And separated her from her mom. I understand, like, Donna wanted to have this talk with Tabitha and stuff, but Julie's old enough to hear it anyway, and separating them is just going to make them panic more.
Like, yeah, I didn't really understand this at all.
No, it makes no sense.
I guess it's just to set it up so Donna can have her monologue.
Yeah, it just made no sense. Of course, they're going to panic and think this is a crazy cult full of lunatics, holding them at gunpoint and separating her from her daughter. It's kind
of mirrored when the bus comes because like Donna's shooting out a tire, Kenny's firing in the air, and they just wonder why everybody's running around and not calming down.
I know, right? Yeah.
Their protocol is pretty bunk.
Totally. And Tabitha is clutching her head. She keeps, in the first episode, she mentioned how much her head was hurting. Her head is still hurting. I think it's like, I know she was in a car accident, but it's also kind of, I think, like, you know, the impact of this place on her, coming back to it yet again. Like, her head is messed up. She's out of it. And yeah, of course, Donna delivers the iconic line, you know, yeah, this is going to be the worst conversation of your life. Do you believe in monsters? Just such a great line. Such a great line. And it's a callback to episode 1 where Tabitha said to Ethan, there's no such thing as monsters. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, then she said, well, she says that other line too, like, Oh boy, gotta go all the way up to the top of it again.
It's all right. Go ahead.
Every single time. I haven't found an easier way to do this. Yeah, she's like, she has her whole, everyone in this town has been exactly where you are right now.
Yeah.
Kind of a deal.
Yeah. Yep. She said that. Yep. And okay, is that all you had for that scene? Now we're at
That's all I
Julie.
had for that. Yes, I do believe so.
Okay. Now we've got Julie tied up in the kitchen, like you were just saying.
Yeah, the teenager by herself in the kitchen.
Yes. Which made no sense. And I remember when I first watched this scene, Victor, it seemed so creepy. He comes around and leans over her to get his can of peaches, holding a little lunchbox, which at the time I didn't even notice the first watch. But her face when she leaned over him, like she just looked so terrified and freaked out, like he's some kind of creepy pervy guy. Her face is so funny. Like this one cracked me up.
Yeah.
Like,
I think they were playing a little bit too thick with Victor because I didn't think he was as bad as what people were doing. You know?
yeah.
It
Yeah.
was just slayed on so thick that it almost made me like a little disinterested in the show when I got to this part because I was like, what the what? He just offered her peaches. He doesn't seem pervy.
Right. I know. I feel like I don't know. I think she's reacting that way because of the situation, being tied up and separated from her mom. So she's looking at them all like they must be crazy people, and yeah, and the way that he talks to her, it's so he's completely oblivious to her social cues. That's right. Like, so that's why it seems at first like he's autistic because he's oblivious to the fact that she's clearly freaked out, and he just says, two cars came. It's been that hasn't happened in a long, long time. What do you think it means? He said, that's special. What do you think it means?
Maybe it's my own personal experience because I've worked with autistic kids and stuff that seems, more average to me than probably the next person.
Right, but it's like he's not aware. Like he talks to her so casually, clearly unaware that of her freaked out facial expressions, and just continuing to talk to her. So that's why, to me, it seemed like he was autistic when I first watched it. Because my ex was autistic, and he worked with people who were autistic also, and so I know some stuff about it. Obviously, I know a lot about it, and so yeah, like not understanding what people are thinking and their social cues is a common feature. But now we know it's because he's basically a child in a man's body. He's stunted emotionally. Now we know. I mean, could he still be on the spectrum? Sure, but I don't think that's what's going on here. And another thing, this is a new thought that I had. That had never occurred to me on this watch. Because because of the revelation we just got about her being a story walker. I find it interesting and possibly a clue that he comes over and just strikes up a conversation with her so comfortably. We don't see, if you think back throughout the series, we don't see Victor approaching many people and talking to them like this.
Yeah.
He keeps to himself a lot. So where I'm going with this is I think maybe she does encounter Victor on one of her story walks, and he may not remember because he blocks out so much from his memory, but I think instinctively he might remember her and not be uncomfortable with her because he's met her before. That's what I think.
Well, he's also drawing her later, so maybe.
Right.
He's comfortable with her.
I think so. Just think back, like who else does Victor talk to? He doesn't start approaching people and talking to them until season 3, when he's desperate to to remember what happened finally, and he goes and talks to Sarah. Like, other than that, he doesn't do this. People have to hunt him down and try to talk to him, and he's asking questions. He doesn't normally ask questions. 2 cars coming. What do you think that means? He's usually telling people, stop asking questions. Like, you shouldn't be asking these questions. You know,
Maybe he has the confidence with her because her hands are tied, so she can't manhandle him like all the other characters do.
well, that would help.
She can't shake him.
Can't shake him. Yeah. Other people have had to manhandle him to get anything out of him. He doesn't talk to people, so I think it's a clue that she could have potentially met him, and on some level he remembers her, just like how he doesn't trust Elgin from the first time he meets him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't think Elgin is necessarily I'm not saying I think Elgin is a story walker, but I think there was somebody filling Elgin's role when he was a kid, when Victor was a kid, and he did something similar, caused harm to people, and so Victor instinctively doesn't trust Elgin. Either that or he had a vision of the future. I mean, who knows? But he the way he feels about people is on instinct, and the way he's feeling about Julie to me is a clue.
Yeah.
Could Victor have been a story walker? I mean, nothing's impossible with this show. Who knows? I think to be able to do it, I don't know. It depends. Do we think that it's possible that everyone who's had a seizure is a story walker? Because I would be willing to... Oh, you okay?
Oh, fine.
I would be willing to bet that Victor had a seizure when he first got there, just like Ethan. I'd be willing to bet money that he was one of the people who had a seizure when he arrived, because Ethan had a seizure. Ethan is in the same role. Mm-hmm. Could everyone who has seizures be story walking? I don't know. Or do you have to have been someone who was in that cicada coma? Maybe it's just a special thing for Julie alone. I don't really think Randall and Mari are going to do it too, but I'm not sure. What do you think?
Except for the thing I was talking to you earlier about, because Parkland Media had that thing and had a video, not a thing, a video, and there was a comment that somebody thought that Mari could see visions of the future in the one dream where she saw Smiley walking in the daylight. So I was like, well, maybe Julie story walks in the past and Mari can see things in the future, which would leave Randall to have some kind of superpower in the present.
Maybe.
Like the symbol with the roots that would be past, present, and future.
Right. Yeah. I definitely think those 3 lines have always, I mean, for the last few months, I've thought that those 3 lines represent that past, present, and future. And yeah, that's an interesting theory. I like it. Let me see. Let's see here. What are you guys saying? Maybe Julie brought everyone walking. Not impossible. Once time comes into play, it's another ball game. You never know. On some shows like Haven, clocks running in different times has something to do with other dimensions.
Well, and his watch also has like 3 different times on it with those little tiny circles.
Oh, that's right.
So he's keeping a lot of time. I mean, he was busy with his company or something. Probably had to have like, Japanese time on there and German time.
Right. And it's interesting that it's 3 too. 3 of them. Past, present, future. Like everything is in 3s in this show. Elizabeth says, as an autistic person myself, when he first showed up, I was like, baby, that's a whole neurodivergent man. It's okay. Yeah, because he does seem like he's neurodivergent, aka on the spectrum. Mm-hmm. In this scene, he sure does. I believe I am autistic, need testing, but I do have PTSD diagnosed. So I'm sorry to hear that, Amy. Yeah, I have complex PTSD myself. It's not fun. Yeah. It's a lot of people find out they're autistic late, sometimes as adults. There's a whole spectrum. Elizabeth said, I was wondering if hearing about the Matthews crash made him remember the previous crash, which is why he was drawing it. Oh yeah, we're going to get to that. And because there haven't been any major recent negative events, he's not as scared of the consequences. Yeah, could see that. Let's see. I wonder if Victor's hope and pain as a boy was so strong it fed the entities for years alone. That's an interesting idea. I like that, Catherine. I like that a lot.
Yeah, but they also said he was hopeless too, which was weird because I thought they fed on hope. So
They said who was hope? Oh, Victor was hopeless.
Victor felt like he was hopeless.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Mm,
He tends to open up to people and then closes off again when bad things happen that he sees as a result of asking too many questions, says Elizabeth. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry, Amy. I am sorry to hear that. That is no joke. Yeah, yeah, I think this show attracts a lot of people that are struggling from different things, like major challenges and hardships in their lives. The more I talk to people who are fans of the show, the more I hear. I know everybody in life supposedly, yeah, everyone's fighting battles, but some of us have it worse than others. Some of us do struggle worse than others, and I feel like a lot of the people who watch this show tend to have more than the average person on their, more than their fair share. But let's move on. So
okay.
Fatima comes
Okay.
in. Yep.
I feel like Fatima was being really condescending.
She was.
With Victor, she was like, "Get your peaches and shoo," and she's like talking to him like he's 3 years old, and I'm like, "Man, you're
Yeah.
kind of bitchy."
She talked down to him.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, it's like he's had trauma. It isn't like he's stupid.
I know.
And there she's eating that apple.
And now she's eating the forbidden fruit. She's eating the apple and she offers Julie a slice and Julie declines it, which is
And
interesting.
I mean, she also says that he's creepy, which bothers me too.
She said he's creepy but harmless. Um, yeah, that
makes
was
me it makes me not like it makes me not like Fatima.
yeah, I thought that was condescending myself. Absolutely. Like he's a grown man, that wasn't respectful at all.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I definitely think the
And I
apple is a reference to the
and I
forbidden
think I
fruit.
have like some notes that are
Hmm. Some notes that what?
yeah, let me okay, because this is the thing. This is in my notes. I said, so Victor is creepy, but taking a teen up to Elsa's room to look at erotic art and then say you should draw you because you're so beautiful is
Right.
not creepy.
I thought that was creepy. She does say like Ellis should draw you or would love to draw you, I'm sure. And Julie's like, why? And Fatima says, because you're beautiful. So
And I also have yep, Ellis will draw you like one of his French girls. Not creepy at all.
and Ellis was shirtless but of course when
He
Ellis
put a
came
shirt
in,
on.
he didn't know Julie was in there. He came in and he did put a shirt on after he saw her. But yeah. But anyway, like yeah, this is definitely a reference to I think, eating from
Huge
the
amounts of
forbidden.
food in here.
Yeah, she's eating from the forbidden fruit here. She's, you know, symbolically, she's like Eve. Ellis is like Adam.
Mm-hmm.
In the artwork in the room, there's Adam and Eve. In the mural, it looks like Adam and Eve in hell. And there's a charcoal drawing of Adam
Yeah,
and
I guess we
Eve.
should get to that because I had stills of those things once they get up to the bedroom.
Yeah,
The boudoir.
but I definitely think that and this is something I didn't catch at all on the first two watches. This is the first time I was like, wait a minute, yeah, she's eating an apple. That's
Mm-hmm.
symbolic. And then before they leave the room, you see this big bowl full of them. And yeah, I don't think it was an accident because it does go with the Adam and Eve symbology and the fact that eventually Fatima does receive, like I was saying earlier, knowledge that comes at a cost. And
Mm-hmm.
that's what the forbidden fruit represents.
But
It's like
look at this
wanting
too.
that.
They've got like 2 fridges. They have a bunch of fresh baked bread here. I mean, Colony House is where it's at. I thought I should live at Colony House when this first started.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. These are
Well, what's
just
happening here?
random stuff that I didn't mean to add to it's random stuff that I didn't mean to add to this.
Oh,
Anyway,
okay. Here we're back.
now we're back. Yeah.
Back to the creepy stuff.
So yeah, I think that so yeah, I think that they planned all along for Fatima to eventually have that birth of Smiley and she would be transformed
Mm-hmm.
by it. And as a result, I think it was always in the cards that she was going to get that knowledge through the rebirth of Smiley. By carrying him, she would get that knowledge, or biting from the forbidden fruit, even though it wasn't even her choice to do it. It was forced on her. But the price of that knowledge, of finding out where the monsters came from, was she had to birth one of them against her will. She had to forcibly kill someone, unalive someone against their will, against her will. She had no say in that, and now she's never going to be the same. We're never going to see this season 1 Fatima again. So I just love how they did that. I love how they set that up with the apple, the forbidden fruit, the Eve symbolism, and the knowledge comes at a cost is a huge theme in this show, and they set it up right from the start. It doesn't just mean the man in yellow and Jim. It's more than that. So she brings Julie upstairs, and yeah, it is creepy. I thought it was interesting that Julie said, "Did Ellis do all of this?" Fatima said yes. And then Fatima mentioned that Ellis should draw you. Everyone only mentions him drawing, not painting. We've never seen him painting. And yet Julie said, "Did Ellis do all of this?" Fatima said yes. I still don't think he did that tapestry over there.
That was one of my questions that I get answered for Sci-Fi Vision today with the showrunners, because I was like, did Ellis do that painting, or did Miranda do that painting?
It looks like Miranda's style.
Yeah.
Yeah. We never saw Ellis painting. I think Miranda probably painted that tapestry over there, the Adam and Eve in hell thing. Because everything else in the room is charcoal drawings. Literally everything. Of course, there's the
see this still right here of Julie, like that's a couple back. At that one, I took a picture of the closed captionings, and Fatima is explaining to the monster, the teenage boy monster. She says, "It said your name, right?" And it was a whole conversation she was having. What they get in your head.
Yep. Yeah. So that explains it for me. I mean, that's good enough for me. Like, I think that's all it actually is.
Oh, there's one of these pictures also looks like the kimono lady upside down.
Yeah, I think that you pointed that one out to me in a message. I think that was when Ellis is laying on the bed. It's behind him, which we'll get to.
Yeah, we'll get to it. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, this is the iconic scene where she shows Julie the view, and you can see how vast Fromville actually is. It's huge. Who knows what else is out there that they haven't explored. And of course, when you climb high enough, even a nightmare looks like a dream. So that's peak Fatima in her hopeful self, the way she used to be. What a positive person she used to be, like, to be able to find positivity in this place. She even told Julie, you have to find the positives. But I don't think she'll ever be able to be like this again. Like, she'll never be the same. She literally was forced to murder somebody against her will and birth a monster. So, yes. But of course, also there's the theme of nightmares, which comes up again and again. And it starts from the very beginning. Not that this whole thing is a nightmare, but it's more that that this place induces nightmares and visions of all different types to, confuse people, to manipulate them, in some cases to send messages. I think some of the visions are actually, obviously the Ankui kid visions, like that's supposed to be helpful rather than manipulating people. But you could say all of it is like a form of a nightmare or a vision. And that's why it keeps coming up in the dialogue: nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. I don't think everyone is actually asleep or dreaming this. That would suck. Okay, and then we have scene in the RV where they're on the roof. The monsters are on the roof. They're knocking, whispering, and Jim tries to look out the window. Oh, this is the dream. This is the dream.
Yeah.
Christy's dream. And
no,
I don't.
This isn't the dream. This is like her. That's when she's freaking out. to Boyd.
Oh, okay, no, that's
He's
later.
like, "Are they gonna get in here? Are they gonna get in here?" And she's like freaking out at Boyd.
That's later. So this is just the scene where Jim tries to look out the window,
Yeah,
right?
we're just assuming Jim's gonna do bad things.
Yeah, because yeah, and Christy is freaked out because they're on the roof, and she's like, what if
they get in? Yeah,
she's worried that the place might not be secure, and so he reassures her. Of course they've gotta put something yellow in the shot with Ethan. Got a stack of yellow cups.
They got some Ritz crackers up there too.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice the Ritz crackers. Yeah, the RV has some like actual real brands of things, but yeah, I took this one. I actually took a screenshot of with the caption because it's just too perfect. Ellis says, I mean, I don't know what kind of drugs that guy was on, but he's gonna have a hell of a time when he wakes up. Boy, was that ever true?
Foreshadowing.
Yeah, because he's in a kind of a hell. It's not literally hell, in my opinion. I don't think they're in hell, but it's like a kind of a hell to have to keep reincarnating and going back to this place over and over again. I liked that line. Ellis and Kenny almost get in a fight. Yeah, there's not a lot to say on that. There's a rivalry there, I think. And Kenny hates the way they do things here, tying people up. But Khatri breaks it up. This scene is extremely significant.
Yes.
I did not realize it at the time. Nobody did. On the first watch, you wouldn't know. But Gina and Mr. Liu playing chess. See, I remembered her name. Her name is Gina.
Yes. And she has a very important line in this scene, so that's why I'll remember her.
Oh my God, is this scene ever important? Like, like I'm gonna have to pull out my notes for this one because I took notes on this. Let me see, Mr. Liu, foreshadowing. Yeah, he says he didn't speak English when he came to America, but he played chess, and people speak same. He says. Gina says it's like a universal
language.
That's the
like
line.
Music.
Like music.
Yeah, I have it in all caps. It's a universal language.
Yes, it's a universal language. And you taught Kenny. That's nice. Yeah. So it's the same thing they said about the music. Jim said it's the universal language. So when he figured out the music notes, that's what when they figured out that's what the numbers meant. So foreshadowing.
And Kenny's name is Fu Hen.
Now somebody told me that Kenny's Chinese name Fu Han means deputy.
Oh.
That's what I heard. I haven't verified it, but I heard that it means deputy, which would be very interesting if that's the case. That would mean he's probably been handpicked to come here from the start. And his dad says he want to be America. He want American name, which is interesting. If that's true, and his name means deputy, if his name meant deputy in Chinese, but he wanted an American name, it's kind of ironic because by coming to America, that's how he ended up here. Everyone who gets here only comes here from being in America. He was trying to get away from his Chinese heritage in a way and have an American name, but coming here, his Chinese name might actually mean deputy if that's true. And by coming to America, either way, by coming to America, it's just kind of ironic. He wanted an American name, and now he's stuck in this place as a result of being here. He wouldn't have. No one gets here from any other country. But I gotta verify that if that's true.
Well, they come from different countries, but they come to America.
Yeah, they come like that, but you have to have like be in America to get there. Like you can't get there while in another country.
Yeah, and another thing too, he starts speaking Cantonese. I wish I knew Cantonese.
I know, right?
Because I was wondering if he hurt his brothers. You know how the one time they said he went out because he hurt his brothers.
Right. Yeah. I think and he looks from side to side when he's saying it, so he's definitely hearing voices. And to Gina, it just looks like he's imagining things because he has dementia, but he looks from side to side, and he starts to freak out. He talks in Cantonese, and she's like, "I don't understand you." Oh, wait, oh well, we've got the graves behind him, the Halloween decoration graves. So
Oh no! Oh no!
foreshadowing.
Oh no!
Foreshadowing. Poor Mr.
Yeah,
Lou. Poor Mr.
there's some
Lou.
bats back there. Some nice bats.
Yep. Bats. Yeah. And the graves right behind him.
Mm-hmm.
And then he starts looking side to side. He looks right, he looks left, and he freaks out, starts talking in Cantonese. The voices are talking to him, and then he says, "I want my son." Um, he's freaked out, and I'm sure he knows he's in danger because the voices are talking to him. And we find out later that he was brought to the clinic to live there because he kept wandering out of the house at night thinking he heard his brother speaking Cantonese, like you were saying, outside. So I'm pretty sure that's what's happening here. They're talking to him in Cantonese. That's why he's speaking Cantonese, and he knows he's in danger of some kind, which is so sad. They're targeting this poor man. Like, that's just so sick. This place is sick and twisted. But I love how, like, we never could have figured that out. Like, I like how this show doesn't hold our hands and spell everything out for us. We have to watch it multiple times to even understand what just happened. Like, that's so good. Because you would just think he's freaking out because he has dementia, but now it clicked. Like, oh my god, yeah, he's hearing the voices. And he said in the first episode that, I don't like him. Look at the mess he made about Toby. Sure, the voices said something to him about Toby too. So yeah, that was just a great scene. And of course, yeah, this is nasty. They pull that thing out of his leg. Yikes. I went by that quick because that was gory.
Oh, and somebody else has something stuck in themselves.
Oh, so gross. Poor kid. Hey, LP Punk. It would be cool if somebody would translate what he was saying in Cantonese. Yeah, I don't. I have no idea what he was saying. That would be great to know, because I bet he was talking to the voices. He had to be. The voices were talking to him. I'm gonna tell the doctor that I didn't have a seizure. I was story walking still a sage. Let's see. One of the common things said, for example, is that we had no idea we were naked until we ate of the fruit. Yeah. Knowledge is dangerous, wasn't it said? Yeah, the forbidden fruit is interesting, right? Still the sage. Oh yeah. Let's see. AB said I wouldn't want creepy drawings in my room in a nightmare time. I heard there was an interview of the actor who played Alice said he drew it.
Yeah, but I don't know where that is. I mean, I've heard that, but I'd like to see like actual links to these things instead of just accepting it.
Right.
And the actor might have been told that at the time, because they weren't like, oh, trying to explain it to him. Oh yeah, there's this other lady, but she's actually Tabby. And she made the paintings.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Doc says, I hope there's another town with people in Fromville, but I don't think there is. Yeah, I'm starting to think there isn't. But initially, until this season, I was thinking, who knows? There might be lots of other towns. But this seems like a pretty unique event that happened to create this town. So maybe not. Unless, I don't know, maybe something similar happened in other places. They could make spin-offs. This could turn into a whole From universe if they wanted to.
As long as they do the prequel series where Smiley's in a pilgrim hat, I'll be happy.
I would love to see that. Infinite Umbra said, yeah, Fatima by all rights has to be a mental case after going through all that. Absolutely. Elizabeth said not all of Ellis's art is nude portraits. I think it's safe to assume she meant a normal portrait. Oh yeah. I don't think she was gonna draw Julie naked. He was going to draw Julie naked or
I'm
something.
mostly kidding, but it is kind of creepy.
It is a little. It's weird considering she's an underage girl, and I thought it was weird saying because you're beautiful. Like
It was kind of okay. My thought process is it was kind of creepy because she told Victor he was being creepy. Then she took him up to see some tasteful nudes in the bedroom.
right.
I thought it was
So
just kind of ironically funny.
it seems contradictory, right?
Yeah.
Um, Amy said, "I think Fatima would get PTSD flashbacks if she ever got pregnant again." Yeah, it has to be terrifying, right? Birthing that thing. LDN King, hey, what's up? Says I've always seen Tabitha and Jade as Adam and Eve in Fromville, and I hate to go back to Lost, but even the island got its Adam and Eve. Oh, I didn't know that. I haven't gotten to that point yet in Lost. I know there's like a really old skeleton couple that they found, so that might have been. Though that was right. That's what it must mean. They said it's our very own Adam and Eve. I just remembered that. There's a skeleton couple they find. Wuhan is the capital of Hubei, China. Okay. Only Americans come to from, right? So Kenny taking that American name probably put him in from. Yeah, maybe. It's possible. It's possible. The Han Dynasty is considered a golden age in Chinese history and had a permanent impact on Chinese identity in later period. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some connection that Taryn said that their last name is the same last name of the Chinese family that made fireworks for like Henry VIII.
Oh.
So he has
Okay.
a whole theory about fireworks and how they're like coming to from because of this fireworks connection, which I thought was really interesting. And there is a Liu family that does the fireworks. I read about it.
Oh, okay.
So it
Okay.
was
Yeah.
cool.
Who said that?
Taryn?
Oh, Taryn. Okay.
Yeah.
AAMM said, I wish that they let Kenny's dad stay at Colony House. He would have been just fine. The nurse could have stayed there too, or stayed at the Chen's. Yeah, he probably would have been safer there than at the clinic. Looking back,
It would have been nice to have at least Kenny or somebody around that could like translate the Cantonese. And I mean, it's kind of hard to put that all on Gina.
Right. Honestly, I thought it was messed up that the mom didn't stay there with him because she could have, but I understand the reason why. She couldn't deal with the state that he was in, the dementia. She was in denial, and Kenny talked about how denial is a big thing in their family, and she kept expecting him to just get better, and she couldn't handle it. And this happens with a lot of families. They can't deal with it, so they put their loved one in a facility, even when they could possibly stay with them. They might prematurely do it. And in this case, she could have stayed there. Like, why would you leave your husband there in this nightmare town? I would stay, but I understand why. Like, I don't.
Well,
I don't
even Kenny's staying there sometimes,
Yeah. But yeah, I feel like they should have. Someone should. If I was having a rod pulled out of my leg, I would be screaming, "Oh no, it hurts!" Like Ethan. Yeah, Amy, right? I'd be just screaming.
Well, he was on a sedative.
Yeah. Kenny's Chinese name, Fu Han Lu, from what I looked up, means to go to an appointment. Someone named Lu. Okay. That doesn't mean much then. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know where I heard that, but I don't know. They must have been wrong. His name translates to a trace of good fortune flowing. Oh, well, that's sure not true. That's ironic. If that's what his name means. Oh, maybe he shouldn't have gotten rid of his name. Then it cursed him. It got rid of his good fortune. I thought someone said Kenny's name was Wuhan. My bad. Yeah, no, it's similar. I think it's Fuhan. Okay. Anyway, so they pull the rod out, and then we cut back to Sarah and Toby. So Toby is bleeding. Sarah is arguing with the voices. This is the first time we see her talking to the voices, so we actually get some context for what she just did in episode 1, even though it's still confusing as hell. she's like, I can't do anymore. And she's crying, and she goes and pulls the thing out of his neck.
Ugh.
What is that thing? Is that a big knife that she
Well, that was
stabbed
a
him with?
screwdriver. I thought screwdriver was their weapon of choice.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. If it's a screwdriver, that's funny. That's just her calling card.
Again, I thought they did. I thought they called that back for Elgin.
Oh, okay. I never really paid attention to. Oh, yeah, it does look like a screwdriver. Yeah. Yeah, I think it is a screwdriver. I always thought it was a knife. That's funny. Wow. How did she stab him so effectively with a screwdriver? Jeez.
Yeah. The monsters gave her the power, I guess. Or the upper management, I guess, because later she says it's not the monsters. That's
She's
later.
she's pleading with them and saying, I don't want to, I can't do anymore. And then she's like, are you sure? Okay. And so they're having a whole conversation with her that we can't hear. She's like, I'm so sorry. And then pulls the thing out of his neck. And that's where she says, how all of it, which it must be them telling her to cut out the whole tongue, I think.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I don't know what's going on in the living room. It sounds like my mom's TV turned on really loud, and it's going to wake her up. Hold on one second.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, I'll look at my notes. Here. Let's see. Yeah, I wondered why the tongue is ugly. Does anybody in the chat? I wasn't sure if it was because there was an old colonial way of punishment, usually through blasphemy or saying saying something unlawful, and the punishment would be to take out the tongue. And then they took out the tongue, and then because there was meat shortages usually in the colonial times, they would eat the tongue because meat was, pricey. I shouldn't say pricey. Meat was rare, and they needed to survive. So I'm kind of curious what the chat thinks about that. And why specifically Toby's tongue? Do you think he had some knowledge that he could have imparted on Jade to get out of from? Or do you think that maybe there's been theories about that people conned Toby to drive Jade into from? Do we think that Toby had a bigger part to play in from and that's why he was killed? I mean, and the weird thing about Toby too is that Jade mentions him like in the next episode and like a few times, and then there's no mention of Toby again. So I'm very confused because later on Jade says that Toby and him were best friends since the 4th grade when he was 12 and he moved back to France. So why wouldn't he mention Toby anymore? Once he finds Toby is dead, it just kind of falls off the radar and Jade never mentions it. So I find that really bizarre. Let me see what's going on in the chat. Okay, you said, okay, so I cannot see the chat. Like Elizabeth says, in media, I've usually seen cutting out the tongue in relationship to forbidding knowledge, whether as a warning to someone or a punishment. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh yeah, good night, Doc. Thanks for showing up to the chat. We really appreciate it.
I'm back.
Okay. I was just talking about Toby and if the chat had any theories about Toby getting his tongue cut out.
Yeah, I know that there's the theory that maybe it was so that his spirit couldn't talk to anyone, like to shut him up even in death. I like that theory. That's interesting. Good night, Doc. Thanks for coming. We appreciate it. I think you just said the same thing.
Yeah, I did, but that's fine.
Yeah, I like the idea that it was to shut him up, like stabbing through the tongue. Yeah, like Elizabeth said. I think you were saying this. I could hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, cutting the tongue is relation to forbidden knowledge, and that actually fits with the whole knowledge comes with a cost. Yeah, that's interesting.
Or blasphemy too, and the punishment was to lose the tongue. And then
Yeah,
they eat the tongue because meat was rare.
right. Yeah. So there's that.
Gross.
So here's that theme again of forbidden knowledge. Yeah, I
And
like.
also cannibalism.
Yeah, yeah. I like that. Whether as a warning to someone or as a punishment. Yeah. So,
Mm,
and I, of course, had my tinfoil theory that Toby knew too much. And I still
hmm
think maybe there's something he knew that the voices did not want him telling people. I don't know, something that would have been helpful. I don't know what it could have been. I'm not going with the theory anymore that he was paid off to bring Jade here by the government or something like that because it takes
hmm
too many assumptions. But I still think there's something he knew that the voices did not want him saying that could have been
hmm
helpful, and so she couldn't wait for the monsters to do it.
hmm
Either that, or it was like we were saying on another stream, it was a test. Let's
hmm
get her to do this first to prepare her to actually unalive a child.
Yeah.
So could be, but the
And also,
whole
also middle management kind of sucks because they want them to sure they want her to make out with them first, then take out the tongue. Those are some pretty evil entities you're dealing with there.
I don't know, right? Jesus.
They're like next
Um,
level.
oh, don't, your comments aren't silly, LDN King. Um, my memory's still stuck at the early 2000s. So was mine. Honestly, I'm in my 30s, but I still look at the 1980s as like 20 years ago. Like
hmm
I'm still stuck in that era for some reason. Of course, I loved the movie The Village. That was one of my favorite movies, actually. A simulated reality in a forest. There was a red and yellow cape. Also, I'm gonna have to watch that again. I forgot about the colors, but I love that movie. I don't know why a lot of people hated it still this stage. Yeah, some people did not like it. I loved it. I thought the twist was fantastic. Completely blew my mind. Like, yeah, it fooled me completely. I did not expect. Like, I won't spoil it, man. I don't know. It's an old movie, but anyway, let's get back to the episode. Um, so
Mm.
yeah, she pulls the
Mm.
screwdriver out, and she's wearing a pure white dress we'll never see again because it becomes covered in blood. I think it represents her purity and her innocence going away, because of this place. It's yeah, she's been corrupted. Oh, and this is definitely to tell us that she's cutting out the tongue. Like we can't.
So she fits
Huh?
the Shelley quote to a T.
She does fit the Shelley quote to a T. That the monsters we're not born that way. You're corrupted for
hmm
some reason, and yeah, she fits that perfectly. Um, this place turned her into a monster figuratively, but yeah, so we can see she's about to cut out his tongue. We just don't
hmm
see it like with Jasmine, but yeah, she definitely does.
hmm
And Kenny, here's where I thought Kenny was drinking water, but that is alcohol.
Yep.
Yeah,
Pure Alice's moonshine.
yeah. And I thought I just took note of this. He said, my mom's probably worried sick.
hmm
Katri said, she'll be fine. And we know she's not going to be fine, though. She ends up losing her life eventually. And of all
hmm
people, Katri says it, and he's gone too.
hmm
And
We're
smiles.
fine.
Oh,
Fine.
yeah, she'll be fine. Um, Kenny talks about, oh, look behind them, too. More blue, red, and yellow dishes. It's everywhere.
Is this before his iconic line?
Which iconic line?
About I can't bury any more bodies, or what are you saying? Like I can't deal with any more. I can't find any more bodies.
Yeah, I put the caption of it on here. I can't
That's
find
what
any
I
more
thought. I didn't know
bodies.
if you had it or not.
Yep, here it is. I can't. He said, after Lauren and
hmm
Megan, I feel like I'm hanging on by a thread. I can't find any more bodies. By the end of this episode, he finds his dad. Yeah.
No.
Foreshadowing again. This show loves its foreshadowing. Poor Kenny. Damn.
I mean, that's why its book ended with Kenny. Maybe it's because that a lot of this happens to him, and it's very Kenny-centered episode.
Maybe I wasn't following. Maybe what?
Yeah, it's bookended with Kenny. This is a very Kenny-centric episode.
Oh, right.
I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know too many characters that kind of have that happen, like a whole episode that's kind of about them.
that's true.
I mean, there's other people like Donna has a monologue and Sarah has a monologue, but it starts with him in the middle here. He's like, I can't find any more bodies. Then it ends and has a bookend, and it's really interesting that Kenny's the character that they used for this, for that type
No,
of framing.
I know. I like that a lot. Yeah. Um, and
Poor
yeah,
Kenny.
poor Kenny. Yeah. um. So,
See, I have a more. Do you have a more zoomed out version of this?
um. Yes, I do. Coming up. Wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can go back to his, and I can show you the kimono lady. What I thought was the kimono lady.
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
here's.
I have a
Oh,
closer up
okay.
one of him. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait. Right here.
That with the upside down kimono lady.
Yeah. That totally could be a representation of her upside down. Which is kind of fitting that it's upside down because Elgin calls her an angel.
Mm-hmm.
And if
It looks like
anything,
an angel.
it looks a lot like an angel. And it's upside down, kind of representing that it's evil. Like if something in Christianity is upside down, like an upside down cross, that's like, anti-Christian. It's the opposite. So an upside down angel would kind of be fitting here. She's like, almost, I'm not saying she's literally demonic, but he calls her an angel, but she's definitely evil or serving an evil purpose. So I like that. Yeah, that's a good catch. I didn't notice that, but it looked.
Yeah, I don't know what the drawing is next to it. It looks like two people in hats.
Yeah,
I'm not really sure what that is.
yeah. I can't make it out. That's the furthest I can zoom.
Mm.
It does look like. It looks like two people in old-fashioned hats. Those look old. It's very hard to see.
Mm-hmm.
And then up above, there are a bunch of hands.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pointing at it like you can see it.
Yeah, that's fine. I can see it.
There are a bunch of hands. I don't know why.
Well, this it looks just like a life drawing hand study.
Okay. And more drawings of Fatima, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Draws her a lot.
And the same button-up shirt.
Yes.
He's wearing. He must like her in his shirt. I think it's one of his.
Right.
That this creepy thing that Julie's sitting in front of.
Yeah. It's nice to see the whole thing because we don't always get a shot of all of it, but there's
So what does this say
monster.
about Fatima? Is this like the monster that impregnated Fatima, or what's going on with this?
Yeah, because it looks like some type of monster, it almost looks like a lizard of some kind, but it has all these razor sharp teeth in there. There's blood dripping right over Fatima's head, or whoever is supposed to be Fatima, which I'm assuming that's supposed to be her.
Are these like the kimono lady's hands on the left?
Yeah, there's here the hand with the red, with the claw. It looks like the fingers are dripping blood, for sure. That's blood, and yeah, maybe that is kind of like, kind of hinting at her impregnation, by that entity, by the nightmare creature, and she winds up craving blood.
So where are they supposed to be here? Are they supposed to be? We're in the town.
I don't know.
Plus, it has these things that look like tire tracks, like underneath the pink houses, and by them, there's almost like a tire tread.
Yeah, those look like tire tracks to me. So, does that, I don't know, just represent all the vehicles that have come in and out of here and driven in circles, maybe?
I just don't think Ellis would draw Fatima like that with the circular boobs.
Nah, that doesn't look like his style of art.
I think he would pay more of a honor to her frame than just some like, circular movies there with some dots.
Yeah, he's a little better at drawing than that. I never thought that looked right. Like for like
Yeah.
not very skilled artistry there. So
Yeah.
it seems more like something Miranda probably painted.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why.
And then ran over with a truck.
And then ran over with a truck. That's what it looks like.
Apparently.
And then why the monster kind of looking like a big lizard or a dinosaur? Like
Mm.
strange. But I'm thinking, of course, it's metaphorical. We're not going to see a monster that looks like that.
Mm-hmm.
I highly doubt it. Same thing with the Cyclops monster that Miranda painted. That's purely symbolic, I
Mm-hmm.
think. I don't think we're ever going to see something like that. But
Is there a
anyway.
boat? That looks like a boat by the hand too.
Where?
The second hand down and over, there's like thing that looks like a boat on water.
Huh. I can't really make it out, but maybe.
Yeah, that's making real big. I'm just looking at things. It's a bit balling.
Yeah, it could be. It's a little hard to see, but it could be.
I just want Boyd to get on that boat.
Yeah, there's so much foreshadowing with the boat stuff that.
And why did they decide to put this in the room?
I don't know.
Just like, hey, baby, this is getting you hot and bothered.
Yeah.
You're getting attacked by a monster.
Right.
Cool,
so,
huh? Blood dripping on your head.
It's so. Yeah, it's such a nice mood for your bedroom.
Yeah.
This was so awkward with her sitting there and Ellis.
Yeah.
You know she's there. He comes in with his shirt off. And when I first watched it, I was thinking, oh God, please tell me that she's not going to be hooking up with them, this underage girl. And thankfully the show didn't go there.
Mm-hmm.
Because that would be really messed up.
He put his shirt on.
At the time, he put his shirt on. It was super awkward and weird. And then we go back to Donna and Tabitha. She tells her the story, the infamous story. She gets her a drink, and she talks about her sister. And I find it interesting how she says about her sister, the wording that she uses. My sister. Let me find the exact wording. What she said. Wait a minute. She said, God damn it, she was stubborn. My sister, she was a real character. Now, I find that interesting because a lot of people doubt Donna's story, thinks that it was made up. I just find the wording interesting. She was a real character. Maybe she was.
But I think her story is so long and detailed that I don't think anybody would think she was a mole.
I believe Donna, but it's almost like they were trying to feed into the mole theory. I feel like they want us to question it.
Yeah.
It's so weird that she gives all this through exposition. We don't get a flashback. That's a lot of exposition. I typed it all out.
It's theater, Julie. The theater.
I literally typed out the entire thing that she said, and it's long. Mm-hmm. Like, it is a long piece of exposition.
I want to hear all of it.
I won't go.
Or send it to me, and I'll read it. I'll read it right now.
You want to hear all of it?
Yes, because I didn't type it. It was the only thing I didn't type out.
I'll read it. She said, okay, how many times did you drive down that road today? How many hours did you spend driving in a straight line and somehow going in a circle? You saw those things outside. Tabitha says, I don't know what I saw. Donna says, that's what my sister said. God damn it, she was stubborn. My sister, she was a real character, not a woman to be trifled with, I'll tell you that. She'd kick the teeth off a bear if it looked at her sideways. Me and her, we were on a little hunting trip when we saw that tree in the road. That's right, everyone sees the tree and those motherfucking crows. And then I skipped this part directly quoting it, but she says it was close to sunset. There was a motel a few miles back. She wanted to go there and wait till morning when the tree was cleared, but her sister didn't want to let the deer spoil. It was already dark when they got there. They drove through. Second time through, one of those things stood in the road just smiling. Okay, and then back to the quote. She said, "Thought my sister was going to run the son of a bitch over. Never did have much patience for assholes. Instead, she got her shotgun, got out of the car, and started screaming at it, making all kinds of threats, and it just stood there smiling. I'll never forget how it stood there so still. And then it ripped her face off.
Yeah.
Right in front of me, ripped it clean off. Started skinning her right there in the street.
Yeah.
Just like we used to skin those deer. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just froze. And then I saw another one coming toward the car, and that's when I ran. Can't even tell you.
Maybe she couldn't get to the car. Maybe that's why she ran to the bushes.
Maybe she got out of the car. That's what it sounds like. She didn't say she got out of the car, but maybe she got out of the car. She said they seemed to be everywhere. So I found a place to hide, some bushes at the edge of the forest, crawled into it and hid. That's what people used to do to survive here. Crawl into the bushes and find a place to hide and pray that they made it through till morning. So there I was, crouching in those bushes, and when the blood stopped pounding in my head, I realized I could still hear my sister screaming. They weren't just killing her, they were torturing her. Those things out there, they like to hunt. They like to play. So they were making it last. And I just left her there.
That sounds like Kenny's mom.
Right? This sounds like Kenny's mom. I was thinking the same. They were torturing her, they wanted to make it last. She said, "See, you were lucky the sun was still in the sky when you got here. People came to help. Not everybody gets that." It's been 3 years, 6 months, and 17 days, and I can still hear my sister screaming in my head. The end.
But she's very nice.
So
Bravo, I mean.
It took a while. Like, that's a long ass piece of exposition.
Well, now I know the writers are really into theater. I feel like this is a very theater monologue. A good thing for Elizabeth and a good Liz monologue.
Right. Yeah, maybe that's
shine.
Maybe that was what it was about. Just to give her a theatrical moment. Good night. Good night, Amy. Thanks for being here.
See, but that's what I like about From. I do like these monologues. I like these monologues when you get to know about the characters.
I do too. It's just that, as you know, of course, that a lot of exposition when you're, it's not a good thing. So when it's about character development, a monologue is good. But when they're telling about an important event, of course, being, such a film buff and having made films, that exposition is not the best way to do storytelling. So,
but she is telling Tabby this,
right.
So I give it a bit of a pass. I give it a pass.
Yeah, and I don't
know what the hell else they would show it unless they actually showed it happening. But I think it's more intimate that she's just telling Tabby this.
Yeah. And Boyd's monologues are amazing. I agree, Fletch. I agree.
But I could see this taking place on a stage. Two people sitting in chairs and one talking to the other. That's drama, theater.
I could see that too. That's a good point. Fletch said she didn't hook up with Ellis, but she was attracted to Fatima. Yeah, that was super weird. Awkward.
Yeah, I guess everybody's attracted to her.
I know. I got such bad secondhand embarrassment from that scene. Awful. Oh God. Yeah. Elizabeth Ann said the tire tracks seem to represent roads to me, and they're both on the other side of the main one. That's what I was thinking too. It's an odd way.
Yeah.
But that's what I figured. Let's see. Fatima's chest looked like another set of eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Elizabeth said, I honestly think they found it and decided to keep it because it looked like them. Yeah.
Oh, honey, it looks like us, but you have blood dripping on your head and it looks like a monster is attacking us.
Mm,
Cool. Let's put it in the bedroom.
lovely. Yeah. Donuts. Yeah, they kind of do look like donuts, right? Still the
Huh.
stage said, I see yellow bricks. It's a village of peasants in Oz. There are similarities to the Wizard of Oz. Maybe there's a man behind the curtain pulling all the strings.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. Yeah. It looked like yellow bricks in it. That's a good point. Elizabeth said, have you noticed that it looks like there's more on the back of the big tapestry? Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
If you look on the bit curling on the left, you can see it. There's also another tapestry layered under it to the right. What the heck? My mom is yelling. My mom is yelling at the cat to get off the couch. The cat has been peeing on random stuff.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's probably why she's yelling. I fed them, so I don't know what their problem is. I've done all I can do. When I went out there, she asked me to feed them in the middle of the night. It's just, you start doing that, then they expect it and demand it, but she didn't listen to me. Now they're demanding it every night. AAMM said, remember, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. Sarah took Toby's tongue. Oh, felt his eye and probably take someone's ear in due time. Plus, this they has a thing with things coming in threes. That's a great point. That's a great point. Oh, apparently the cat just peed on the couch. Lovely. What in the world is going on? I don't know why he's doing that. Oh, Amy, I know you left already, but wow, that's my I would say that's my two favorites. I don't even know if I can pick one. It's cookie dough and strawberry ice cream. I have a bad
I had
sweet.
some brownie batter cookie dough upstairs in my freezer.
Ooh, that sounds good. That reminds me of my favorite flavor of ice cream ever made is Ben and Jerry's half baked because it has chocolate chip cookie dough and chocolate fudge brownie together. Absolute heaven, but it's lethal. It's one of the most fattening kinds of ice cream you can eat, and it's like a drug for me. I can't trust myself with it. I have no self-control. I will eat almost the whole pint in one sitting if I have it around, so I can't buy it. I cannot trust myself with it. It's like crack to me. Not that I would know. I've never done drugs, but it's like my version of crack, so I have to keep it away.
Well, I have to count calories during the day, so I do separate it into one serving of ice cream.
I don't have. Well, see, I can do that with other ice cream, but not Ben and Jerry's. I have zero self-control, so I just can't have it around. It's expensive anyway.
Yeah, I usually split it into 1 to 3 servings.
Ice cream.
If I get it, I rarely get it because I usually just get like Hudsonville, which is a local brand. It's pretty good.
Ice cream is a weakness of mine.
I had some peppermint stick too. The peppermint stick was pretty good.
I like to get strawberry ice cream, and we have a local brand in Rhode Island, Warwick Ice Cream, city of Warwick, and they make this delicious strawberry ice cream with pieces of strawberry in it, and I layer it with whipped cream in the middle, and it freezes the whipped cream into something thick in between, so you have a nice, delicious layer of like frozen whipped cream in the middle. It's so good. Anyway, enough of the ice cream tangent. So still the sage said Toby was driving. Maybe he saw something that other drivers didn't. Yeah, that's possible. Toby probably sold Jade out and maybe was going to tell. That's what I was thinking for a while. Like, maybe he sold Jade out. He was paid off to bring him there somehow.
He was taking Jade on that one cool vacation to Florida, and then afterwards he would tell him he sold out.
Wait, what did you say?
Toby was taking Jade to Florida on that one vacation so they could have a good time, and then afterwards he would tell him he sold them out.
Yeah, like the Matthews.
Just like the Matthews.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking this too, AAMM, that maybe it had to do with Jade's company. He sold it to the government. They used it to create a portal into Fromville because it's a quantum computing algorithm company. And maybe they wanted to test it out, so they paid Toby to drive Toby in there. And not that they created this place, but they found a way to enter it and wanted to research it, figure out, study it from inside. But too many logical leaps, so I can't commit to it, but I like the theory. I don't, that's something I thought of a few months ago, but you never know. They did bring up Jade's company this season again, twice, which made me wonder maybe it is relevant in some manner or will be relevant in some manner. Fletch said Randall got his face ripped. It felt like they were trying to debunk the Donna thing in season 3 because they ripped a piece of Tian Shen's scalp and they also, slashed Randall's face. And people have been saying, well, no one ever gets anything done to their face. So that kind of helps with that theory.
And Julie also has some stuff done to her face at the finale, too.
Her cuts on her face featured Julie, right? Fletch said the creature ripped their face off. Creatures that's always with the cowboy, the swing coat lady, looks identical to Jonna's sister. She does. She really does. And in this picture in the background, that you can see in the background, there is a framed picture of the two of them on the dresser behind Donna. There's a strong resemblance. I'm not gonna lie. So it's an interesting theory. Maybe somehow, imagine if they ripped her sister's face off and they're just wearing it. One of the monsters is wearing her sister's face, or her sister was turned into a monster. But I don't think it works that way. We know it doesn't work that way now.
Yeah, I don't think so because we would have seen it.
We know, and we know now why the monsters are the way they are. We're not going to ever see one of our characters turn into one of the monsters. We know that now. It's funny, Hannah doesn't like it at all that people ship her with Elgin or Randall, but I don't see her say anything about Julie wanting to kiss Fatima. Yeah, I haven't seen that either. They did put that in the show, right? So the monologues in this show absolutely eat. Yeah, as the kids say, they eat and leave no crumbs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Theater.
I'm not cool enough to talk like that, but yeah, but they sure do.
See, if there's any Emmys to be won, I'll be on these monologues.
Oh, absolutely. Oh my God, they're so good. Yeah. Elizabeth in young Victor's flashback of the massacre, there's one victim with his face torn off. I'll have to take another look at that. Let's see what Ben and Jerry's cookie dough. Oh, it's so good. Ben and Jerry's cookie dough is the best. Anyway, back to the breakdown. Now we finished up with it. We caught up with the chat. So okay. Donna's telling this very long story, and I took way too many pictures, as usual. And Tabitha's listening, but she doesn't really react all that much. She just kind of covers her mouth. And at least she doesn't say, I noticed in this season, she doesn't say no as much, so that's good.
Yeah.
It's more of a newer development. And she just kind of, she doesn't look as stunned or like, she doesn't have as much of a reaction as I would think, but at one point she does say that's impossible. And Donna's emotions look genuine to me. I believe her. I don't think she's lying.
Yeah.
I'm team no mole, personally. But now we're back to the RV.
And the saline, the
saline in the jar
full of saline. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's amazing that people didn't get infections and die all the time from the lack of supplies that they had until the ambulance arrived. Right? It's crazy. Okay, now this is a really important scene right here.
Well,
yeah. You broke up a little bit.
Talk about the other scene. I have a couple of notes. I have a couple of notes for the scene that was prior to that. If you could go down a couple of photos.
It just
Okay.
goes from Donna's story right to the RV. This is the next scene.
Yeah, but I have some notes from the scene.
Okay, it's the
Right.
same scene. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Christy asked Jim what he did for a
Yeah.
living.
Oh, right. Yeah, that
And he
part.
says he's a
Yeah.
designer of amusement parks. He
Right.
says roller coasters, drop towers, stuff like that, which I thought was interesting with drop towers because Tabby drops down into the rabbit hole
Oh, right. Drop
like
towers.
Alice. I'm gonna make more like as Tabby goes. I'm gonna make more Alice references with her story
Yeah, yeah.
as we go through episodes, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
she comments that she laughs and he like looks at her like what, and she says nothing. It's just that you're still speaking in the present tense.
I know that was so that was so like tone deaf. She even like smirked about it and chuckled.
Uh
Like
huh.
that's fucked up. And
So
Boyd was like, Christy, you know.
yeah. So I mean, I feel like that could be part of the past, present, future thing,
Yeah,
too. And then it's like, how long has Jim been there? He's still speaking in the present tense. What has that been like 12 hours for him?
right. And he doesn't know that they're going to be hopelessly trapped there. So that's it's very tone deaf of Christy to smirk and chuckle at that. Like, what do you think? You're still going to be designing roller coasters? You're fucked, man. You're
Uh,
stuck here. Like, come on.
well, apparently it was true.
Yeah, but
At least for Jim, it was true.
for Jim, it was true. Yeah, yeah. Good point. The drop tower thing, I hadn't even thought of that. That's a great point. Um, and they had planned that Tabitha was going to fall, that she was going to escape. They knew they were going to do that from the beginning, and they call it a tower. It's a lighthouse tower. So yeah, I like that.
The drop tower.
Drop
Yeah,
tower.
it works for that too. It works for falling into the basement and falling off the lighthouse. It's a twofer.
That works for that too. It does. Yeah, she smirked at him. This is where she was smirking, and Boyd's like, "Come on, Christy, come on." She's like, "Sorry." Yeah, she like literally laughed at him. And yeah, so Ethan says,
Did you write all this down?
I did.
Okay, I did too.
He woke up. He said, I saw it. I saw the Lake of Tears. It was a drawing on the wall. There were so many drawings on the wall, like when I used to draw with crayons, and we were all there in the drawings. You, me, Mom, and Julie. But then somebody screamed because the spider came down from the ceiling. Now, was there more, or did I get it all?
Well, it's intermingled with Victor when he talks about the drawings, and Victor is drawing the drawing of the two cars hitting each other.
Right. So like when he is describing, I saw it, I saw the Lake of Tears, it was a drawing on the wall. It cuts to this and it pans around. So we see the drawings. And yeah, like so many drawings on the wall, like when I used to draw with crayons, and it shows all of this stuff.
You used to put them on the refrigerator.
Yeah. And I love this one here. It looks like, I don't know what the hell it is. It looks kind of like a boogeyman, and there's a bunch of grave markers, and there's a house with 6 graves right on either side. There's the one from the opening credits right here. The boogeyman.
Yeah, that must be upper management. Those two drawings.
Yeah, what are these things? It reminds me of a boogeyman, and that's the one from the opening credits where it's like leaning over the bed and someone's hiding under the bed. Someone else is coming up the stairs. But yeah, lots of interesting stuff here. Obviously, the first one here is always been a focal point in the show, and they had Henry stand in front of it a lot in season 3. I guess maybe it represents the boy in white. It's a stick figure in white.
Who knows?
But who knows?
Creepy.
The two kids here
Yeah.
standing outside of a window. I don't know what that's about. Are there kids? I don't even know if they're kids, but I need to enhance some of these so I can see them better. Because some people have
Is
much
that a spider web too by
clearer.
his hand?
By who? By
That's
kind
not
of
a
looks like
spider web.
it. Kind of looks like a spider web. It looks like underneath the stick figure. It looks like he was trying to map something out. It looks like it was like a map. There are trees. And it kind of looks like there might be a pentagram under there too. I can't tell, but it looks like there might be a pentagram and some type of calculations or map or something or combination of both.
But something compelled him to paint this white guy over it.
Right. Yeah, like why did he paint that over it? I know I guess they have limited supplies, but he seems to have no shortage of paper and crayons to draw with.
No
So
shortage of cardboard. There's lots of cardboard.
yeah, he drew this on a big piece of cardboard. Yeah, so I don't know why. But anyway, back the other way. So Ethan is having a vision. So was he story walking or when he had the seizure, or did he see this in a vision when he was asleep is the question. It seems to me like the story walking thing only happens because Julie was in that cicada dungeon thing, but I don't know. Was Ethan actually standing behind Victor in the room and we just didn't see it? He was looking around at all this stuff, or did he see it in his head? That's the question, and I'm not sure. It could be either.
And what's the spider?
Yeah. Yeah, the spider came down from the ceiling and somebody screamed. Why? It's yeah, so what is somebody screamed because the spider came down from the ceiling. So the spider to me has to be symbolic of something else. Spider, like spiders have 8 legs. Now there are 7 Ankui kids plus the boy in white. Maybe it has something to do with that. I don't know. Like
8 cardinal directions, yeah. Or it
yeah.
could be the same thing that came down on baby Tabby in that one vision in the cannibal village.
That's assuming though that we're gonna get another monster that we haven't seen yet, and I don't know about that. Like, do you still think after the revelation we got about how these monsters were made, you think we're gonna get another monster that we haven't seen yet?
Maybe a spider. We haven't had the spider reveal with all the stuff that Boyd and Sarah went through in the season 1.
I kind of feel like though, like maybe the spider webs were some kind of elaborate illusion, like the amount of spider webs that there were. I was like, I don't know. I just can't imagine a giant spider suddenly showing up on this show after 3 seasons.
I want a giant spider that pulled their tent. That's what I want.
I know you want
it to be a giant spider pulling the tent along.
I know you want a giant spider.
I want it jumping on baby Tabby in her dream.
I just can't imagine it, and I don't know where that would fit into the show unless there's some kind of giant spider deity that they sacrificed the kids to. Like, because like, where would it fit in? Because we know the monsters, the nightmare creatures, were created from the townspeople who sacrificed their children, and the big bad we know is some kind of entity. Maybe it's the man in yellow. Or the man in yellow is working for some other entity. So, like, yeah, there could be some other monster that turned them all into these creatures, I guess. But would it be a spider? I don't know.
I just keep imagining the spider with an Ankui kid in each arm.
Yeah. Yeah, right?
Except for one, and it's bug name for the boy in white. He's like, come into my free hand.
It fits if you think about it. The 8 legs, there are also 8 seats on the merry-go-round that are so prominently featured. So it makes me wonder. Sometimes, though, I tend to think that the spider stuff is metaphorical. They're all caught in a web of sorts. They're all trapped there. So Oh, and spiders also drink the blood out of their victims, and when monsters are born, like the host for the monster, like carrying it, has to drink blood, so it's kind of like a spider theme. So it could be just a theme or a metaphor rather than something we're actually going to see, like an entity.
Well, Victor had that one drawing too of the spider in the rain.
Yeah,
that people think might be the Lake of Tears.
Right, very large raindrops with the spider. So like, yeah, and the whole itsy bitsy spider went up the water spout. Hold on a second.
Yeah. Yeah, I also think that it might have to do with like the flooding pictures that Victor already drew, like especially the one because he does have a flood. Like a lot of them look prophetic. Like they have the one picture where Donna, it literally looks like Donna and Boyd are on a roof. There's a woman, and she's drawn exactly kind of in the body size that Donna is, and then a guy laying on the roof that looks like Boyd. So I'm thinking that maybe sometime in the next 2 seasons there's going to be a flood, and then we've had the Adam and Eve thing. Why wouldn't we have a Noah's Ark kind of situation going on? And maybe Boyd will get his boat and he'll be riding on a pony into the sunset when the flood happens. I don't know. That could be the way the finale of the show ends. But let me think about the other things here with Ethan. I want to see if I took any specific notes. Of course, I have to go all the way down here, but I still will.
Michelle Miller is all for the giant spider.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I was a little bit. I was trying to go through my notes, but I'm like, okay. I saw the Lake of Tears. Blah blah blah. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know there was anything extra. I was just talking about the flood drawings that Victor drew.
Yeah, I think that we're going to get a flood eventually, based on those pictures, foreshadowing a flood. Still, the stage said giant spider with a flashlight.
Yeah.
Fletch
You're gonna have 8 flashlights. 8 flashlights, one in each hand.
Right. Fletch said the spider came down from the ceiling. Oh, I know who screams. Julie is always screaming. Yeah, that's true. Yep. She's always screaming. Yeah, for Toby's soul not to speak like the voices Sarah heard, but why was Toby that important? Maybe with Toby there, the entity wouldn't be able to turn Jade mad. Yeah, it seems that way. If he had a support system, he wouldn't be isolated. Then, I don't know. I think Toby must have known something or seen something that the voices didn't want him to share. That's what it seems like to me. LDN King said, sorry, I had to turn back to an old point. Toby's tongue stopping reminded me of necromancy ritual, maybe to stop his soul from whispering. No, don't worry. No worries about the delayed comment. No, thanks for listening and contributing. Yeah, that could be, right? That absolutely could be. Like, the Abby voice in Sarah's head was able to communicate to Boyd. And I think that was really her spirit talking, saying, there are things out here worse than the monsters. Tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong. And that was a helpful piece of advice. So, like, maybe cutting out the tongue means their spirit can't speak to them through any possible medium. So it's very possible. And Fletch said was Ethan's story walking into the future. He was definitely talking about Victor's colony as room, but we haven't seen any scene like that yet. Yeah, why was Ethan talking about how he saw their whole family? He said, where is it?
Yeah, we are in the drawings. You and me and Mom and Julie.
And yet, we didn't see that in Victor's drawings. He drew, I'll show you what he drew.
Yeah, I don't know if they line up exactly. I don't know if Ethan's seeing this. Ethan might just be seeing the drawings.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, just to put this on top of it doesn't mean that he's seeing exactly what we're seeing.
But so, I mean, does Victor have at this point drawings of their whole family, though? He's drawing the crash. But
he might, though. He has a lot of drawings.
I mean, maybe Victor saw the future and already drew his whole family. I'm just surprised they wouldn't show us that if Ethan is talking about it.
Yeah.
You know, like it would be an interesting thing to see. Oh wow, yeah, there's a picture of his whole family. I always thought that was odd.
Unless it's some foreboding thing, like, yes, I saw a picture of my dad, but Victor drew my dad because he was dead.
Yeah. I don't know.
And Julie disappeared because she was story walking. He drew a picture of her because we thought she was dead.
Right. Yeah. I just always thought when I watched this scene that he was seeing what Victor was doing in real time.
He might be.
And he drew their whole family, but when we see what he's drawing the crash. We don't see any picture of his family.
The family's in the RV.
Yeah, but he said, I saw you.
His family. Everybody's in there.
But he specifically said, I saw you, me, mom, dad, Julie.
Yeah,
that's what's weird about it. Yeah, but that was too specific. So there should be a picture with them showing. So that's weird.
It's a fine detail. They're right in there in the RV.
Yeah, it's just weird.
You just have to zoom in enough.
Yeah, it's real. It's really close.
You see them.
Yeah,
they're panicking.
Yeah. Are there 12 night creatures confirmed? There are definitely more than 12. There's a spreadsheet somewhere that lists them all. Mm-hmm. I don't know where it is at the moment, but
I couldn't find it because Jamie wanted it, and I'm like, I can't find this thing on Reddit anymore. I used to have a bookmark, now I don't have it anymore. So
yeah, I'm really bad about organization. I never saved it when I saw it the first time, so I wish I had. But there are 12 monsters around Smiley when he's being reborn, and there are definitely ones missing from there. So I know there are more than 12 because I know there are ones that are missing that should have been there. So
which kind of goes more with the theory that it takes a whole village to murder the children instead of just the parents.
Yeah. It's not just the parents for sure. It's everybody.
And what is around the RV? Is it just smoke?
I consume no sugar at all. I could never live without sugar still at this age. I don't know how you do that. I don't know what that is. Like,
it's almost squarish.
Right. And it doesn't really look that much like what it should look like. The car is the wrong color. Yeah. And the RV is supposed to be in a ditch in the woods. I don't see any trees. Like, so that's kind of weird. It looks like it could be the RV because it's white, but the other car is the wrong color. So I don't know.
Maybe you only had crayons that were those colors.
Yeah, I think it is supposed to be them, but yeah, I don't know. I guess that's supposed to be smoke. It's a weird pattern though.
But there wasn't any smoke.
No, there wasn't any smoke. It looks like a plume of smoke is coming up from here.
Victor is an unreliable narrator, but we always do that.
I know. It looks like oil spilling out too. And then he's drawing more. I don't know what he's doing here.
He's eating peach. He's eating a peach out of that can.
He's eating a peach.
I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's even the crash that happened. It could have been another crash that happened.
It could have been another crash. Yeah.
I mean, we don't even know what time period this is, or when Ethan's seeing this, or he's seeing this. I don't have any information.
Right, exactly. Like,
except that Victor likes peaches, and I already know this because he's eating them.
Right, but I am sure that, like, what Ethan was saying, whether he's seeing what's happening now or some other at some other point, I believe he had some kind of vision, or he was story walking, one or the other.
So I don't think it was astral projection.
Yeah, like, yeah, he saw because he saw. Like, what would be the odds he just happened to have a dream of a grown man drawing their whole family in crayon? So he was he had a vision of something, whether it was Victor doing that at another time or he
Could
was.
it be almost died and had an out of body experience?
It's possible. Could be. Or maybe he was story walking. That begs the question, though. Then what about Elgin and Sarah? They had seizures too.
Mhm.
They story walking too. That's where it gets dicey.
Yeah.
Like,
Did you see things though?
yeah, they do. They do see things. With Elgin, he had his dream before he had the seizure. His dream of the boy in white and the cicada nursery rhyme.
Mhm.
So, that was before, and with Sarah, I mean, she did hear a voice. She came out of it. She delivered that message to Boyd. So I don't know. It gets confusing. I kind of wish they had done something a little different because this makes it really confusing and messy. The fact that Julie was having a seizure and other people had seizures, and we're wondering, okay, are they story walking too? What does that mean? A little inconsistent, but it could just be something that happens to anybody that's deeply connected to the place. It doesn't always mean story walking. They have some kind of role or connection to play, and their body kind of just gets overwhelmed by it, I think. That's what I've always thought before, anyway, before the story walking, if you came into it. Fletch said the RV is really important, and it's funny that Victor has a kid's toy of an RV that looks identical to the Matthews RV inside his room. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's right. Interesting. Yeah. When Ethan is telling his dream of the drawing in Victor's room, they show us Victor drawing something. If you pay attention behind him, you can see that RV toy. Man, how do people spot these things?
So where is it? Do you have a still of this? Is it back there?
I need a TV that's bigger. I don't see
Is
anything
it on
back
the shelf? Is it on the shelf all the way back there?
there.
Like above the lamp. Go to the lamp and go up. Go to the other lamp. There's 3 lamps. So one in the middle. One in the middle. Go up. Go up. That shelf right there? Is that the RV?
Maybe?
That little thing? Up there? That blob?
Maybe. It's hard to see, but that might be it. Could be an RV. It could be. I don't know how he would happen to
see back there looks like it.
Yeah, that could be it. That could be what he's talking about. Interesting. I don't have anything that makes it look sharper. It's blurry in all of these, so.
Yeah. I just don't see anything else that looks like that shape, except that.
I don't know how some people have such clear images of Victor's room and the drawings. I don't know how they enhanced them or whatever.
It's because they have like 4K HD or whatever, and I don't have that.
I don't either. How are they taking the pictures though? Like, I don't know.
Or they have software that they can see it. Like the Academy has that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know how. Like, I can't see those things. Let me go back down here. They were hyped up on drugs and he was driving. Maybe he seen truth. That could be, I don't know if Toby was on drugs or not. We weren't really sure about that. The spider came down from the ceiling. Okay, yeah, I read that one. I don't think the little girl in Tabby's dream was running from a monster, but yes, from Jade's OG role, the one-eyed dude. I thought maybe that too. That either that or the man in yellow. The skull he was drinking blood from looked small. Maybe she was running from him. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. That could be. It could be that guy, the Puritan guy for sure. There's the RV there behind Victor's head. Okay, so that is the thing we were talking about. Okay. The end is at the beginning. Randall said it's a pocket dimension. Oh, you mean Dale? Such things would have different rules. There has been no flyovers of planes. Nobody has gazed at anything in the sky. It's true. Yeah, like, yeah, there's never any planes flying over. Yeah, I definitely think it's a pocket dimension. Big bad pet soul must be a goat. Let's see. The whole family was in the drawings. Victor only makes drawings of things that are gone. Matthew's family will be
Mhm.
gone. And then
That's
how
what I
come
think.
how come huh? What?
Oh, go ahead. What do you say?
I was just gonna say then how come Victor wouldn't accept a picture from Ethan that he drew of himself and he said that's when he said that pictures are for things that are gone. Maybe Victor doesn't want it to be true, but he already drew
Yeah.
Ethan himself. That's a kind of inconsistency, right? Because he didn't want to take the drawing from Ethan that he drew of himself, but Victor drew Ethan already? Unless
Maybe Victor didn't know it was Ethan when he drew him.
or maybe Ethan saw the future and the Matthews family will all be gone and Victor will draw them. Victor will draw them when they're gone.
That's the finale. Victor's drawing them.
Oh, that would suck. That would suck. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was just saying, Fletch. Yeah. Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking. So, and he also, Victor drew Julie, so that doesn't bode well for Julie. We know that. We saw that drawing. Ethan just foreshadowed that the whole Matthews family will die. He went to the future. Oldie Victor will be drawing them after they're gone. Oh my god, that's what I was just saying too. Shit, I hope not. That's depressing. What if maybe it's just a plot inconsistency, a plot hole. I don't know.
Or else they're all gonna die in the end.
I hope it's a plot hole. Maybe they just screwed up. Like they can make mistakes sometimes.
That would be funny because they kind of planned it all around the Matthews family being like the leads and the big important people, and then they all die.
That would suck.
That would be so weird.
I mean, I don't particularly like the Matthews, but I like Ethan a lot. I don't dislike any of them. I mean, I like all. I'm not saying I have a problem with them, but they're not like my favorite characters or anything. I don't want them all to be gone. That would be depressing. Well, I hope not. David said, wasn't it Eloise that did all the earlier drawings? Yes. Victor started drawing after the massacre. He said it was Eloise that drew the stuff first. The stuff in Victor's room, I think, is all his stuff. The Eloise's drawings are in the trunk of the car that Christopher drove in. Fletch said, of course, Victor doesn't know the car colors. He hasn't seen the accident yet. That's their first night. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Does he even, at this point in the show, does he know about the accident? Did anybody even tell him? Well, I guess.
Well, Julie's there.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. Like, I guess
he did say 2 cars, though. 2 cars. They said 2 cars were in the accident because he asked her opinion on that.
I guess they must have said more off screen, like for him to know that it was an RV and whatnot, because it did look like an RV in the picture. So, yeah. Don't story walk in real life. They will walk your ass to jail. No, okay. I watched everything on a little Chromebook. I don't see those details. I'm not privileged enough to have a giant TV, Fletch.
I have a giant TV and I didn't see this thing. Look how small it is. It's vaguely RV shaped. Vaguely.
I don't even know if my Chromebook can support 4K images. So I don't even know if I can do that, Fletch. So it's not that I'm not paying attention to detail. I just don't have the luxuries that everybody else has.
We need the detail in order to see it.
Yeah. Wasn't weird the way Victor so easily approached Julie. Exactly. I was saying that earlier. A newcomer. That was just saying that. I guess you weren't here, Fletch. I was saying that earlier. That maybe Julie met young Victor and he instinctively feels comfortable enough to talk to her. I said that earlier in the stream. I think that's why. I think that's why he felt comfortable enough because he met her before. He doesn't talk to people like that.
Yeah, well, I'm also saying the cash apps below if you want to give Julie, the 4K or some good software or a giant TV.
Yeah.
So she can see detail.
Yeah. I do have Cash App and I do have Venmo, and I keep meaning to add Zelle too, but
Yeah.
I could monetize my channel, but I haven't done it yet. Anyway.
Yeah, there's a friend of mine, Faye Fire, that had a 1 minute long video, and guess how many commercials I had to watch?
You had to watch commercials on a 1 minute video?
4 of them. 4 commercials on a 1 minute video.
Oh my
so
god.
I told her about it.
Wow. That's
Yep.
crazy. That's ridiculous. Wow. Raju baby, hi, welcome. Am I the only one who thinks Randall is turning now that the man in yellow is here? Maybe something with the noises. I mean, for God's sake, look at his face. Yeah, I mean, maybe. It's possible. I know some people think Randall's turning into the man in yellow. Man in yellow doesn't seem to have a scar on his cheek, though. I haven't noticed a scar.
I thought you were gonna say that Randall was gonna turn into a large cicada.
Oh god, yeah.
First, I keep thinking the cicadas are gonna crawl out of that wound like all the time, like out of his face. And
oh my
god!
I
think maybe that would rip open, like he pull at it, and then he'd be just pull it off his face, and then he'd be a bug underneath.
That would be so gross. Oh my god. I hope not. Yuck. Really?
He'll be a superhero like Ant-Man, except he'd be like cicada guy.
Oh god, that reminds me too much of there's a story from Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, which is a really popular book when I was a kid. And there was a story about it was a big red dot, and this girl had this huge red boil on her face, and it turned out it was because there was a giant nest of spiders living in it. It busted through her face and busted out of her face. It was really gross. Anyway, Fletch said people are theorizing that Julie showed up in the finale. The Julie that showed up in the finale somehow got out, and that's how she got the new hairstyle. Yeah, Scarlett, you've been saying that. What if she got out, called home, and that phone call took Thomas's life? It's possible.
Well, I think she got out in real time, though. I don't think she got out in the past.
Yeah.
Like, I think she got out maybe like 2022, 2023, and then came back in 2024. Because we're only like 2021 now in the series.
Right. Yeah, maybe. I could see that. Maybe it takes her a long time to be able to get back.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Right. Fletch said explaining Jim been gone for a whole year in shock of not only Thomas's death, but his daughter from another timeline calling him. Oh, man.
Yeah.
What's a capitalist number? Decipher.
12.
Flesh said, do you think the night creatures have reincarnation roles like Jade, Tabitha, since they also died as humans to become this night creatures, or the Ankui kids, do they have reincarnation roles? I don't think so, personally. I think they literally just became the monsters, and like those were their bodies. They transformed into this. But David Gilles earlier was saying that he thought maybe they died, and their bodies might be the monsters, but their souls are in the people that keep coming back here over and over again. And those are the people that show up there. They're reincarnated, which is an interesting theory. I like that theory. But yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe. Personally, I don't know. But the Ankui kids, I don't think they were reincarnated. I think their spirits are probably trapped in there. If I had to guess. What do you think?
Well, I think that they're like, what I think is going to happen, or my theory is that there's a curse, and Jade and Tabby are going to lift the curse on the Ankui kids, which will free their souls, but also the curse will free the monsters, and the monsters will become human again, of which they will either kill the monsters or forgive the monsters in a wonderful happy ending where the monsters go off and live their monster life and learn from their mistakes of killing their kids.
And live their
Everybody
monster
happy.
life. Live their monster life. It's funny.
Yeah, I mean, they might kill him, or they might be like, maybe forgiveness is part of the thing.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think there's any coming back for those monsters. I think that there's no salvaging anything for them.
The
I think they're gonna.
monsters were once pure beings with pure hearts, and they got coerced into being horrible, evil, like Mary Shelley said.
Yeah, but like they may not have been born evil, but there's no coming back from murdering your own kids. So, I don't think you can reverse what happened to them, in my opinion. But
yeah,
I think the best we can hope for is that they're going to be obliterated from existence, and so will Fromville in the end. It'll just be gone.
Well, see, that's the thing too. If they left the curse, like either way, it could be like they forgive them and then Fromville disappears, or they just kill all the monsters and Fromville disappears.
Right.
They lift a curse that that changes them from not being immortal anymore to being regular humans, and then they're game. As to say.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, like, but you think that they could actually? I mean, like the monsters could become human beings again, like.
If a curse was lifted, if this whole thing is based on a curse, sins of the fathers and a curse, then maybe Tabby and Jade can lift that curse. And if they lifted the curse, everything would revert to the way that it was prior to the curse. Which means either the kids would come alive again, or else their souls be saved in some way. The monsters reverts back to humans.
Then if they do that, then they're going to have to just completely, change history. Like, none of these reincarnated people will even exist, or their families. Like, they would just undo everything, which is possible. I mean, that could be one outcome.
Why would that undo anything?
I mean, the whole reincarnation cycle happened because of that. So I don't. If you undo what happened,
their job is to save the souls of the children and save the children, and they save their souls. Let's say they don't revert, but they lift a curse and the monsters become human and they kill the monsters. That doesn't really change their reincarnation path. It just stops the reincarnation path because they did what they need to do.
Oh, I thought you were saying like they stopped the sacrifice and the children are alive because they stopped the sacrifice.
Oh, no. That's already all happened. They can't undo that.
Yeah, I don't think they can undo that. And I don't think the monsters can come, like, I don't think they can, like after what they did, I don't think there's any way for them to just, get their lives back again and walk out of this thing. Like, I don't see them getting a happy ending, but the curse part could be lifted in terms of people being brought in, the curse has affected all these other people who get brought in here over and over again. So, like,
I mean, maybe From reverts back to its old, its non-destroyed self. The hotel comes back, the sign comes back, everybody happy.
Right. But like it, in the end, I think what Tabitha said when she said there's no such thing as monsters could foreshadow that the monsters will no longer exist in the end. Yeah. So like, if the curse is lifted, like Fletch is just saying, there's no such thing as monsters. I don't think that means the monsters are going to become human again. Personally, I think it means they won't exist anymore because they'll be obliterated. But either way, I don't think at the end there won't be any more monsters. So I think it was foreshadowing the end.
Yeah.
Now the question is, does that mean Jim's coming back? Because if Jim could be Norman, Tabitha was saying there's no such thing as monsters, so that means Norman is still alive, right? So
who knows? Maybe they get the actor that plays Jim to come in for the big finale.
Yeah, maybe.
It was like, and I'm back.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work or why.
The writers will get on that. Get on that, writers.
Yeah, I don't know how or why that would just bring Jim back. What about all the other people who died? Like, we can't reverse everything. It would cheapen all that impact, but I don't know. We'll see. Fletch said, imagine if they go back, stop the sacrifice. How do they return to the present timeline? Yeah, like what if they get stuck back there? there are no faraway trees because the kids don't create them with their magical hope they pour into the roots. Like, I don't think they can do that and stop the sacrifice anyway, but yeah, if they did, yeah, they'd be stuck back there. I've seen a show where something like that happened, where they went back and they changed something that prevented the invention of the time machine that was needed to get back, so they were stuck.
That's a rookie mistake.
Yeah. Right?
See, Back in the Future, they put a car in the 1800s and then hid in a cave.
Yeah. In Back to the Future, I haven't seen Back to the Future 3.
You should see it. It's good.
I heard it was a Western, and I hate Westerns, so I didn't.
It's still good. It's worth a watch.
I'll watch it then. I loved the first two. Fletch said in the end they all go to Starbucks together. Man in Yellow is the grandpa, Kimono Lady is grandma, and Jade is daddy, Tabby is mommy, and all the Inkui kids together.
Yep.
There's a loving family. Like,
or else they're all just sailing out in Void's boat and they're riding a pony.
Yeah, yeah. Smiley deserves a happy ending. Hashtag Smiley's happy ending. No, I don't think Smiley deserves a happy ending.
Oh, he's coming up here. He's making his first appearance soon.
Yeah.
Soon on this episode.
Yeah, that's right. He's coming. Matt Gilbert says, "Who the hell is Norman?" Norman is one of the finger puppets that Ethan loves. His favorite toy. He, in the first episode, he has, like, Julie's messing with him, and she says Norman died. The monster's claws went too deep, and Ethan says, "Bring him back, Julie. Bring him back." She says, "Sorry, kid. When you're dead, you're gone. Sometimes life is hard." That's basically what she said, and I made a whole video saying that I think Jim represents Norman, because of that whole dialogue. Bring him back, Julie. Bring him back. Julie says, "No, when you're dead, you're gone." Now she's literally going to be trying to bring Jim back, who died. And so I think that that's foreshadowing that Jim represents Norman.
Yeah.
Also,
I was gonna say, I didn't know if he meant who the hell is Norman metaphorically or actually.
No, it says he's being serious. He really doesn't know. So
we'll show him. He comes up later in this episode.
Yeah. And when Julie says the monster's claws went too deep, as Scarlett pointed out, it shows Jim driving. Like, you actually see Jim while she's saying that. And we know that later his neck gets ripped open by claws and he dies. So that's another reason why I think that Jim is Norman.
I think that's good evidence.
I'd say it's heavily implied that Jim is Norman looking back now, with that whole "bring him back, Julie, bring him back." And now they've switched roles. Like I said in my video, which everybody that watched it, I appreciate that. It's nice that people still will watch my videos even in the off season. I finally put out a video this week. It took me a lot of time. It was all about why I think Jim represents Norman, what this could mean, can Julie bring him back or not. A lot of people disagreed with me, which is cool. People were respectful about it. That's all I ask. But I don't think that she can bring Jim back. Now, Tabitha later says, there's no such thing as monsters, so Norman is alive, right? But, so, I mean, you could argue that maybe at the end of the series, the monsters won't exist anymore and Jim will somehow be alive again based on that. Possible. It's possible. And we'll get to a scene later in this episode at the end with Norman in it too. But yeah, Norman is the fusion of Martin and Eloise, says Fletch. Wait, what? Plot twist, they're the ones that start the sacrifice themselves to return to this timeline. Oh man. Yeah, imagine if they go back in time and they deliberately start the sacrifice so that they can return. So they cause it. That would be such a classic time travel trope. You go back and cause the thing that you were going to try to prevent.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's also a Norman on the sheriff station map. And the name isn't something off like the others, meaning it could be alive.
Yeah.
You got to be kidding, the rubber puppet things. Yes. Yeah. No problem with that. Yeah. It's Ethan's favorite toy, and it's the very first scene we ever see of the Matthews. So even though it seems silly, I do think that it has significance for sure. It's the first time we ever see the Matthews, and it parallels what we're seeing now, where Ethan is saying, bring him back, Julie. Julie says, no, he's dead. When you're dead, you're gone. And now the roles have reversed, because now Julie is wanting to use her story walking to bring back Tian Shen and Thomas. And Ethan tells her, you can't change a story that's already been told. So now Ethan is saying, basically, you can't bring them back. And Julie's ironically going to be the one who tries. So the roles have switched. But I think that's what that means. And yeah, welcome back, Matt. Yeah, I don't pay close attention to names in most shows, Matt. I really don't. I'm bad with names, but not with this show. For some reason, I'm able to remember names. Oh, nice. Hope you had a nice dinner, Matt. Okay, let me get back to the next scene. We're nearing the end of the episode here. So, yeah, Ethan finishes his little scene, which is very, very important. I still want to know what the hell the spider came down from the ceiling thing meant. I know Real Enigmas had a theory that it was metaphorical. At one point, he said something about, I mean, he actually said two different things. So I'm not sure which one he's going with now. But at one point he said he thinks it was a spider that comes down from the roots and does something to the kids on the slabs.
Yeah.
In that way. Or I think he said something about Colony House, how it was metaphorical relating to the Colony House massacre night. The monsters came down from the upper level. So that could, and people were screaming. So maybe that, I tend to think that makes sense. That makes the most sense to me, that maybe the spider represents the monsters coming down from the top floor and people are screaming during the Colony House massacre. Maybe that's what it means. But who knows?
You know what? I totally forgot about this scene.
Oh, when he talks about, like, he talks all about how they got there and his dad.
And how it was a second chance for them. And I didn't realize it because other people were saying everybody comes here kind of optimistic.
Yep.
And that's he was optimistic because his dad went out into town because he had dementia, and they brought him back, and they thought, oh, we finally have a second chance.
Yes. Yeah. They felt hope. They felt hopeful. They thought they had a second chance. His dad kept wandering off, and he took a bus to the city. They found him, and he felt so hopeful, and then they saw the tree. He said, now we have a second chance now to do things right.
Yep.
Yeah. A lot of people felt like that. They were at a crossroads in their lives where like either they were at a crisis point in their lives or something really great just happened and they were at a crossroads. But either way, that's when they get sucked into this place. It always seems that way. So, and then, did I skip a scene? No. Did I skip a scene? Wait, is this chronological? Wait a minute, hold on. No, that's okay. No, I didn't skip a scene. Oh, Jesus, that's too gory.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Lou and Gina. This is really interesting too.
Yeah.
Really interesting. Oh, I uploaded some that were bad by mistake. Like I meant to get rid of these anyway. So she wants to go check on. She said, "I gotta go check on the boy upstairs." He says, "No." He said, "This place." How?
It's interesting how she calls him the boy. Like, kill the boy.
Right. I thought that was odd that she called him the boy. He's a grown man.
Yeah.
So he says this place is, how you say, scary, night scary, night, and then she says nightmare. She's totally clueless. She doesn't understand him at all. She didn't understand him in the other scene either. She says nightmare.
Do you think he's getting a premonition
I
that
think
something bad's going to happen? Because he already said, I don't like Toby and all that. I wonder if he wasn't getting some kind of premonition.
Either he had a premonition or the voices actually told him in his head what was going to happen. And because of his dementia, he couldn't remember exactly what it was because of his forgetfulness. But I think the voices were screwing with him and telling him what they were going to do. And he just has this bad feeling. But with his dementia, he can't articulate the details. And just to illustrate that point, he points to his head, which I never noticed until I watched this again just now. Earlier tonight, I watched it, and he points to his head and he says, when this no work, that's nightmare. That poor man. So imagine this poor man is trapped in this body with dementia, and he knows that something bad is going to happen, but no one will listen to him. No one understands because of his dementia, because his mind isn't working. And so he's in a nightmare of his own within this nightmare town, and he can't articulate, like, she doesn't understand what he's talking about. He's trying to get her not to leave, and he says, no, you know, this place, how you say scary, night scary, he knows something bad is going to happen. And it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. When this no work, that's nightmare. It's just brutal.
That's brutal. We did miss Sarah's shower, that little tiny scene of her taking a shower. Before this part.
Yeah, I thought it was before this part. Wait a minute. I know I took pictures of it.
No, she took a shower. Her I was going to say her husband, but it's her brother. That was a slip. Hugs her.
How did I not take pictures of that scene? What the heck? Yeah, I missed. I don't have pictures of that one. But
it isn't when she has her monologue. It's just a short little scene of her and Nathan hugs her.
I'm looking to see if I even have pictures of the monologue, because I don't think I do. I do.
Okay.
Good. Yeah, so I just missed one scene, but anyway. Yeah. But yeah, so I definitely think that the voices were talking to him in the scene with Gina before. He was speaking to them in Cantonese. They were probably talking in Cantonese, tormenting this poor man. And his mind doesn't work right, so he can't articulate what they said or remember the details to warn her. He probably knows what's going to happen. And he tries to stop her. And the poor man is so old and tired, he can't even stay awake, and he just falls asleep. So... yeah, but in that scene that I missed, it was just, Sarah and Nathan. She's drenched in blood in the shower, like, and I think that it just shows how corrupted she is now. She's literally covered in blood. She's no longer pure. She's going from wearing a pure white dress to just her dress is covered in blood. Her body's covered in blood, and she hugs Nathan right out of the shower with a towel on and says, I didn't have a choice. Will you please help me? So, yeah, that was super creepy and incesty weird.
Yes. Yep.
Why would you? I know she's freaked out and everything, but hugging her brother with just a towel on is just ick. It's just ick.
It kind of parallels Boyd like hugging Fatima when she was only wearing that shirt on, nothing underneath the shirt.
Oh God,
weird vibes.
Very weird vibes. Yeah, but even worse with the brother and sister. Ugh. Dieter says, "I want to encounter a tree." Why?
You don't have trees where you live?
You meet a fallen tree, do you?
I encountered some trees today on my walk.
So you don't mean you want to go to Fromville, do you, Dieter? Because I can't say I'd want to go to Fromville for any reason.
Yeah.
Although I'm already in a nightmare of my own, so I mean, maybe honestly, Fromville doesn't look so bad during the daytime. If you just follow the rules, it could be a paradise. It could be like Garden of Eden before they started screwing around in season 1 looking for answers and a way out. it was kind of like paradise, perennial summer, no rent,
Yeah.
no bills, food, everything
Lots
free.
of apples and fresh bread.
Sure, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So honestly, it sounds better than my life now. But that's sad. That's so sad and pathetic sounding. Oh my god, I'm hearing myself. But um, yeah. So let me see where I don't know what that's about. Said good for you.
Well,
I don't know what that's about. The last episode will tie into the first episode somehow.
mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be perfect if they find a way? I really hope that they do bring the show full circle, which would be so fitting with all the circular stuff in the show and the cycles. I don't want it to be full circle though, in that, you know, it ends the same way that Victor's cycle ended, but it
Yeah.
needs something to kind of bring the story full circle and tie it into episode 1. I would like that. The first thing, yeah, of course, yeah. I think it's important, the Norman stuff, Matt. Dr. Mabuse has some association with webs, I think, like a web of crime. Yeah, I think the spider stuff is probably metaphorical. You know, however, that's assuming they had the Mabuse thing planned as far back as the first couple episodes. It seems reasonable to assume that. I agree. They planned a lot. Somebody told me earlier that they planned. I think somebody wrote in my Discord that they planned all 5 seasons. I've got to watch more interviews. I don't know if they said this, and somebody put that in my Discord. I don't watch enough interviews. I've been so busy working on my channel, but that would be so exciting to me if they said that they planned 5 seasons and they planned a lot of what would happen. So if that's the case, it makes sense to me because I see the planning and the evidence. Look at all the stuff we pointed out. That's foreshadowing what's happening now. I
just all the paintings and art too.
Yes. So I don't understand how people can watch this show and say that the writers don't know where they're going with this. Just watch these rewatch streams. Watch like if you don't believe us, just look at the details we're pointing out. It's right there. So anyway, yeah, I want to watch this Dr. Mabuse stuff. Like, I've got to watch this movie. This keeps coming up. Matt said dementia is the worst. For an incredible artistic representation of what it might be like, check out Everywhere at the End of Time by The Caretaker. It's just so much of a downer for me. My grandma had I think it was Alzheimer's. We weren't sure if it was dementia or Alzheimer's, but it was horrible, and it completely screwed up everything. And I don't want to get into it because it's extremely depressing. But Nicole says, for fuck's sake, I'm glad we know it's not about fucking aliens.
Or is it?
Or is it? Yeah.
Aliens.
Yeah, you never know, man. Maybe the man in yellow is an alien, or an alien.
Never know. Yeah, never know.
I don't think it's aliens. I don't think there's anything to do with aliens, personally. Well, I appreciate that, Matt. Yeah, it's a lot of us, I think, are struggling with all kinds of things. So, David said they have the narrative and major points plotted, and the ending already planned, but how they get there can change or go off to the side.
Yeah, there's a wiggle room.
That makes sense. Like, they wouldn't have everything planned, but the major plot point, that's how they're able to do all this foreshadowing. It's not about the bunny. Is it about the bunny? Wait, what? What bunny? I don't know. Anyway, so Gina finds. I'm gonna skip through that quick.
Yeah.
I don't want to get the video.
Gross.
For gore. This one's okay though. This one's just his hand. It looks like he's strapped down to the bed. And she just drops a tray.
Oh, he's here! He's here! Finally, he's here!
It's Smiley's first appearance.
I think that's his wife. I think they killed her kid, and I think he brought his wife with him.
Oh my god,
They
really?
look like
Wait
a
a minute.
couple.
Is this the same as the librarian from the later seasons? Because why she looks younger here?
Well,
Like
Smiley wants a hot wife.
she, because doesn't she's dressed like the librarian from
Yeah,
season 3, but this one looks young. Maybe they changed the extra who plays her.
they might
Like,
have.
because the one, the one who tells Randall, it doesn't work like that, sweetie.
Mhm.
With the talisman, I think that's the librarian, and this she looks
Mm.
like she's dressed the same as her. So you
Mm.
think this is Smiley's wife?
Yeah, look at them. They look cute together.
Yeah, they do look like a couple.
Yeah.
They're a
I
cute
wonder
couple.
which Aunt Coo. I wonder which Aunt Cooey kid was theirs.
Right? I know.
I think I might do monster matching. See which monsters make couples. See which Aunt Cooey kid matches up with them. You know,
Yeah.
they definitely sacrificed their child. Both of those monsters.
Yeah. Oh, totally. Totally. So we were trying to think of like when is Smiley's first appearance last week, and we couldn't
Mm-hmm.
remember. That's because it's such a short appearance. He pops up, so briefly, and
Mm-hmm.
we don't get to see him really shine until Colony House Massacre.
Yeah.
That really became iconic. But yes, Smiley's first appearance.
It's just take a wifey out for a date. You know, nighttime snack.
Yeah. Yep. I was excited when I saw it was him. I was like, "Oh
Yeah.
wow, he was already there in episode
Mm-hmm.
2. Nice, Smiley."
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Dieter. Thank you, Dieter. You're so sweet. And yes, Scarlett is awesome too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
What was that icon?
What was what? I don't know. What is that?
What is that? What is that, Eater?
Is that disco dancer?
Oh yeah.
It looks like somebody doing a disco dance, like like Saturday Night Fever. So I don't know. Um, I was wondering what that was myself. You need your own. You know what? You need your own emoji. I have a butterfly. You need to pick one for yourself.
Oh, yikes!
Mine is
So
the butterfly.
many emojis. Probably a
Mine is
spider or a bat.
a spider or a bat.
Yeah.
I actually have two because I have the snorkel emoji, and before that, before I had a channel, I used butterfly emoji, so I have two. Yeah. You need one. You need your own personal emoji that's like your calling card.
I could have a
Nicole,
steampunk gear or a top hat.
well, maybe there might not be an emoji that would fit well enough for you. Like you might want to design one or something.
A bat wearing a top hat. A spider wearing a monocle.
Because like Discord, you can make like people make emojis for Discord. So like it could be custom made. So Nicole J says, "Can you ban me? I'm feeling spicy." What?
Oh, la la la.
Spicy?
Give me a timeout, Dieter.
What are we talking about? And
I don't know.
Nicole is very fond of the all caps here.
Yeah.
Nicole J. That was my best friend's name as a kid. Nicole J. So I don't know. But welcome anyway. Michelle says it's a trip because no TV monsters or movie monsters scare me, but these frombies scare me. Frombies. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's try to get
Smiley's my favorite. Isn't he everybody's favorite?
Oh, he's everybody's favorite, easily.
Yes.
I can't imagine anybody saying any different. Why isn't it? Oh, okay. Let's try to get
you want to linger on Smiley.
Yeah. Just this big
this is the dream. Jim.
How are they safe with that tree still jutting through the window?
Well, the tree's always been there. It's always been there, I guess.
It doesn't make sense that they were even safe. That place is not sealed if the tree is cracked through the window. Oh, this was the dream. I wasn't able to get good pictures of it because it happens too fast.
Yeah.
But that was
the monster in the ceiling.
Yeah. Oh, actually, that's not that bad. That's a pretty good one. You can see the face.
Yeah.
That's pretty good considering it was moving wicked fast.
Yeah, it definitely is.
So yeah, Christy dreams that Jim takes the talisman down.
Mm-hmm.
So
Because she
yeah,
doesn't trust Jim, and who trusts Jim? I wouldn't trust him.
right, exactly. Um, and once again, Jim is in the RV. I think you pointed this out earlier. Jim is in the, was it you that said like, yeah, it's another instance of kind of foreshadowing because Jim
Yeah,
is in the RV doing something life threatening.
yeah.
Even though it's her dream,
Mm-hmm.
but he takes the talisman down. The thing crashes through.
Mm-hmm.
Really great effect. I love
Mm-hmm.
that. And she wakes up.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and okay, Boyd is in his calm down mode, and everything's okay. It's
So much
morning.
sun.
Sun is out. Yeah.
And right now, okay, two things happen right here. The closed captioning says birds chirping, not
Birds.
crows, birds chirping, like morning birds. So there's some animals in Fromville.
Right.
And
Yeah.
this is the first time the song that's in the credits plays.
Yeah, I
The thing.
noticed that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The song from the end credits plays like really slow. It's like a slowed
Mm-hmm.
down version, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I noticed that too.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't notice the bird chirping thing. Interesting.
Yeah. So there's animals because they were like, oh, there's not animals because we're not sure there's animals. There's birds.
There's birds, yeah. It's just so weird that we never see them, right?
Mm-hmm.
They never show us that. Dieter has a bat and a
Oh
spider
yes.
for you.
Spider bat, doing the things spider bat could do.
um, and you can tell Boyd is just kind of having this. Boyd is such. Harold is such a great actor that he doesn't even have to say anything. You can tell what he's thinking. Just he just comes out and he's looking at the talisman like, "Holy shit! It actually worked! Like this thing works in a vehicle. We made it. We survived the night." And he's looking at the talisman like, "Wow, it actually works." And you know, kind of wondering, okay, what else could be possible? I'm sure he's thinking it already. And then later in the season, he tries going out into the woods, but he's got the seed of the idea already forming here. Okay, if it's possible with this, then maybe it's possible for this to work in the woods with the tent.
This is what I feel. This is kind of like the book ended part of the pilot where everybody gets together and hugs.
Yeah.
Like if this was a whole movie with 2 episodes, this is like the end of the movie where everybody hugs and gets together.
Yeah. Yeah, it
Christy
feels
and
like
Kenny
that.
hug. You think they're gonna be those crazy kids are gonna get together? There's hope here. They're hugging.
Yeah, they go running to each other immediately and hug like they're already a thing. Yeah, it makes you think that.
Yeah.
And mercifully, Tabitha doesn't say a single "oh my god" or anything like that.
She actually acts like she likes Jim.
She does. Yeah. Yeah. So we got the happy reunion, and Jim is crying, and this I felt bad watching this knowing he's gone now. Like he really does love his family, as messed up as he is. He was crying, like actually sobbing on her shoulder.
Yeah.
It wasn't just some manly tear coming down. He was sobbing. As messed up as he is, he loved his family. And people don't cut him any slack. The man lost a baby 14 months before this, so they're not exactly functioning well, neither of them. They're bad parents, but we don't know how they were before this. Julie said that she had to basically take over and parent Ethan after the loss of Thomas. They might have been pretty good parents before that, but loss like that will screw you up real bad. So it's important to give them some grace, but people judge everyone so harshly. And here we have, the shot of I think this is the first time we see Sarah's room with the 3 butterflies framed there. But correct me if I'm wrong, they moved to the other side. Either that or she's got
Yeah.
more. She's got more because they're also
Or
some.
Paul, I think Paula moved them.
Oh, because
When
they're on
Paul
the
and
other.
Reggie moved in, I think they moved them.
Yeah, they're because they're on the other side of the room in season 3. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. The butterfly. Now I'm sure there's a significance to it. There's got to be, like, I haven't looked up butterfly symbolism, but transformation,
Metamorphosis, yes.
metamorphosis, and of course, Sarah's really fascinating but confusing broken glass story. When she said this on my first watch, the first time I ever saw it, I was like, what in the hell is she talking about? But now looking back, now that we know more about all of this, I think it makes a lot of sense what she's saying symbolically about the broken glass.
Do you want me to say it? I got it typed out. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, you can read it. I got it typed out too. If you want to read it, you can read it.
Sure. Sure, okay. Do you know the story about the little girl in a room filled with broken glass? She knows the broken pieces used to mean something. She knows there's something they must have been, but all she can see are the shards. And when she tries to put them back together, they cut into her skin, cutting deeper and deeper, and she bleeds all over the floor. But she keeps on trying. She keeps trying because she knows there's an answer. She knows they're a shape they used to make. I hear their voices, and it's just like the broken glass. They told me it had to look like it was the monsters. But I didn't want to, but they said it was the only way to save us, and it was the only way to go home. And then Nathan says, Sarah, please tell me what you did. And she says, I left the door open.
Right. So you can look at this like two different ways. I think the broken glass represents herself in one, one way of looking at it. The pieces that, like, what she turns into as a result of what she does in season 1, how broken she is as a person. It's like she is those shards of glass. She's those shards of glass are her. But if you look at it, if you really look at what she's saying here, the shards are putting, so she knows there's something they must have been. So all she can see are the shards, and when she tries to put them back together, they cut into her skin, but she keeps on trying. I think so. She says, I hear their voices, and it was just like the broken glass. So the voices talking to her are the pieces of glass, and as a result of what they're telling her to do, like, that's like metaphorically cutting into her skin and destroying her, but she keeps trying anyway. She knows that there's a shape they used to make. She keeps trying, and they're cutting deeper and deeper. She's, until she winds up, she keeps listening to the voices and doing what they tell her until she's completely broken herself. And so, yeah, to me, I think that those shards it represents the voices that are talking to her. Now, the question is, though, the big mystery is, who or what are these voices? She says they used. So if we're looking at the metaphor, they used to be something. There's a shape they used to make. So what are the voices that told her to murder these people? And obviously that they destroyed her. That's why she's describing it as they're cutting into her skin, cutting deeper and deeper.
And then later on, they are going to cut into her skin.
Yeah, right. So yeah, that's a big mystery. What are these voices?
So there's some shapeless entity that told her that it had to look like the monsters.
Yeah, told her it had to look like the monsters did it. But she said it was the only way to save us. So
it's the only way to go home. Much like Kimono Lady told Elgin, almost exactly the same.
I think this has to be an evil entity telling her to do this. That has to be. It can't just be spirits of the dead that are telling her to do this because it's the only way they can go home.
See, I feel like it's an entity that doesn't have shape, kind of like that man in yellow didn't have shape and then he became corporeal. It could be
Right.
something like that, like something that doesn't have a shape until it's called out.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe okay. So see that would make sense to me because I think of the big bad as one major entity, not multiple things, not
Mm.
multiple entities. And now she hears plural voices, so yeah, maybe it's like maybe it's plural because it's in like it's not whole.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, it doesn't have a physical shape, so it's
Mm-hmm.
kind of all over the place, and that it used to be something, so maybe it used to be a corporeal entity,
Mm-hmm.
and it turned into something shapeless, something without form. Like I've been thinking of the big bad for a while as something
Mm-hmm.
without a physical form. That's why I
Well,
thought
didn't the
might be
music box entity not have a form? Like the cicada entity didn't have a form?
yes, that it didn't, because the cicadas were invisible, so yeah. um
I mean,
and
I don't know. Some people see those as two entities, and some people see them as the same. But
um
still, because I feel like they also had to take put Worms in Martin because it was an entity that didn't have shape and had to use Martin.
right, I think that it's all part of the same thing,
Mm-hmm.
because remember, Sarah heard a voice that relayed the message. It laughed at you for bringing it to town. It,
Yeah.
not they, but
Mm-hmm.
it. So there's some big bad entity that was in a way brought back to town in the cicada entity, but
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't, at that point it didn't have a physical form yet,
Mm-hmm.
and it had to use things like the monsters,
Mm-hmm.
voices, the cicada entity to interact. I put
Mm-hmm.
this in a video a few weeks
Or the
ago.
ballerina, that would be a shape, like the
Right.
ballerina.
Like
I
a
don't know.
few
The
weeks ago.
ballerina's an entity. The kimono lady's an entity, right?
Right. Yeah. I think Komodo lady might be separate.
Mm.
That part I'm not sure about, but a few weeks ago when I was thinking that Fatima was going to be birthing, I thought she was going to be birthing like a physical, corporeal version of the big bad, or an
Mm-hmm.
offspring of the big bad. So, and when and I was wrong about that part, but I
Mm-hmm.
still think that at that time, the other stuff I was saying, I think is right, that the big bad didn't have a form yet, that it
Mm-hmm.
was currently without a physical form, and needed to use things like the monster and the cicada entity and the
Mm-hmm.
voices to interact with people and cause harm. I still think that. And now maybe it has a physical form in the man in yellow,
Yeah.
within the man in yellow. So maybe that's what she's talking about. Maybe that's why there are plural voices instead of just one.
Mm-hmm.
That makes it confusing, multiple voices talking to her at once, but
Mm-hmm.
that's what I think. Yeah. So the way you described it makes sense to me. Like it's shapeless.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I didn't know when I first watched this. I had no clue what to make of what she was talking about
Mm-hmm.
in this monologue, because it seems like the broken pieces represent her, but the way
Mm-hmm.
she's describing it, it doesn't really. It later could apply to her that she's broken.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So like there's a little bit of a like foreshadowing thing there, because
Mm-hmm.
she becomes a broken person, like her
Or
broken little snowman ornament.
yeah, I was gonna say, or it could be the shape of the snowman. Like she knows the pieces go together, but she can't get the shape,
Right.
like the
You
shape
know,
of a snowman.
and then once she finally does, like you said, it's missing a heart.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's a hole where the heart should be. So
because the heart was pure and now it's corrupted,
yeah, yeah,
like Mary Shelley.
like Mary Shelley. I just loved that Doug used that quote. It was beautiful. Matt Gilbert said Sarah's fractured psyche, trying to make sense of the place only to end up hurting yourself. Yeah, yeah, it could
Mm-hmm.
be that. It could be one of the meanings of what she's saying. It could be more than one meaning to it,
Mm-hmm.
to that story. trying to put that back together, and then it's just hurting yourself. Yeah. Not spirits of the dead. I wonder if it might not be a person, but rather an order, like in Dark.
Plug
There's more.
ears, plug ears, plug
Yeah.
ears, plug
Yeah.
ears.
It could be there's more than one person or entity. Yeah. Sigmundus Creatus Est. Yes. I get that reference, Matt. Yes.
The world something. The world
Yeah.
makes creatures of all of us.
It's a line from Dark. It's an
Oh,
important
come
line.
on, you guys. I just want to go in without knowing everything about Dark.
Well, that line won't tell you anything.
I
won't tell you what it means.
Oh.
I won't tell you what it means. Yeah. So yeah, one of the most interesting monologues we've ever seen on the show, I think. There were a lot of great ones in this episode, like you said. Really, really great monologues.
There's one with Kenny coming up.
Yeah. This is just so brutal to watch every time.
But the thing with me is nobody cares that Gina's dead. Nobody
I know,
says, "Oh my God, Gina's dead." Christy doesn't run up and go, "Oh my God, Gina's dead." They just kind of walk past Gina.
I know. Her body is laying right there. Nobody cares.
No one cares about Gina. So
I
sad.
know, right?
It's a true tragedy.
That's a good point, it sucks.
I mean, they could have just had Christy run up to her and go, "Oh no, Gina," Then Kenny, don't go in there, but oh no, Gina.
You know, right? What the hell? Yeah, that sucks. Hey, is that the chessboard on the floor?
Yep.
Oh, that's the chessboard on the floor. Yeah, that was placed there deliberately. This is the room where Randall ends up sleeping in season 3. It's the bed. Yep. I guess that's where Gina slept.
Not haunted at all.
Right?
Not haunted by murder.
I wouldn't want to sleep down there. Yikes.
They got all Gina's blood off the floor finally.
Incidentally, Kenny's mom could have just slept there and not left the poor guy all alone. No.
Spoke Cantonese.
Kenny and his dad, actually, Kenny's parents could have slept in that bed. Kenny could have slept in the other room.
Yep.
That sucks. But they just blow right by Gina.
Yeah, poor Gina.
Kenny, and I'm going to blow by that really quick because it's too graphic.
Yeah, it's very graphic, yes.
It's too graphic to show on YouTube. Poor Kenny.
God, Kenny.
This is devastating. Yeah. Just devastating. Great acting. Ricky doesn't get enough credit for the acting that he does. I think he's fantastic. Really. Like, the way that he's had to portray loss on the show with both his father and then his mother. He's fantastic. Ricky does a fantastic job. Really, he really does. And
then we got our bookend.
And I forgot to say, this is exactly what Boyd does with Tan Shen's body in season 3.
Yeah.
He hugs her body in the exact same way. And it's so, oh my God. The monsters leave them both in the same exact position. I can't show the body because it's too gory, but Tan Shen's body is also left propped up against something, just like Mr. Lou's. I don't know.
And Kelly was like that too. She was propped up against a tree.
Yeah, but I find it interesting. Like they had these things mirror each other. Like both of his parents were left in the same exact state, and both of them get cradled by somebody who's like hugging their bloody body. It's just absolutely devastating. Boyd clutches Tan Shen's body the same way. Same exact way, except Boyd doesn't get covered in as much blood as Kenny does. Boyd should be a lot bloodier. Kenny is really drenched here, and this is the bookend scene.
I haven't seen them do this technique since.
Boyd just had a tiny bit of blood on his shirt after he hugged Tan Shen. Kenny looks like like
More real.
Carrie. And yeah, he looks like Carrie. Yeah, in the movie Carrie, like the blood dumped all over him. But yeah, this one, this
Yeah, you wrote
is
this. You wrote this down.
I wrote this down too.
I wrote it down
Uh,
too.
I'll tell you if I got this right. He said those things. Well, no, he first of all he says with my dad, every game would always end the same way. I'd be down to my last piece, and I'd just keep moving
Yeah.
around the spaces trying to avoid him. I think that means something.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought of this
Yeah.
before. I never thought of this before, but I think that that's a clue that in every cycle there's been one lone survivor. That one survivor is that down to the last piece and just keeps moving around, trying to avoid the other side. So I think in this time it was Victor. He was the lone survivor, and in every cycle it was just one. So that's what I think that means. Now I don't know if I missed the part in between, but he also says those things they never run, they only walk.
Those things they walk, they never run. It's like they're taking their time because they know there's only so many places we can go. I think we're running out of spaces on the board, Sheriff.
Yeah.
Close call. And then I said my note was, well, Smiley can run.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that always stuck in my head. That quote, I didn't even have to rewatch it to remember anything about that, because that's always stuck in my head. That that's one of the most iconic, memorable, and meaningful lines in the entire series, and I think it's really important to understand how all of this works. Those things they never run, they walk, they never run. It's like they're taking their time because they know there's only so many places we can run. I think we're running out of spaces on the board, Sheriff. So it's a metaphor for chess. That I think there's it's like a chess game going on here. I don't think it's literally two entities just playing with them for fun, but I do think that it works a lot like chess. It really operates a lot like chess, because you have people being brought in seemingly to fill specific roles. Chess pieces also fill specific roles, and they do certain things, have certain purposes. And then you have some that are just pawns, of course. So
the red shirts at Colony House.
Right. So it's definitely a metaphor for what's going on in this show. And after season 3, I now think that there are two opposing sides. And I think one side is represented by the man in yellow. One side is represented by the boy in white. Those are the two sides. And I think each side is pulling people in. I think that the boy in white side is pulling people in trying to help. The man in yellow side is pulling people in trying to cause harm, manipulate people like Sarah and Elgin. Some of this is going in my video. I go into a lot more detail on this in my video, but people like Sarah and Elgin, people who just want to help, but can be manipulated because of certain traits that they have. So they think they're going to help. They think they're helping, but they're used to cause harm by the big bad, the man in yellow who's representing the big bad. And yeah, I think the boy in white is bringing people in who could help. I think he brought in Father Khatri to bring people hope and solace. That's why I think Father Khatri thought he heard the voice of God, wound up in Fromville. I think that was the boy in white to try to help these people. I think he brought in Boyd because he was Mr. Fish and Loaves. What better person to help these people than Mr. Fish and Loaves, who spent 30 years in the military going to every hellhole on earth, making do with the smallest of resources. And then he winds up here. It's kind of uncanny. He's just about to retire. So I think he was brought there to help. And if we recall, Ethan says in season 1, we should ask ourselves who is trying to help when they're putting questions on the wall. So I don't believe Randall is right when he says nothing here is trying to help. Nothing here is helping us. I think the boy in white side is trying to help. But does that make him purely good? No. Because by bringing people here to help, he's also harming those people who have to suffer. it's like it's ambiguous good, as Robert Saunders would say. It's ambiguously good. That's my philosophy on it. And then, of course, you have Kenny holding the bloody chess piece, which represents them, the pieces that are being moved around on the board and murdered, soaked in blood.
But he gives it to Boyd, and it's a rook. So I think the rook represents Boyd.
Okay, interesting.
There is a close of it later. He puts it on the desk.
Oh yeah, that's.
It's definitely, you can definitely see the chess piece, and I'm like, okay, if there's any representation of a person being a chess piece, it's a rook as Boyd, or Boyd as rook.
Yeah, like he goes past the sign and he wipes it out. Rest in peace. 96 nights without incident. That's done. And
well, it was good while it lasted.
It was a good run. That's over. And here's
rooks are castles, and they're the stableness of the chessboard.
Interesting.
They're a tower.
And this is the shot you were talking about. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know chess, so I don't know what the different pieces do. So I like that.
Well, the rook can move all the way down, like in a straight line, all the way across or all the way forward on a chessboard. And it can also castle with the king. It can also protect the king. So it's a pretty important piece.
Interesting. I like that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I thought that had to be significant, but I didn't know why. Like, he gives it to Boyd. Boyd puts it down. And you later see it. Father Cautry is like, standing there with the chessboard, sitting there with the chessboard, still there. Boyd holds on to this thing. Yeah, but if it represents him and it's soaked in blood, well, I guess maybe that could just mean other people's blood, like all the loss around him. It doesn't mean it. Well, it could foreshadow that he's gonna die in the end of the series, though, if that's him, if that represents him.
Or it could be like he's just like a fortress for everyone else, being a tower. Like, gets stuck in that well tower too.
Yeah, that's true.
Towers.
That's true. Yeah, lots of towers. Yeah, I like that idea that it could represent him. Because I thought that was interesting how he gave it to him, and Boyd just sets it down, and you have the close up on it. So they want us to focus on it.
Yeah,
for sure.
Or equate it with Boyd. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
And then there's a lost marketing opportunity coming up here.
Oh, really? Oh, wait a minute. Fletch says, if Toby had never arrived and would Kenny's dad still be alive? Sarah only left the door open so that people would think a creature would have gotten Toby. That's a good point. I don't think the target was Kenny's dad or Gina at all. It was Toby, so that's a great point. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, because Fletch said, look at the mess he made. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And then I think Toby's the reason why Mr. Liu ends up dying. And so, yeah, I don't like him. Look at the mess he made. It's like he knew it was coming. It was like he sensed it. The voices were talking to him for sure, to Mr. Liu. Fletch said if he brought Cautry to provide hope, how is that helping? Yeah, but we don't know hope is what feeds the entity. That's what that's what fake Abby said. I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I don't believe that. I think that the entity could feed on false hope, like dangling false hope in front of them just to take it away.
Yeah.
But I don't think it feeds on real hope. I don't believe that. Fake Abby. Yeah. That wasn't really
fake
Abby.
Yeah.
That wasn't really Abby talking to Boyd. Even Boyd said later in season 3, he said, that thing that was telling me to just give up, that thing was not my wife. So what are you? He said that to Ghost Cautry. I mean, I don't believe anything that Abby said in there. I don't trust anything that she said. She was trying to convince him to give up. She said, if they don't die today, they'll just die tomorrow. Like, she's like, hope is what, she was even guilting him. Hope is what had made you go out there every day when I needed you the most, and like hope is what makes you willing to suffer. Well, no, I don't believe her. I don't believe her. I think the entity feeds on pain, suffering, fear, and false hope that can be taken away. That's what I think. And no, I don't believe that, Fletch. I know you think that there's going to be you think that there's going to be a terrible ending to the whole thing and no one's going to survive. I think that you've said that you think the whole thing will end with everyone dying and Ethan is the sole survivor. But I don't believe that. So I don't believe that Abby was correct when she said that you're just going to prolong their pain. Yeah, they're going to suffer. More people are going to die, but I think they're going to break the cycle. I don't think they're going to go through this entire series just to have it end the same way Victor's cycle ended. That would be a terrible ending.
Agreed.
It would feel completely pointless. Like, what did we just watch them all suffer for?
It made me want to jump off a bridge.
Yeah, we watched them suffer for. Like, let's say we watched this thing for 5 seasons. We watched them all suffer so much, and then all of it was for nothing, and the cycle just continues. That would be terrible. I think everybody would riot. Everybody would riot. People they suffered, sure, but they're suffering, but like that doesn't mean that this is going to be hopeless. Like she was saying, it's hopeless. They're all going to die. So I don't. What she said, not everything she said happened. She said if they don't die today, they'll just die tomorrow. Julie, Randall, and Marielle are still alive. They're all alive. The whole season has passed and they're still alive. So
several tomorrows later.
She lied. I don't believe her. I mean, we saw an Abby pop out at him in the spider webs, and we think that was Abby too. And what about the Abby that was in the RV trying to say, come back to me, Boyd. We can be together, while the monsters were showing up? She wanted him to die. Like she was going to try to keep him there. So I think Abby is a malevolent entity. That Abby entity is not legit for me. Yeah, I don't believe that personally, but I don't have a nihilist view of how the show is going to end, I guess. I hope that's not how it's going to end, because that would be very depressing. Matt Gilbert said, apart from foreshadowing, any other reasons why you think they might kill off Boyd and maybe bring him back? I think if they kill him off, it'll be at the very end of the entire series and he'll go out a hero, which is likely to happen the way things are going.
He's on a pony on a boat and then he dies.
And then he dies.
But he dies happy.
He finally gets his pony on a boat.
Yep.
And then it's
that's the way I want it to end. I mean, it's like I want him to be on the boat, on the pony, on the boat.
And then it sinks. Flood.
The
whole thing just sinks under the water and they drowns the end. So if they kill him off, I think it will be at the very end. Harold has bulletproof plot armor as far as I'm concerned, Matt. So it would be really hard to see him go out, but at least I think we're going to have him until the very end. I can't imagine the show without him. I really can't. And Randall has been suffering. Julie smokes weed to not feel it. Mari just said she feels it. She wasn't wrong, but they're alive. She said they're gonna die. She said if they don't die today, they'll just die tomorrow. So there may be a kernel of truth in what she said. She may have let some truth slip in, but I don't think all hope is what the entity feeds on. I think maybe false hope, but not all hope, because I don't think this is hopeless. I don't. And if the entity feeds on hope, then how come it's using terrorism tactics when it has the ability to see and hear everything that's going on? It knew that Tabitha was digging a hole in the basement, and yet it dragged out everybody's suffering when they were all sleeping in or hiding in foxholes every night,
Mm-hmm.
it could have just found everybody and killed them all at any time. But they weren't feeling hopeful then. They didn't have any hope, but
Mm-hmm.
it was feeding on their suffering, their fear, killing them off little by little instead of just killing them all at once when it could have. They didn't have any talismans. Some entity knew Tabitha was digging that hole, so I just think it's dragging out everybody's suffering because it's feeding on that. It's feeding on their fear and their pain and yeah, sometimes false hope just to take it away. So who knows? Maybe the evil side brought Cautry to town to bring them hope just to murder him and take it away. So that could be false hope. But I don't see the point in bringing Boyd here. If Boyd was selected on purpose, why bring somebody here who could help? I don't think this place was ready for Boyd. So either he was brought here by accident or a helpful entity did it. One or the other. It could be that he was brought here because Abby
Mm-hmm.
was meant to be there, and so it was just he happened to be in the car, or
Mm-hmm.
based on his backstory and his military career, I find it too uncanny that he wound up here. They told us that for a reason. They specifically told us he was sent to some of the worst hellholes on Earth with the most limited of resources. This was his flashback episode where he's literally talking about this, and then he lands in the worst hellhole imaginable with like no resources at all. I feel like they told us that as a hint that there is an entity bringing people here to help. It just makes sense to me. But yeah, I get into that stuff in the video too that I just made the script for, which I'm finally going to get out today, because now it's officially today. Did I go through the pictures or is there more? Wait a minute.
I'm going to marketing opportunity.
What was the marketing opportunity?
Keep going.
The
Yeah.
this?
MGM can make these. MGM, you make these. We buy them. It's cool. We use them for our keys.
Yeah, what are they doing? MGM, come on, get on it now. Get on it. Get the boat.
Chia Pet. You need the Boyd keychain.
We need the Jade Chia Pet, the Boyd keychain. Obviously, they should put out their own official talismans, which is pretty obvious.
Yes.
Instead of people 3D printing them on
Jasper
on
dolls.
Etsy. Jasper dolls. Yeah, marketing team.
At least need one Funko Pop a Smiley.
Right. Yeah. They should make those too. They should totally make those. Let's see. Yeah, and it says I never noticed it before. It was so cheesy.
Void.
To Boyd, love always. I I didn't know what the hell to make of it on the first watch. Like, what is this thing? And then you find out, of course.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the first time. It's not the last time we see it. It comes up again.
Mm-hmm.
Ellis holds it when he's down in the well. Matt Gilbert said even the way they used the closing theme music, like a pilot final act. It felt like a two-parter, like a two-part pilot. Sarah's Fractured Psyche. Okay, I read that one. Wait a minute. Why did I go up so far? Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I tend to agree with Fletch in that sense. Maybe she doesn't really need to lie, just misrepresent things. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't trust anything that she says, but there could be a kernel of truth in it. Doesn't mean that all of it is a lie, but she's twisting the truth. Some of the things she said are kind of meaningless. Everybody dies, if not now, tomorrow. That's yeah. I mean, yeah, it's true, but yeah, they haven't died yet. Hey, top of the morning to you, Joshua. Thanks for popping in. Always nice to see you. Yeah, I think I forget where you are, Joshua. Like I think are you in Europe? I don't remember
I think it would be Ireland.
Yeah, it's gotta be. It's gotta be.
The top of the morning.
It's gotta be, yeah. It's gotta be Ireland. I'm tired. My brain isn't working.
We're
Um,
almost finished.
we're almost done. We're almost done. We're gonna wrap up. Now that we got through the episode, it took hours, but we made it.
There's still more
There.
finger puppets.
Oh yes. Oh God, shit. We got to do that. Okay.
And the first
Um.
appearance of one of your favorites.
Yes. Okay. This is important. There's one last important scene we have to go through before we close it up. So maybe we can finish by the 6-hour mark.
Mhm.
Okay.
Great.
Fletch said they're alive, but we're still on season 3. There's 2 to go yet, supposedly. Let's wait to see. Yeah, but she said she said they'll die tomorrow. She made it sound like it was an imminent threat. That's all I'm saying. But your daughter shouldn't be walking that story, Jim. Yeah, Jim. Daughter shouldn't be walking that story. I stand by my original idea, says Matt, that Khatri is what he seems to be, a good spirit, maybe literally his spirit, or maybe an abstraction of Boyd's conscience, Jiminy Cricket style. I'm open-minded to that. I'm re-examining the way I look at Ghost Khatri and Ghost Tom. Those entities may be what you're saying, but I don't think Ghost Abby is. I think that's different. She's overtly sinister. Oh wait, yeah, that's right. You're in Maine, Joshua. See, I'm so tired. I forgot. You have a different name in the Discord. Your name is like it's like part of your name, but then like numbers and stuff. So I forgot that it was you. You just told me you're in Maine.
Are you from Dublin, Maine?
Yes. Yes.
Dublin, Maine.
Joshua, I am just so tired. I forgot you're the same person in the Discord who is one of my awesome admins of my server. And I was talking about you earlier, how kindly you offered to donate a microphone and webcams that you don't use, and very much appreciated. Thank you so much for that. So kind of you. And you were just telling me you're in Maine, so yeah, not too far from me here in Rhode Island. So thank you very much. Appreciate you and everything that you're doing in the Discord, all the help that you're offering, helping Dieter out. I appreciate you. Yeah, he's our main man. Yes.
Well,
Nice there. I bet you never heard that one before.
Goes
Bet
a
you
bell.
never...
Deserves a bell.
Yeah. Yes, Ghost Abbey is different. Yeah, we agree on that. Umbra says, I think the series will end with Boyd dying a heroic death too, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm afraid. It looks that way. Okay. Anyway. Okay. And we're on to the finger puppets.
There's Norman.
Here's
For the person who didn't know who Norman was.
Here's Norman. Norman is the yellow finger puppet. That's how closely we scrutinize the series now. We know which finger puppet.
The red one is his best friend, but we don't know what his name is, or him or her.
And why it's red, because red is supposed to be evil, and that's his best friend. But anyway, Julie says, Norman, they made it back from the Lake of Tears. You're gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay. And he's not buying it. He's not buying it. Look at his face.
Do you take a look at his PJs? They got like cowboys on them.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they do.
The whole thing here, we got some yellow, we got some red, we got some blue, all going on.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I hadn't noticed the colors, but you're right. Yeah, the yellow is a little red and blue. He's not buying it though.
Yeah.
So this is why I don't necessarily think this means. So again, I think Jim represents Norman. I don't think this necessarily means Jim is coming back, because Ethan doesn't look convinced.
Yep.
He doesn't look convinced.
It's like your story walking's not going to do it, Julie.
Yeah.
You can story walk all you want, but it's not going to happen.
I mean, and it's weird because on the RV, he said bring him back, Julie, bring him back. Like he believed it was possible, but now he doesn't seem to think so anymore. And maybe it's because this is kind of after he's kind of been enlightened and tapped into this place and how it works. Because he said that stuff before he had the seizure and the vision and whatnot.
Kids
and
seen things already, seen and experienced things already.
Yeah, so he's already become, more enlightened to how this place works. I think he's tapped in after that seizure. He's had his first vision or story walk. Who knows?
Knowledge comes at a cost.
Yeah. So I don't think Norman can be brought back. He doesn't believe her. And he's spending the whole time looking at this.
Yep. There he is.
And here's our boy in white. And he's kind of half smiles at him. Like, that creepy ass shot.
He's full of secrets. I know you haven't seen Twin Peaks, but I'm like, he's full of secrets.
Yeah.
It's so funny because it ends with that, and it was hard for me to get it off my TV screen because it's so quick. And then they go to the credits, and then they want to go to the next episode, and I'm like, oh, come on.
I know, right? Yeah. This went by really fast watching this.
Why does Boy in White want to be a secret? Is what I want to know. Why does he want to be secretive?
Yeah. And yes, Umbra, I will do another stream Friday, even though I said I was going to do a shorter one tonight and then do another one Friday. I still want to do another one Friday because this episode is there's way too much to discuss, and since I started so late and a lot of people missed it, I want to talk about it more. So I want to do another stream Friday. So yes.
So we're gonna do a stream tomorrow and Friday.
Yes, I won't go crazy with the Severance one. I won't do like something crazy long like this. But I do want to do one on Friday. Just not as long as this though. But yeah,
I didn't think we'd do one on Friday if we finish this up tonight.
I want to do one. You don't have to. You don't have to. Whatever you want to do is fine. But I want to do one. I can always have people call in. But I want to do.
I can come in and co-host until people call in.
Yeah, that would be cool. Whatever you want to do. No pressure. No pressure. So yeah, that was Norman, Matt. Yes.
This is Norman. Oh, this is not Norman. This is a Boy in White.
Yeah. Yeah, that was Norman.
Maybe he is Norman. I don't know.
Yeah. No, this was Norman, and Matt. Let's see. Julie manages to bring Norman back to life. Yeah, like she says that, Fletch, but he doesn't look convinced. So I don't know.
Yeah, the look on Simon's face here. I mean, that's good acting.
That is good acting. And who knows, though? Maybe this means Julie will bring Jim back to life. Julie's the one who's saying it, and she's the one who's going to be trying to bring Jim back to life. So maybe it's going to work. It's possible. I'm still in the camp of it won't work, but I mean, who knows? Next season, I might change my mind with more evidence. Matt Gilbert said maybe the Boy in White and Man in Yellow were once friends, and then they had a deadly conflict, a fatal falling out. Yeah, because we know the Boy in White's not really a boy, so it's maybe the Man in White and the Man in Yellow had a falling out, and like now they're battling each other using other people as pawns. I personally think the Boy in White is actually a good entity, but when I first saw this, let me tell you, I immediately thought evil. This
creepy kid. Creepy kid with secrets.
This screams evil, right? Because when this part is evil. When this part plays, when you see this, there's even a creepy little stinger in the musical score. It's like it's all on cue for us to think evil immediately. What else are we supposed to think? You've got a creepy little kid standing outside the window staring into it at Ethan with a creepy smile on his face, and then he does that.
Yes.
what are we supposed to think? Of course we're going to think evil, right? Like, but hear me out. Hear me out, okay? Like, I know people say that he's wearing all white and he's got the pure innocent child look, so that's a misdirect, therefore he's evil. But there's also the creepy little kid trope. This is a creepy little kid.
It is a creepy little kid, yes.
And sure, he's wearing all white and he's a little
He's
kid.
looking outside the window for one. He's a
Yeah.
peeper.
He's a creepy little kid looking in the window and making this shush motion. I think that is the misdirect. That's what I think that's what was the misdirect, making me think he was evil based on the creepy music, the creepy kid trope looking in the window, doing this shush motion. That's why I mean, that's not the only reason. Season 3 gave me evidence that made me think that he's helping.
Yeah.
But now looking back, I think this was a misdirect that made me think he was evil when I don't think he is. That's my opinion. It's just so obvious. Of course he looks evil here. Of course we're supposed to think he's creepy. Doesn't matter if he's wearing white. Look at him. The creeper. He's a creeper.
Yes.
So, I mean, this creeped me out so much. I remember the first time I watched it. The first time I watched it, I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. I was like,
Ethan, can you keep a secret?
Oh my God. This is when I was completely hooked, like to the point of no return when I saw this. I was already hooked, but when I saw this, I was like, oh my God, like I'm obsessed with this show now. I'm obsessed. I love a creepy kid trope, and they threw this into the mix, which I so wasn't expecting. But we watched 2 episodes of this, and there was no indication anything like this was coming. This just popped up. Think back to when you first saw this. You see this at the very end. What were you thinking? Like, I wasn't expecting anything like this. For one thing, he's out in the daytime.
Yep.
And so I'm like, okay, he can't be a monster. So what the hell is he? Why is he looking in the window? Why is he being creepy? You know?
Yeah.
It was a curveball, big time. In the best way. I loved it. And I was just hopelessly hooked. I'm like, I freaking love this show. This is amazing. And The Boy in White is one of the best, most fascinating mysteries of the entire show. I love that. I love that it's ambiguous and we can still debate whether he's good, bad, in between. I'd say in between, ambiguously good. Obviously, if he's bringing people in, even if they're to help, he's hurting them by bringing them here. So there is no pure good side. But I think he wants to end the cycle and stop the violence from happening, break the cycle, help save the children, whatever that means. But he has to do things that cause harm as a result, unfortunately. And so I think that's why the man in white painting that we see in the opening credits, is holding a knife and looks depressed. Like, he doesn't want to have to cause harm to people, but he does what he has to do to try to help end the cycle. That's what I think. But I'll be going into that a whole lot more in my video, which should be out later today on the Boy in White and the Man in Yellow. It's a really deep dive. I still have to put all the images together and record it, but hopefully by the end of the day, I'll be able to do it, at least by evening. Yeah, I'll never forget when I first saw that scene. Oh my God. I will never forget that. Absolutely amazing. Like, we see so much of this show. Sometimes you forget like how you felt when you first watched it. And this moment I will never forget.
I kind of forget when people come in. Like, I forgot when Smiley came in, and I forgot when the Boy in White first appeared.
Me too. Like,
I remember the scene, but I don't remember it chronologically, like what episode.
Right. I didn't remember Smiley's first appearance. I didn't remember that he showed up at the clinic and killed Mr. Lou and everything. I didn't remember that. because you only see Smiley very briefly. You don't
Mhm.
see him actually transform or do anything.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
standing there, one shot. That's it.
Well, he was with the wife, you know.
Right, he was with the wife, but
The wifey.
yeah, yeah,
Miss
like
Smiley to you.
yeah, like even just now, I was thinking we were at the end of the episode with Boyd and the boat key. I forgot
Mhm,
this was at the end of this episode. I was
mhm.
just, I'm just tired, but
Yeah.
Umbra, that yeah, I'm good with it. If you want to join me again, that would be great. Absolutely. That would be terrific. You were terrific the last time on the panel, and I keep talking about your Tuck Everlasting connection that you made, which
Mhm.
is so great that I added it to my video that's coming out by tonight on the Man in Yellow and Boy in White. So
Yeah, I
um,
talk about it often because now I've seen the movie.
yeah, we both think that the Tuck Everlasting's connection
Mhm.
is very strong. That very well could be an influence on the show. So yeah, that was so great. It was a great find that you made on the spot, just randomly, just started looking stuff up. It was great. So oh, absolutely. If you want to join, you are more than welcome. That would be terrific. And that would give Scarlett a bit of a break because she needs some time to herself too, like do other things like
Well,
she does
I
it.
might want to go do something on Saturday, which means I have to get up. So
Right.
I get
Yeah,
off for a little bit.
can't be up all night every night doing all this stuff. And tomorrow
Well,
night we're going to
I
be
can only do this because we're getting another snow day, so this is special.
oh, okay, another snow day. Nice.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm glad you'll be able to sleep then.
Yeah.
Good. um and this time my lateness wasn't all my fault either. Stupid technical issues, but that made it worse.
Hmm.
Severance. um so please forgive me, Your Highness. No, you don't have to apologize for forgetting, Matt. I don't mind repeating myself. You're so funny. um so we're gonna do a watch party in the Discord tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, for Severance. We'll watch the first 2 episodes, and then we'll do like a little talk about it on YouTube. We'll just go over to YouTube, and nothing crazy. It won't be a marathon length thing,
Hmm.
but I'm sure there'll be a lot to discuss though. So so hopefully some people might be interested in checking it out. If you've never seen it before, or if you want to rewatch it with us, I'll stream it. I'll stream it for everybody in the Discord, and the link to my Discord is pinned. If anybody needs the link, it's pinned at the top of the chat right now. And if you're listening on the replay, my Discord link is also in the description of this video. So you can join. If you haven't been on Discord, anyone that's listening at any point, if you're listening to this, it's super easy. Like if you have any issues, like I can help you. You can reach out to me if you don't know how to join the watch party, or you can reach out to me through DM, and I will do my best to help you out. Not that big of a deal. Discord is a little tricky when you're not used to it, but it's joining a watch party is pretty easy. And I think that'll be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to that. It's hard kind of getting my brain out of from mode though.
Hmm.
Like I I'm just so still entrenched in that with the rewatch. So now I've got to try to retool my brain and try to focus on another show. I love Severance. It's genius. So I want to try to, you know, put at least divide my focus and get into that too. I'm looking forward to it. Jim will only be back in flashbacks, I reckon. Flashbacks as in more story walking. Yeah, I could totally see that. Or I would really hope that we get Ghost Jim, but maybe I have a feeling we might not, now that I think about it, because he's a major actor and he may not be available to just show up for guest appearances. Like Katri's actor and Tom's actor. I don't know. But Ghost Jim would be really
Hmm.
funny. Ghost Teacup. I would like that. Ghost
Haunted
Teacup.
by Teacup.
As Jade and Tabby get closer, he's like looking over their shoulder. You are welcome, Matt. You are very welcome. Dieter says, I'll try to join the live stream, but probably won't make it for the watch party. Well, live stream with your voice is good enough. Works great with all the mess. Oh, you're sweet. Thank you. No worries. Yeah, whatever you can do. Although you're not going to know what's going on, Dieter. I don't think you've ever seen the show, have you? So you're going to join the live stream, but you won't know what we're talking about. But I appreciate whatever you can do. Yellow person, yellow, podium blue. What is that? I don't know what that is. Well, cool, Umbra. Yeah, if you can make it, yeah, join us. It'll be fun. It's a great show if you've never seen it before. It's one of the best. I think it's the second best on TV after From. Genius. One of the most creative, genius concepts for a show I've ever seen ever in my life. I'm not exaggerating. That's how good it is. So I recommend it to everybody. It's not like From, it's not horror, it's more sci-fi. But it's also got mystery and stuff you can theorize about and symbolism and just so much great acting and great performances. Terrific actors in that show. So never watched it, no time. Well, if you want to come join us for the live stream anyway, hey, you're more than welcome. Just it sucks that you won't know what's going on.
We'll explain it to you.
Yeah, we'll explain it.
We'll make a synopsis.
Yeah, but that'll be fun. So I need to. You know what? I'm so bad at this. I need to make an event in that. I never make events in Discord. When I did my watch parties for From, I would always forget to actually make an event, which might send out notifications to people, I think.
Yeah.
So I'll do that. I'll do that when I get off this stream. And hopefully we could get people. I wanted to try and make a Severance video before the watch party so I could kind of promote it to Severance fans that we're doing this. But I never got around to it. My brain is still stuck in From. I'm telling you guys, I'm in Fromville.
Well, we can do it and see what the interest level is, and then if there's interest level, you can do something about this, second season trailer or something, and then by the time that comes around, episodes 3 and 4 might have more people.
Yeah. I'm just mad at myself because I wish I had thought further ahead and made a video breaking down the trailer in like a scripted video, and then I could have maybe attracted the attention of some Severance fans for the rewatch parties and the live.
You can still do that.
I could, but there's like no time now. I guess I could make a quick video on the trailer.
There's no time. The second season's coming out in January.
No, I mean like before the rewatch party and the.
Well, no, there's no time there, but there's other time.
Yeah, I would like people to join this. I don't know how many people are going to want to, but it would be nice to get some Severance fans who. And hopefully some people who watch From might want to check it out with us if they haven't seen it. If you haven't seen it yet, trust me, it's worth it. Even if you typically prefer horror, like if you like mystery and you like to theorize, this is another great show that has those elements in it. It's just more sci-fi than that. But there's a whole lot of mystery. There's a whole lot to try to question, like figure out what the hell is actually going on here. So if you need something to kind of scratch that itch while From is off air, then this is a show for you. I'm telling you. It's slower paced. Some people don't like that. It's not, people aren't getting ripped up left and right. It's a different genre, but I don't think it's too slow though. I never found it boring at all. The characters are really brilliantly written, like quirky, offbeat. There's a surreal kind of absurd feel to it in a lot of scenes, a lot of the character scenes. Like the whole thing is just an absurdity to it that can be kind of comical at times, even though it's not a comedy. There's definitely humor in it. I'll definitely put it up an event in the Discord, Matt, for sure. David said there was a moment in Severance where they talked about being trapped in a room, and Mark asks, "What, like being chained to a wall?" Mm,
Just like
yeah,
Martin.
just like Martin. Yeah. Teeter said, "Yeah, join some Severance X pages. Share with hashtag. Make a post.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing this tonight, and we'll share it."
Mm-hmm.
That's a good idea, Teeter. I'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
I can still do that. That's at least have time for that.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'll try to promote it better between this week and next week. I'm going to try to make some video on Severance, a scripted video. So maybe that will help. Oh, it's
Mm-hmm.
your favorite show, Matt. Nice. Nice. I've only watched it once. I watched it for the first time in like April or March of this year, something like that. So it's still pretty fresh in my mind, but since I've only watched it once, I really feel like I need to go back and rewatch to get more meaning out of it. So this will be helpful for me. I'm going to need to rewatch and take notes. I may not chat that much during the watch parties because I'm going to want to take notes. And I don't have a lot of time to be watching it again on my own time. So I'll sit there and take notes because I want to make some videos on it before the new season. And I just feel like I need to do it for my own insight to understand what's going on. Because like once you watch season one, if you go back and look again, there are certain things that will make sense and that will have more meaning that wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
have had meaning at the time, kind of like with From.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, Matt said, I think the pace is actually a little quicker than From. Interesting. You know what? It actually is. It actually is. It's just that some people think that it's slow because I don't know, maybe they're used to more, action type shows like From. Like, yeah, I have a friend that thought it was kind of slow. I personally didn't find it slow. I thought they actually gave us more answers quicker. In the season finale, they give some answers. You get some answers, you get some reveals, and I felt like they gave you just enough to be satisfied and excited for season 2, but not too much to spoil the overall mystique of the show, which is ideal. You don't want to get too much. But yeah, I think they gave more than From gave in season 1 in terms of answers. They definitely did. Okay. All right. Time to wrap it up. Time to wrap
I gotta use the loo. I gotta lose the loo, as they say. I'm doing a mercy bell ring.
up. Okay. Let's
Have
wrap this
mercy
thing
on
up.
me.
Let's wrap
I
this
gotta
thing up.
go. Use the ladies.
Yeah, let's
Too
wrap
much
this thing
information.
up. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna wrap this up. To close out, I'll play. I have my two cameos from Avery Conrad and Chloe. I don't
Yeah, you
know
should
her.
play Chloe's first so I can see a little of it
Okay, I'll play Chloe's.
as I'm running upstairs.
I'll play Chloe's. Dieter got me these cameos, amazingly generous. Thank you so much, Dieter. Thank you for everything you do. I appreciate you. Thank
Yes,
you for
thank
doing
you.
this for me. This was so kind of you. So kind. And I'll play them again at the top of the next stream. But I'll play them as my way of signing out now. Thank you everybody for coming. Thank you for all your comments. I appreciate each and every one of you, whether you're commenting or you're just listening, lurking, whatever it is. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for being here. And so I'm going to play these and I'll just sign off right after that. So until next time, keep on deep diving. Let's see what we can uncover together. Have a great day or night, everybody. See you later.
Bye.
Hey, Julie. I hear you have a YouTube channel called Julie B Deep Dives, and your pal Dieter reached out to me to tell you to keep on going. Yo, I know it's hard, and even when you feel like you're trapped in a nightmare land and there's just crisis after crisis, there's always something to learn from it. I mean, at least that's what I keep telling Christy, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Hi, Julie B. Deep Dives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlett of Many Names. Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.